Wakati nilikuwa Uganda karibu mwezi moja hivi iliyopita, rais wa nchi hiyo alinikaribisha niende nifungue mahali ambapo vaccines ya corona inatengenezwa na vaccines zingine. Kwa sababu gani? Yule mwegezaji wa pale wa hiyo kiwanda alikuja kwa ofisi hii mahali wewe umeketi karibu miaka 2 iliyopita. Akaniuliza, tafadhali natafuta vile naweza kupatana na Equity Bank kwa sababu nataka wanisaidie kufanya ile coordination ya vile nitapata pesa ya kuegeza. Mimi nikachukua simu, nikapigia simu Equity Bank, nikawaambia kuna mmoja wetu wa kutoka East Africa aliye hapa. Mko na branch Uganda. Msaidieni huyu mtu kama anaweza kufanya hiyo biashara anatafuta. Unanielewa? So wakati sasa huyo mtu alifaulu akapata pesa shilingi bilioni 15 za Kenya, 150 million US dollars. Akaenda akajenga hiyo kiwanda. Sasa makosa iko wapi? Akiniuliza niende katika hiyo kazi ambayo kwa bahati sikujua. Kwa bahati nilimsaidia kwa simu moja tu. Na akasema katika hiyo mkutano, mimi kwa sababu ya nilienda kwa ofisi ya Deputy President akanisaidia, nitahakikisha kwamba ile faida watu wa Uganda watapata kutoka kampuni hii, ile vaccines, ile bei nitauzia Uganda, pia nitauzia Kenya, kwa sababu Deputy President na Equity Bank walinisaidia katika kutafuta hii biashara. Tunaelewana?
Kabisa.
That is the reason why I was there. There is no other reason. Ni makosa gani kama naibu wa rais wa nchi umemsaidia mtu na huyo mtu anataka aonyeshe kwamba alifaulu na anarudisha mkono kwamba atasaidia Kenya kuhakikisha kwamba tunapata faida kutoka hiyo kampuni. Ya mwisho katika hiyo mkutano, na kama uko na vile unaweza kufuatilia, Museveni aliongea vile nchi ya Uganda ilikuwa nchi yenye upungufu wa karibu kila kitu: chakula, mboga, mahindi, almost everything, a food deficit country. Lakini wamepanga mpaka sasa it is a food surplus country. Ni nchi ambayo inatoa chakula kuliko ile wanahitaji. Unanielewa? Na nikamwambia, in fact hata sisi Kenya tunasikia pressure kwa sababu mahindi ya kutoka Uganda inakuja Kenya, inatuletea matatizo. Mayai ya kutoka Uganda inakuja Kenya, inatuletea matatizo. Nikauliza yeye ni kwa sababu gani? Akaniambia, sisi tuko na kitu inaitwa wealth fund. Hii wealth fund inapatia pesa sako ya wale ambao wanafanya wanakuza mahindi. Inapatia cooperative ya wale watu wanafanya biashara. Inatoa pesa ya serikali kusaidia kuzalisha chakula. So part of the reason why nilikuwa naenda Uganda, nilikuwa nimepanga kwenda kuangalia hii wealth fund ambayo inasaidia mkulima anunue ng'ombe mzuri ya maziwa. Hii wealth fund ambayo inasaidia mkulima apate mbegu na mbolea inafanya kazi namna gani? Kwa sababu nimeanzisha mjadala mkubwa katika Kenya. Inaitwa bottom up.
Tutakuja hapo.
Unanielewa?
Kabisa.
Na hiyo bottom up ndio tunasema yule mtu mdogo ni vipi tutasaidia sako pale chini. Ni vipi tunaweza kuunganisha msaada wa pesa ya serikali na sako ndogo. Vile watu wa Uganda wamefaulu mpaka sasa wako na surplus. Surplus kumaanisha wanazalisha kuzidi yale wanatumia kwa matumizi yao na wanapata ya kuuza kwa masoko. Ni vipi tunaweza pia kujifunza, kwa sababu maisha ni elimu. Unazidi na kuboro experience from hapa na pale ndio uweze kutenda kazi vile inaweza kusaidia pia na nchi yako. na kuuliza dada, makosa iko wapi?
Thank you. Karibuni sana. So Wakenya ni kama mshaamua Ruto pia wako ndani juu ya kuleta huyu mtu mkora already ako kwa polisi, na unasikia Ruto anasema over 2 years ago, even before corona ikuja, ndiye alikuja akasukuma apewe 15 billion ende kujenga kiwanda ya corona. Hapa tunaona everybody kama huyu jamani mkora, tunaona pia Ruto yako ndani, ama kuna mwizi na mwenye anaangalia. Wekesa, unaendeleza.
Hello, ukiingia una mute kindly. Yeah, ukiingia una mute. Habari ya Pesho and Ibwanga.
Nzuri.
Habari ya Yego.
Niko poa sana. Wekesa niko poa.
Aya, karibu studio. Leo tunaongelea mambo ya Uganda Development Agenda, UDA. Imeleta joto.
Mbona kila siku ni Ruto bana? Kila siku ni Ruto. Kwani hata hatuwezi ongelea Raila?
No, we talk about current issues. Ukiangalia kwa mitandao yote, the things that are trending, hizo ndio zina set the agenda. And yes, even if we change the topic, waje nikwambia watu wakikuja hapa, they normally shift the topic to the trending issues. So we rather give them what is trending.
Okay.
Yeah, we have no choice. We give them what is trending. And maybe he's the man of the hour, so we don't envy him. Yeah, but the good thing is that you can contribute for or against, depending on vile wewe understand what is going on. So today mumeona what happened. There has been I think the guy came back from Uganda and then he was detained. So wengine wanasema kuna fake information from Interpol, wengine wanasema iko right. So we need to know what exactly is going on. And as a citizen of this country, I think the current happenings are of interest to us. They shape our democracy. They also shape our quest for new leadership. So let's not talk about it with the ill feelings. Just feel free to talk for or against, depending on how you perceive the whole situation. Me husema when you are here, don't allow emotions to drive you. Just put some sense in what is going on and let us debate properly. Because saa zingine watu kuja hapa and then wanashika moto. They want even to bang the whole thing. Haisaidii. Hata yeye mwenyewe, I'm sure he has been having issues, but akikuja kwa live interviews anajicompose and then he talks what he thinks is going on. So as patriots, we need to restrain ourselves and speak to the nation, because most people are listening and following. They are following what is happening. Ukiingia una mute kindly ndio tusikue na echoes. So welcome so much. Isaiah, mute kidogo. So welcome all of you. Isaiah, mute. Mute kwanza and then ama ikisumbua rudi toka alafu rudi tena. Sometimes watu wana open so many links, so ukiongea inakuwa na echoes. So I will start with Pesha, Nina, it's long since you appeared on this channel, and tell us what is new. Na kama unafuatilia hii mambo inaendelea Kenya, what is your perspective? Ni Ruto anaonewa ama ni yeye anataka mambo iende hivyo? Pesh huko? Okay. Wacha nianze na Yegon. Yegon, test your mic kama iko sawa.
Mnanisikiza?
Uko sawa wewe?
Okay. So Kenya, mimi nataka kusema I think Ruto is controlling the base and yeah, anajua Kenya anafanya. These things zenye ina happen hapa mnanipata?
Yeah, you are very clear. You are very clear.
Okay, sasa ndio nasema I think Ruto anapenda venye hii vitu inaendelea hivi. As much as sisi Kenyans tunaona huyu jamaa anafinywa, yeye mimi naona tu ana control the base vizuri sana. And the situation yenye ili happen, hata hizo story na arrest, unaona pale Sudi yako hapo, all these things they are political. And ukiona venye jamaa wanaendesha hii game si rahisi, si venye sisi wote tunafikiria. So I think everything yenye ina happen hapa it's happening for a reason, and I think it is favoring Ruto. Yeah,
He's the man of the hour.
yes.
So according to you, was it right for the man to be arrested, just or detained, knowing that he was in Kenya and then he went to Uganda, then they detained him when he was coming back? Was it the right procedure to do that?
I think this guy should have been arrested earlier, the day when they were to go to Uganda. So I don't know why they kept so long so that they can arrest him. But if you see the way these people they behave, the president side, these the allies of the president. I don't think they are playing their game so well, because anything they do, it's favoring the other side of the Tanga. And if you see the current events, the arresting, these are always the patching of these guys of the Tanga, so favoring Ruto. So I don't think if I think this game siasa mi sijui sana, lakini I think there's a scheme to help Ruto win this presidency.
Okay, thank you. My friend, jina yako inaitwa Impwanga. Let me pronounce it well. Impwanga.
Hello, Ekesa.
Impwanga, yes.
Yeah, my name is Imbwaga.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Thank
now,
you.
before you begin, let me read for you this tweet from one William Samoei Ruto. Anasema Turkish investors Aydin Harun is a victim of top-down arrogance bred by patronage and cartels that criminalize enterprises, imposters, good declared contrabands, Africa spirits crossed Keroche, harassed now investors with valid papers labeled terrorists. Tragedy of political pettiness. In light with that tweet, comment on what is happening.
Okay, Wekesa, this country for too long. I've seen that tweet, and honestly, I'm really surprised that Ruto have just woken up today and realized that the government he has been serving in has been frustrating local investors like the Keroche and the African spirit. I'm even surprised that Ruto has been all over in campaigns trying to call other people walevi na watu wa bangi. But today, Ruto has just remembered that the people who he expects to vote for him in 2022 are people who are consuming alcohol that is being produced by Keroche and the African spirit. So this whole thing, I think it is just hypocrisy of the highest order. Ruto is trying to whip emotions, but we've been here before, as in we've seen the likes of Raila Odinga being frustrated the same way he's being frustrated today. They didn't ascend to power. And I've seen someone saying that these things are favoring Ruto. I don't think if they're favoring him. In fact, they're exposing him even more. Because why is he staying in a toxic relationship? Why can't he leave? He should resign. So, in line with that tweet, I think Ruto is trying to lie to Kenyans to try and make them see that he's trying to maybe protect, as in speak for them. He's not. And on that issue of Turkish investor, okay, if this person has valid work permit papers given by the government of Kenya, why is the deputy president of Kenya helping such a person secure a loan of 15 billion to invest in a foreign country, Uganda? So why can this person now look for a work permit in Uganda and work there? Because after all, he's not adding any value to the common citizens of this country by investing in a vaccine manufacturing company in Uganda. So I think this is just someone who is an ally of Ruto, and Ruto knows what he's getting from that man, and that is why we've seen a battalion of lawyers and MPs allied to Ruto going to protect him. Were it that this person is just an ordinary hustler from even Uasin Gishu, you wouldn't have seen the likes of Asudi, the likes of Cliff Ombeta going to the police station and trying to secure his release. And another thing, I've seen how Tangatanga is trying to play politics with all this issue. So they are trying to use this issue of a Turkish man maybe to get a mileage, which I don't think is significant. Because one, we've seen photos of these people from the Turkey embassy sitting down and maybe being denied access to their fellow Turkish man. We understand that this country has a Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Why can't these people from the Turkish embassy conduct the Ministry of Affairs of this country and try to understand what is going on? So I think Ruto is trying to play politics as in trying to paint the picture of this country in a bad way by trying to hook in these people from the Turkish embassy to be seen like maybe they're being denied access, or maybe a Turkish man is being frustrated in a foreign country. So that is what I have to say.
Okay, a question in line with that. So if he is trying to play politics, do you think this politics will favor him or undermine his pursuit for 2022?
I think Ruto is doing rehearsals for the role of opposition after 2022. That is what is known for politicians from the opposition side. We've seen these things Raila Odinga do them. So it is not new to us. He's trying to attract the attention of the international community, a community that doesn't even recognize him right away. So I think it is just politics. It will work well with him in opposition, not in his case to form the next government.
Okay, that is Imbwaka's opinion. Any one or two questions, and then we move to the next person. Any reaction on that? Okay. Can we have Lamech? Lamek?
All right.
You are not audible.
Can you hear me?
Okay. I can hear you, but some echoes.
Let me get mine.
As you change, just mute. Then when you change, you unmute. Namek. Kindly check if you have opened more than one link. There's some funny sound coming out. Okay, let's move to Nyakwar, Paul.
Not Nyakwar Paul, but hello,
Police.
are you getting me?
Yes, Nyakwar.
Nyakwar Police, yani grandson to a policeman.
Okay.
So, according to my opinion, I think Ruto has mastered the mind of the electorate, because each and every electioneering period, you will always get some sympathetic acts from this same guy. when it comes to when we go back to 2013, he brought to us something to do with SGR, which would win us. 2017, again, he started bringing in the story of the Hague so that we can be able to vote him sympathetically. And right now, he's talking about some investor, I don't know, and this lawyer, the senior counsel Sudi, is talking about the modern day farmer. So I think these people are just trying to bring into daylight their tactics so that we can be able to have some sympathy to them, so that we can be able to vote them next year. If you see this particular person, Ruto, who is bringing us some kind of approach of economic, I don't know if it is economic development, which I'm against, something that it's only US that can do it, since US has got the government, the industries, and it is also a first world country. These guys, I don't think if they're moving to the rightful direction, because right now they are talking about deep state, I don't know what, trying to how can I put it, who arrested this particular investor. And in other news, we are told that the investor was arrested by the Interpol. Then I can concur with Mbwaga. Why can't these people last with the Ministry of Internal Affairs so that they can get the very, very right reason as to why this guy has been arrested? And why is it that the guy has been detained, not arrested, detained, and is under police custody? Why can't the Ruto team leave this guy to be investigated so that we can be able, as Kenyans, be able to get the rightful information from the police who detained him? Why? Why is it that when this guy has been arrested, then these people, you find the likes of this quack lawyer, in quotes, Cliff Ombeta, then we get other person like this Abdullahi, is it Abdullahi Grand Mula? Then we have this guy, this senior counsel of the Tanga wing, Oscar Sudi, ranting around instead of letting the police.
Just 1 minute. Nyakwar, yeah. Just 1 minute. Guys, we have just started, and if all of us put on our curtains, it doesn't look nice. We want to see your faces. Huh?
Okay. I think you are referring to me. Can I proceed?
Kindly proceed.
Okay, so I've said that why are these people ranting around, and the person is not from this particular country? And in fact, okay, the government sent KRA to Keroshe as our able deputy president of the Republic of Kenya is saying. And at the same time, he's saying that he wanted to help this investor with some amount, and he contacted Equity Bank, I don't know, 40 billion, I don't know, 15 billion, and this money was going to be invested in Uganda. If, as per my opinion, I think if someone wants to talk about investment, then we can as well adopt the kind of investment that is taking place, the economic approach that is taking place in India, where the Indian government will allow you to establish industries in India. Like, for example, the power bank. You will find a power bank under the name Hyundai, but at the back, you will find it is written made in India. But Hyundai is a Korean industry. So why could this guy just do this? Why couldn't this guy just do this? He could have helped this guy get the, how can we say it? Get their money from our bank, then invest it here in our country. Why are they now ranting around? If the person has been arrested by the so-called Interpol, why are they claiming the government? That's what I can say.
Okay, is there a related Sam? I see your hand up. Can you comment or ask a question?
Oh, thank you, Mekesa. Let me try to answer Mr. Nyakwar Police. Thank you, Nyakwar. You took a little bit of something of investment and doing them. And you say that the bottom-up approach is only functioning in the USA, which I suppose, although USA is in the first class, does it mean that USA just came from nothing to be the way they are? They had to try so many ways of trying to make their economy well-being for their citizens. That's what.
Pardon? I beg your pardon.
I mean,
can you mute the finishes first?
Okay. Second thing, you say that DP tried to help foreigners to invest to another country. Well, one thing I can say, it isn't so good. The second thing I can say, perhaps it's a strategy. He knows himself. I don't know. I don't know. Something is okay. I don't know, but I suppose, and I presume that the other thing which is we have to see that
Sam, just a minute, guys. When you enter, you mute. There are some echoes.
Excuse me.
Proceed, Sam.
Okay, thank you. Somebody's here. I don't know.
Okay. Jamiwan.
Huyu jamaa anaitwa Otis na mwalimu. Azime mic.
Yeah, Otis. There's an echo. Otis. Kindly mute or
acha nimtoe.
Okay. Thank you, Clint. Thank you. There's one thing I wanted to tell Nyakwar before I forget it. About the investment, Ruto luring foreigners to calling whatever the banks or trying to help that foreigner to invest. First thing, we have to notice that there's no foreigner who can invest, or there's no investor who can invest when you can see the environment of the country, the way it's at the beginning of the 1 year before election, people are trying to, they are not willing to. That's one thing. We have to think twice. Me, as for example,
Sam, your network is not clear.
You can hear it?
Your network in Akatika?
No, I think somewhere, maybe people. I'm very much okay.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, that's why I say, nobody can invest in a country whereby they see that they are not stable. Such a thing which is going down the country. People from left to right to go a year before the election. So people have to think twice. They have to think of their own investment. So they have to think twice. That's why maybe he said, no, let me try to put this person a little bit on a side, on another country, hoping that in the next 1 year, perhaps they are going to, the country will be stable so that we can try to find out on a way of bringing up the economy. So it's
Sam. Now the challenge is here.
Yeah.
We are in a country, Kenya, where somebody is advocating for a bottom-up approach, and he has gone ahead and already met his intentions by sharing wheelbarrows and mkokotenis for the youth and others. Wait, I finish. He's promising them a bright future when he becomes president 2022. But on the other hand, when it comes to foreign affairs issues, he's getting foreigners, connect them, get a loan, 15 billion, then you go and invest in a neighboring country, not in our country. So this person has a permit to do business in Kenya, but he's not given that chance to do it here, but he's given an opportunity to do outside. Is he helping us actually? Is he leaving the talk, the bottom up, whatever? I
can say yes, with 3 options. Option number 1, this investor has a working permit. He can invest in Kenya without any problem since 2018, I think 2016, 2018. Maybe he has already invested, but we as ordinary people, we don't know exactly which place or where. Maybe perhaps he has invested. Who knows? This big project. So let us not do things where just speculate issues that we don't know. Maybe he has invested already, but we don't know. But perhaps it will come out. Second, nobody can invest in one country everything. Perhaps that's why you want to invest in Uganda, some other issues, some other industries. So let us not try to put things as if it doesn't function because this person is not seen in Kenya. Third, as I say,
are you trying to tell us that the government, with all its intelligence, has no idea that there is an investor in Kenya and has invested in something?
Well, you know what, Wekesa, you and me and the rest of us here, some of us here, I don't know, we don't have the up-to-date intelligence. Intelligence is paramount. There are issues which are paramount to the country. Not even the top secret, but the paramount. Things which cannot just speculate, things you cannot just put on the air without having a proper way of laying it out. So forget about that thing. So an issue which has come out, that's what we can talk. The things which are still on the background, never try to talk about it. That's one thing we have to understand. Because we cannot just stop things which we cannot see it. We haven't had it. We haven't seen it. So we put that one aside. So whether this person has invested in Kenya or Uganda, right now we know he's investing in Uganda. But in Kenya, we don't know. We are hearing just rumors from, Oscar Sudi. So I cannot believe that whatever he is talking. But I can only believe somehow issues which, like what the DP said, it tried to help him to invest on a farmer's, food farming, economical, I don't know, perhaps, I don't know, they know themselves, which I don't know, and perhaps most of us, we don't know it. So we just put that one aside. Let us talk issues which are there. That's one thing. Okay.
Okay, someone, Ibaka has a question.
Oh, okay, it's not a question as such, but I would just like to request you to be to be balanced enough so that we don't have one person taking more time when others are still waiting on the line.
Okay, thank you for that. Well noted. The next person to talk is Crucial, then Eli Mwiti, then Bernard, and then Edwin, in that order. Yeah, let's take 2 to 3 minutes, and then 1 or 2 questions, and then we move forward.
Oh, hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Right. It's about this issue about this guy getting arrested today, and the information that we're being told that he was arrested by Interpol. How sure are we he was arrested by Interpol? And also, there is some things which are not adding up. We were told, or the other day we saw on the news, the DP saying that he made a phone call to Equity Bank and the guy was granted 15 billion, whatever. I'm sure, somehow there's no way you can just make a phone call and you just get money just like that. You have to have a security. And whether there is a different equity procedure in Uganda, because maybe that's we shouldn't be talking about equity in Kenya, because obviously we all know very well in Kenya, for you to get a loan, you have to have a guarantee. What I can say is, we know very well is it's sort of like it's a political thing which is happening now in Kenya, and we all have to be let's not get sucked in one side. We have to be very, very careful and observing, because I think the reason even why, I think somebody asked the reason why is Ruto not resigning from the government. One thing I can tell you is he's not going to resign from the government, because if he resigns from the government, all the privileges he's kept, they will have that power for him to arrest him, or because that's what they want. They want to put him in prison, and I think that's the next step. And what else can I say? All I can say is we just need to let's not politicize, get too much political about the issue about the DP and the deep states. Let's just watch, because this is gonna be a very, very long Afro cinema till the actual political scenario of going out there kuanza kuuliza kula kura it starts. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just doing this. Okay, 1 or 2 responses on that.
Okay.
Sorry.
I have a question on that.
One person at a time. Who is talking?
Okay. Wekesa, I want to agree with the Crucial Monio that William Ruto cannot resign. And the reason is very clear. He enjoys the immunity by virtue of being the deputy president. Should Ruto dare the government and resign today, the next few months will not be easy on his side. We know this. Ruto has not survived so long outside government. And we know how government can reduce you to nothing. A government can create you, but can also destroy you within minutes. There are very few people in this country who have fought government. Some of them have tried to succeed, but they have not succeeded entirely. So I agree with the Crucial Munio. Ruto cannot resign because of the privileges he's enjoying, part of which is the immunity as a deputy president.
Okay, I also have a response.
Okay.
Okay,
there's someone called Jamiwani. Can you bring your face, my friend? Or are you part of the modern food farmers? Can we see your face?
So allow me to maybe agree.
Yeah, just kidogo saa muache Clinton aongee hata kama amejiita Jamiwani, and then we move.
I'm not Clinton, I'm Jamiwani. I'm reasoning as Jamiwani, not Clinton. So, Wekesa, I beg to disagree with Munio kwamba Ruto hawezi akaresign. Mimi kama mtu nalala Karen, naweza waambia kwamba Ruto ataresign, but wakati wa kuresign ndio haijafika. Pia Ruto kwa sababu amekataa kuresign, ni Uhuru ataresign. Na ni kwa nini Uhuru ataresign? Uhuru anataka maybe by February next year Ruto asiporesign, then Uhuru ataresign kitu June, July huko. Why will the president resign? Kwa sababu hataki kuachia nchi. Wengine mnasema muizi, lakini mimi nasema kwa sababu hataki kuachia nchi William. Jamaa ataresign. Na akiresign, all the opposition leaders will be united, and then one of his trusted lieutenants will be acting as the president, pretending that maybe in 2 months time kutakuwa na election of which won't be there. So ata resign ndio tusikuwe na uchaguzi. But mbona mnataka William resign? Jamaa alienda Zanzibar na huyu mzungu wake 1 month ago. Hakushikwa, huyu mzungu hakushikwa. Juzi wakienda Uganda, amepitia Kenyan airport, sijui inaitwa Wilson. Akaenda Uganda, akakuwa cleared hapo kwa airport. Saizi kurudi ndio shida imekuwa. Why did they clear him? Hii intelligence unaongelea saizi Wekesa haikuangi. The issue of huyu mzungu mimi naona ni purely political, because we want to do everything. Tunataka kuonesha kwamba kila kitu tunafanya should always be against William. So guys,
yeah, Jamiwan, but you have been told that whoever he's not even arrested, he's detained, and whoever is detaining him is Interpol, and it's not the government. So can you comment on that?
But maybe you are mixing up issues. Interpol. I saw a tweet from Interpol.
The tweet was a fake one. It was created by Itumbi, the fake account. You can double check that. It's a fake tweet.
But why was it approved? It was an approved account. So anything you want now, you want to argue that Itumbi is the one?
No, just go back to the social media and you will see the same tweet is being circulated as fake one. Just check.
So okay. Now that umeleta topic, Ruto should be arrested because of this mzungu. Mzungu amekuwa interrogated akasema ni kosa gani wamefanya na William. In as much as you are interested in power, the William Ruto competitors, let us try to reason in a sober way. Let us not throw every mud even where it doesn't deserve to be. Personally, maybe I won't vote for William, but when I see some of the things we do say here, I see some of the things people do towards him, I just feel like he deserves my vote. And I do tell you here, kwamba I will vote him. Ama Kenyans tutampigia kura kumprotect against ICC hii yenye tunaona hii, because we did it before. We protected somebody against ICC. We will vote him again to protect him from the nyangarika ambao wamemzunguka saizi wanataka kummeza. We will vote him. Si lazima lete maendeleo. We will have almost 5 presidents.
Jamiwan, and that is what he has perfected. He uses that because he knows that Kenyans will always vote on sympathy. And I normally remind you, is voting a mercy ministry, such that when a husband dies, we vote in a widow. Is voting a mercy ministry, or we have issues that we need to handle in elections?
So let me answer you on that. Voting should not be a charity ministry, as you call it, but you being a supporter of ODM. Wakati mtu amekufa, for example, my senator Kajwang, wakati alikufa mliendea ndugu yake, asifa kukuwa na mtu yeyote kutoka the larger Homa Bay County. Wakati tulimpigia rais kura juu, alikuwa amenaswa na ICC. Mliona iko sawa. Saizi tukiwaambia, tunaona watu wanataka kufix William. Tupigie William, tumtoe kwa ICC. Hiyo sasa unaona ni mbaya. We did it before. We should even do it right now. Last election, wewe kama mfuasi wa ODM, na hiyo time nilikuwa mfuasi sugu wa ODM, Baba alituambia mwizi sugu Kenya ni rais. Sasa hivi kwa sababu competitor wake ni William sasa ndiye amekuwa huyo mwizi. Why all these names? Tushindane kwa sera bana. Next time Wetangula akishindana na Baba in 2027, Wetangula will be a thief. Why? No man, I don't disagree. William kwa saizi mimi naona William ni mweupe kama pamba. Simu akipiga alipiga kama naibu wa rais. Alisema kwa hiyo the same interview. Amekuwa akipeana advice wa kumsikiza yu wapi. Lakini mnakuja kwa social media kusema anamdharau rais, hafanyi kazi na rais. Wewe leo utoe advice inatupwa. Utoe advice na Weta akitoa tu hivi inaingizwa ndani. Na wewe ndio deputy president. How will you feel? Yeah. Kuna kitu inaitwa East African Community. Ruto akipeleka maendeleo Uganda, shida iko wapi? Amepeana tujenge vaccine, KEMSA wanaiba. Tufanye nini? Hasikizwi. Simu moja tu hivi 15 billion imetoka, vaccine sijui company inajengwa Uganda. Hiyo bado ni East African Community and the president is the chair. Msitulete bana na polisi zenyu na kushikashika watu. Lastly, William Ruto as at now cannot be arrested. Why? Because sisi wafuasi wake ndio insurance cover. Kama vile nyinyi wafuasi wa baba hizi shikwa kwa sababu ya nyinyi. So akishikwa ni kama tumeshikwa. Unaelewa? So then you build your political circle. Uwezi fikia watu ufanye kosa gani? Wanasema tu huyu hatuwezi tukamshika kwa sababu ya watu wake. I want peace because I cannot do this. So arresting William Ruto is a big no, to be sincere. Maybe watakuwa wanajifanya tu hapa kwa kina Sudi, lakini kwa William hawatafika. Man, that's my submission. Acha nirudi mkate.
Okay, rudi nyuma.
You have raised so many questions. Can you listen for response from people before you left?
Okay.
But I'm not happy at all, man.
Okay. Sam, 30 seconds, ask your question,
okay.
Then we go to Ellie.
Okay, thank you, Wekeza. There's one thing I wanted to respond to Crucial, Monio, and Imbwaga. You guys want Ruto to resign. Well, I can say he can resign. But remember one thing. If he resigns, remember he was elected, which means the country has to go to elect another deputy president. Don't, Imbwaga, there's one thing here. Let us not talk just peculiar things. We talk according to Constitution. Second, he can resign, but he's going to resign with his own troops, more than 50 MPs, which means the country has to go another election. So sometimes we have to think twice.
Sam, you are misleading the whole East African community, Sam.
No.
Sam, wajua tunasikizwa hadi US. Sam, ni siku gani deputy president akaresign, watu wakaenda election kumuelect? Na ni siku gani Ruto posed a very serious question in 2017.
Yeah.
NASA mnasema IBC ni mbaya. Hao magavana wote, my MPs na my MCA wamekuwa elected under this IEBC. Let them resign, murudi mchaguliwe vizuri sasa. Mbona ikifika hapa kwa MPs IEBC iko sawa, lakini ikifika kwa presidency ni mbaya. Man, Ruto akiresign, of which ataresign maybe next year, but there will be no by election ya kumtafuta naibu wa rais.
Both Sam and Jamiwan are not doing justice to that subtopic.
So
because what Jamiwan is telling us that somewhere along the line, Ruto will resign, Uhuru will resign and leave the country to some junior guy. Under what constitution is that? Are you quoting that? Then Sam is coming up with. You guys are not bringing. You are not doing justice to that topic. Can you leave it, both of you?
Wekeza, there's one thing here. So you guys want Ruto to resign, but when we just tackle a little bit of one word, is going to resign with some members of the parliament. the UDA members, this one they call the UDA affiliated members. If they are going to resign more than 10 or 20 of them at the same time, at the present time, shit, Kenya is going to be in a chaos country. Let us talk the truth.
Oh.
Let us talk.
Yeah, now you're confusing. You're talking about general election. You're also talking about
politically, not politically, which means
okay, you have made your point. Can let
I
people
finish?
put the
Give me
record
5
straight.
seconds. I finish. Okay, it's going to be chaos in a different way. Not war, but politically it is going to be chaos because it means a new election has to be announced. More than 50 MPs of one time.
No, let me ask you a question and don't answer. Don't answer. It will be a question that is answering your situation. There was chaos in South Africa. Is it continuing or it stopped? Don't answer that. Don't answer that.
That was a former president. It doesn't have to go with that.
He has more crowd following than Ruto, my friend.
Forget about the crowd.
Okay, now
hata nyinyi mlileta ushenzi ya kelele after 2017 general election. Uhuru angependa kuimaliza na military angeimaliza na hakuna kitu.
Okay, thank you. Elimwiti make your contribution. Jamiwan is not adding legal substance here.
man amwezi kuwa hapa eti mko handshake team peke yake. Lazima niingie hapa kumtetea Uncle Willy. In fact, anza kushona koti ya kwenda swearing in.
Elimwit is not around. Bernard, can you continue from there? Then Jamiwan, don't worry. You are well represented.
Relax. I'm around.
Okay, Elimwiti, talk. I have given you that opportunity. I want us to move from handshake to TT side so that it doesn't look one way. And
why are you harassing Eli? Kwa sababu unajua ni mtu wetu.
No, you guys.
Sijamharasi, nimemtafuta yeye ndiye harespond. Kindly, can you take your mic, Elimwiti? I have muted you jamaa handshake Bernard angoje. Wacha tusikize.
Kama nataka niongee after Bernard, I can wait. I have no problem.
No, just talk. I know you guys like playing victim. Even here you want to play victim. We are not arresting you here.
Let me say, Manze, we are not doing justice when it comes to investors in Kenya because in the first place, let's look at it this way. For example, when I decide to invest in Kenya, right now I cannot do it because there's too much going on. And especially with whoever you're going to visit, whoever you see you having a cup of tea with, they'll start looking at you. They'll start missing and looking for you wherever you will be. So it's about who you meet. If you meet, for example, you meet who right now, you are okay. So investors, they are in a very bad situation right now. Whoever is a Ruto's friend, they are in a very bad situation. And for sure, I can tell you, this guy is not whoever they are saying he is. Because for you to get a permit in any country, you go through a lot. So he didn't just wake up one day and get a permit. You see, he went through tests. He's a guy who was cleared all over, from immigration, from NSAS. Yeah, he went through a lot. So it's not about like it's not the way they are saying, but let me say it's because of who.
Where are you getting that information that he went through a lot? We know people who get.
What I mean is
that an assumption.
He went through immigration, through NIS, like he was cleared all over.
Have you ever seen people who get even a passport in the house? They are brought wanaletewa passport.
No.
Somebody processes for them and wanaletea.
Maybe ulipata yako hivyo. Sisi hatukupata yetu hivyo.
That's why I'm saying don't assume until you know things.
I assume sababu work permit sio work permit. Work permit ni work permit ukipata vizuri. So you don't work. These people are foreigners, sio wewe. Wewe maybe ukitaka kuipata unaipata na njia yoyote ile. Wekesa, stop think that way.
Okay,
Anyway.
comment on this, Elim. Elim, comment on this. We are told that on his permit, there are 2 exits from this country, Kenya, but there are not 2 entries. It is showing that he has exited from Kenya twice, but he has not entered in Kenya twice. What is going on?
That is not possible. Someone is right there.
And it is
that
the
is
government.
not possible.
Yeah.
That is not possible. Hiyo sasa mtu akikwambia hivyo,
and that is why he is detained. You know, they don't just detain you for nothing. They have detained him because they have found discrepancy in his own documents.
For how long?
No, you are asking a wrong question.
No, I'm asking because how comes you mtu saizi tu ndio imepatikana? Because the last 5 days or 6 days ameonekana na mtu fulani. Let's stop this guy. Yani tufikirie tu like people who want to be helped.
Okay, do you know the greatest robber that was in Kenya, in central Kenya, alikuwa anaitwa Matheri sijui Kareri? Do you know how many years it took for him to be gunned down? And he was in Kenya.
People know
and he was terrorizing people.
Because kila mtu akikuja aonekane na mtu akikuja aonekane hapa, oh, you are meeting this guy. Hiyo ndio shida tuko nayo. No one want to help us because ukionekana you will be followed up. Anyway, when it comes to Ruto's ku resign, you will not resign because hata kama ni wewe sahi Wekesa, you cannot decide where you work. You decide utakula nini. You will not resign. So mkingojea resign, you will not resign, not unless he has to. Maybe mkimsukuma kwa ata resign. I don't say that because I support him or anything, but I know he will not resign, not unless he has to resign.
And actually, that is not even our topic today. That was yesterday. Today's topic was why it has something to do with the arrest. It has something to do with the arrest. Okay, thank you for your contribution. Ni Jamiwan. Jamiwan, can you mute?
Hakuna mtu kwa background.
Jamiwan. Okay. Let's have Bernard and then Jay.
Let's have deep state. Deep state.
Good evening, everyone. Jamiwan. Nimesikia malilio yako.
Bernard.
Naomba nikujibu. Yes.
Yeah, Bernard, yes. As you make your submission,
yes,
I want to read something here.
Okay.
This is a tweet from Dr. Muhiza Kitui. He says, they will provoke you. If you play their way, then they will postpone election, citing unrest in the country. The current constitution cannot allow postponement of election. Even the pandemic itself cannot, unless the country goes to war. That is their game. Resist kindly. It's only 12 months to go. Okay, make your submission. If you find grace to talk about that, you can.
Umefinywa kwa hiyo kitu umesoma. Umefinywa.
Thank you very much, and good evening to everyone. Now, DP is a senior state officer. DP sits in the National Security Committee. DP is supposed to be the provider of clear light as far as the safety of each Kenyan is concerned. It is alarming how DP and his interest with suspects is worrying to the entire country. That everybody with questionable character, he has an advocate in the DP, whereby he will come out clearly to defend people that are questionable character in terms of how they are in this country and how he helps them get whatever they need to get. Now, that is something we cannot wish away. As Kenyans, we have a right to know what is his interest with suspects. And this is not out of this one person only. We have had cases. DP was in support of Waititu. DP was in support of Sonko. DP was in support of everybody who has been mentioned in corruption, and he will even invoke the name of God. Now that DP believes in God answering prayers when the law takes effect, he should be thanking God right now that there is Interpol that has intercepted somebody with questionable character. He shouldn't be turning the other way around and then begin to defend the person before we investigate who he is. If it is true that his passport or his permit in the country has exits without entry, then it means there are things he is doing that he doesn't want the rest of the country to know. Probably he travels out with the DP without passing through the immigration clearance and bringing things which are not for the safety of the country. And that's something that needs to be investigated. I am a church minister, and we had a case of a pastor who lost his passport. And then he went and got a new one. He started to use the new one. Then shortly thereafter, like after 3 months, the old passport resurfaced. And then he made a blunder to go and use his old passport without checking, only to find out at the immigration when he was going for visa now to leave. He was arrested there, and the claims were that that old passport has been used by criminals, and until he's able to produce the people who used his lost passport, he will not leave the immigration. It had to take the act of God for him to be salvaged from that case. So if the immigration issues on this particular person, DP should not be speaking for the person, and his people should desist from speaking for this person. Let the person be investigated. Let the law take its full course. The excuse that anybody around the DP is suspected, that is not what we have called for. You cannot go dance in the mud with your white suit and then blame us for having stain on your white suit. The moment you begin to dance out with the dogs, you must accept fleas on you. So if DP will not hang out with questionable characters, nobody will question the people around him. But if he continues to hang around with people with questionable character, he will blame it on politics. But it is not always about politics. The security of this country is a priority that we cannot compromise, regardless of who is mentioned in the same. DP schemes of trying to look for sympathy from Kenyans are known from ancient of times as far as his political lifeline is concerned. But I believe by now he needs to outgrow that. There are times when you can be excused to look for votes by sympathy, but you cannot repeat the same tactic every time there is election. He needs to outgrow that and show us what he's made of, so that Kenyans will vote for him for what he's made of, not for the excuses. ICC looking for him, the NSA is looking for him, everybody's frustrating him. Why should you be the only one questioned every time something goes wrong? It is said in our village that if you pass in a village and a child dies, you pass again and another child dies, they will ask you, what is it that you carry around that makes children die every time you pass? We cannot be having questionable things coming from the DP's office and we continue being silent. We cannot be silent anymore. Let the DP come out clear. If he's having shady deals and he has schemed things from Uganda, he wants to transfer them to Kenya, let him come out clean. And if he's in any shady matters, let the law take its full course. The issue that the DP cannot resign, it is neither here or there. The DP can resign. He's not above the law. And the issue that the DP cannot be arrested, he can be arrested even as a DP. The only person that enjoys immunity in office is the president, not the DP. according to the
okay,
my understanding of the constitution. And so, yes.
A question. I got a question here.
Yes.
Who is asking? Who is asking?
It's me here.
Kitch.
Yes, Kitch. Oh, yes, Kitch. Kitch, wait first. I'm giving you a chance to ask a question. So, Bernard.
Yes.
It can be that maybe it's wrong for him to be mentioned in everything, every bad thing, but can it also be like you are assigning a dog a bad name and kill it? Is that the strategy of the deep state, maybe, to assign a dog a bad name and kill it?
Even that animal called deep state does not exist. It is a creation of that office so that they can whip emotions for Kenyans. The deep state looks for people, yes. And we have survived that. In fact, Moi era was worse. If we survive the Moi era, we are having a very nice president who is not as people may think. It is, the DP is known, okay? If he will not get it the right way, he will look for another way of getting it without letting Kenyans know. Bad for him is that
I ask you a question
now know more now than they have known before. So they will not fall for the thing that is trying to sell. Number two, public office is not for people to look for immunity against their breaking of law or their lawlessness. So giving somebody presidency because him being president, it will save him from ICC, it will save him from prosecution. That is the wrong way to go. And as Kenyans, we must reject that. If somebody has a case to clear, let him go clear that case first on his own. Then when he's cleared, let him come and look for public office. But making somebody president so that he can save his skin, I have been against it. I was against it in 2012. I'm against it today. I'll be against it forever. Nobody should use public office to defend themselves. Public office should be used for serving Kenyans and delivering what Kenyans require for a better country. So no voting for somebody because being in office is going to give him immunity and so he can get away with all the wrongs he has done. If we stoop that low as a country, we will have no country to govern. Let us be sober and be vigilant to see to it that we save this country from wrong leaders.
The other contribution you'll make as we progress.
Can I say something?
Yeah, I want Kitch to ask a question, then he responds in 1 minute. We go to Jay, kindly.
Okay, Mr. Bernard, unajua mimi napenda kuongea Kiswahili sana. Mimi huwa sipendi kuongea Kizungu most of the time, sipendi kabisa. Haya, sasa ile kitu nitasema ni kwamba we have been told Ruto ni mwizi na all those kind of stuff, right? Sasa hebu nikuulize, kwa nini all along kutoka ile siku wamekuwa wanamuita mwizi, mbona hawaja convict rafiki hata mmoja wake? Not even one have they. Secondly, tukianza kutreat watu wa kutoka nje hivi, this is the same way Kenyans will be treated out there. Remember in the Dubai case, unakumbuka vile one of the royal alikuja hapa Kenya akakuwa mistreated. What happened? The Dubai government wakasema kutoka waleo wa Kenya mwenye anataka kukuja Dubai lazima atakuwa na degree ya kwenda juu, na wakablokiwa na Wakenya wakaanza kupiga kelele sana. The other time tulikuwaga na shida sijui na one of the Eastern African countries na tukaleta maneno kama haya. What happened? Tukaambua ndege yote inakuja hapa Kenya isipitie hizo nchi zao. Now this is what we are doing. Now wacha nikuambie, if we are doing this kind of a thing, let us come over and sisi wote tukae chini tuseme let us separate. To separate kabisa politics na maneno ya ku break the law. Let us separate those things completely so that mimi nikikuja hapa nikuite wewe mwizi na kabla nikushika nitakuja niseme Bernard alionekana Kisumu, alionekana na gari ya kuiba na hiyo gari ya kuiba mwenye hiyo gari amesema kwamba ni yake na kwamba mwenye alipatikana na yeye ambao ni wewe, sio wewe mwenye gari. Na sasa vile tutafanya ni kwamba tutaenda tumshike Bernard, na tuko na nini hapa, evidence tuko nao ya kutosha. Tukienda pale ni kumweka ndani, ni kwenda tu kuambia judge, ndio huyu mwizi ambao tulisema, ndiye hii ile ambao tulimshika nayo, na evidence ndio hii, tumweke pale. Lakini hii maneno ya kuanza kufanya all these things that we are doing, I'm telling you, wa Kenya tutakuja kuteseka huko nje. I can see most of the people that comes in this platform hapa, wengine wetu na wengine wao wa Kenya wenzetu wao, wengine wako nje huko Europe, wengine wako Arab world. Now, if we
so
start
teach, can I assume you are making your comment because
let me finish in a second. If we keep on doing all this to these people, nini wageni wetu, hivyo ndivyo Wakenya watafanya. In fact, I'll not be super surprised. Unaona Turkey imenyamaza. Turkey ilisema huyu mtu si mbaya. Turkey ikasema huyu mtu si gaidi. Na wamenyamaza tu, hata wanagojea waone vile Wakenya watafanya. Mimi nakwambia kuna Wakenya ambao wako Turkey ambao watasafa tena sana because of this kind of a thing. Unaona? Sasa tumemshika, wakasema ni gaidi, na mjamaa amekuwa pale. I'm telling you, wacha tu treat vile tunawataka. Turkey government imenyamaza tu, inagojea waone vile national wao atatreatiwa hapa. I'm telling you, hawa watafanya the same thing. Asante.
Okay. As much as we need to have good foreign relations with foreigners, that does not mean that we cannot enforce law if it is broken in our soil. And from the information around is that this man has not been arrested by Kenya police, been arrested by Interpol. That is a worldwide wherever police.
No, I have gone to their website on the Twitter. Now I announce anything to that effect. It is absolutely wrong. We are just alleging. Interpol of the whole world. I mean, if you go there, when they do something,
there is how the law is applied in different places. And nations, the diplomatic relations between different nations is also governed by some statutes. So it's not an issue of reacting. I know we had a problem with Tanzania when there was a reaction between Magufuli's policy and Kenyan policy. And those reactions have been ironed out with Suluhu because they were unhealthy for both countries. But all that said, if there is anybody with questionable character, especially when the world is looking for the person, any nation where it's found, including the DP, if the DP goes to wherever, to Dubai, and let's say the ICC is looking for him, they have issued an arrest warrant, they will arrest him from Dubai. They don't have to come to Kenya to get him. So
of course, but like I am saying, what I am saying, Bernard, is we have to separate between maneno ya crime na politics. That's where I'm coming here. I'm coming from that point. Kwa sababu
wale wanavunja sheria amekuja hapa kujitetea. Wale wanavunja sheria wanataka kutumia siasa kujitetea. Kila wakati
sasa sikiza
yakiibuka, kila mtu anadai kwamba anasulubishwa kwa sababu ya mrengo wake wa kisiasa.
Lakini unajua ni kwa nini?
Hapa ambaye basi kubali.
Hebu Bernard, wacha nikwambie. Unajua kwa nini? Unajua kwa nini watu wanafikiria ni siasa? Kwa sababu angalia, wanashika mtu lakini hawajaipeleka mtu yoyote jela. Ni kumuhangaisha tu. Wewe hebu imagine kutoka tuanze kuambiwa maneno ya Kimorel. Tuliambiwa lini? So many years back. Wakashika watu mpaka wa leo.
Kesi zinaendelea.
My friend, hakuna. Na sasa ndio hiyo, acha iendelee, wanaiendeleza. Kwani wewe ukikuja useme mtu ni mwizi na kuna trail ya pesa imeibwa, would you take more than all these years kutrace mwizi? It is as simple as that. Mimi leo nikuja nikwambie hiyo gari ambayo uko nayo Bernard ana gari nzuri sana. Nikuje niseme hiyo gari ambayo uko nayo ni ya wizi, utaniambia? It is very easy to kuangalia kama hiyo gari ni yako. All that I need to do ni kwenda kwa NTCA, waende waangalie, alafu waseme kwa kweli hii gari si ya Bernard, ama kwa kweli hii gari ni ya Bernard. Kwa hivyo tukiwa na kesi na wewe, it's very simple. Kama pesa ya serikali imepotea na wakasema ni 14 billion ama ni 15 billion, they have a way of tracing it. Unaona, wanaweza enda hata kwa bank fulani wamwambie hebu tuone hizi account zako, lakini it doesn't take years. Na kwa sababu it doesn't take years, that's why people are saying ni siasa. You understand what I'm saying? Na mimi nakwambia vizuri, ni vizuri to separate politics na crime. Wewe ni wapi uliona mwizi akitoka tu hivi akienda tu? Tuseme leo hii huyo Haro ni mgaidi na anajua anatafutwa. Atatokaje aingie kwa ndege akuje huku Kenya na akae, na kutoka hapo aende Uganda na ashikwe Uganda arudi hapa Kenya? I mean, you got to be very serious. Na mimi nakwambia haya maneno ambayo tunafanyia watu
tunasahau ya kwamba
hii ndio maneno wa Kenya tutaanza kufanya.
Bernard, wait, Kish. Now, you are talking about politics, but you forget that the whole time you have been here, you're making political statement. You're not even objective. So politics is not reserved for a few people. As long as you're not objective, then you are just playing into the gallery. You're making political statements.
I think you are not getting my point. So, I'm telling you this. Yeah, if the person has broken the law,
you're not listening.
Let them take him to court with evidence. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not putting politics in this.
An arrested person is not a criminal. An arrested person is called a suspect. The reason it's called a suspect is because there are suspicious things about the person that the police needs to ascertain. After they finish their investigation, then they arraign the person to court. So
and I agree with all that. I agree with what you're saying. Unaona, mimi nakubaliana na hayo maneno ambayo unasema, lakini kwani hii maneno yote kutoka 3 years 4 years wakishika mtu ni koti tu, kwani ni nini hii huwa wana investigate?
Okay, hiyo ni swala la koti.
As I conclude, wacha ni conclude Wekesa.
Yeah, but you talk as you listen, because it's not just noise we want to hear. Talk and you listen. So that there is an exchange of information.
Okay, wacha niweke sentence moja alafu nifunge mimi. Mimi vile nitasema na nitaambia Wakenya wenzetu, let us be careful what we do to other international people coming to this country. Unaona, tukiwa treat watu vibaya, they will reciprocate. In fact, hii kimya ambayo Turkey government imekimya nayo, after walitoa a very good information, na wakasema huyu mtu si mwizi, huyu mtu si mgaidi, na huyu mtu yuko straight, na ni Turkey government ilisema, na imenyamaza kimya saa zile mtu wao amekuwa arrested. I'm telling you, hii maneno ambayo tunafanyia wao watu wengine wa kutoka nje, hivyo ndivyo wa Afrika tutaanza kufanywa sisi. And I can assure you, wale wa Kenya wako pale, kuna business people ambao wako Turkey, na maybe wataanza kufanywa maneno kama yale, kwa sababu tumeanza kuweka politics na criminal.
Mambo ni rahisi. Kama
can you allow debate first?
Iko na dosari, atashikwa. Huwezi kushikwa tu kwa sababu wewe ni Mkenya na uko Turkey. Kama uko na immigration issue, utashikwa. Kuna wakati unatoka nje ya nchi, unafika airport, wala kwa attendant wako, utakaa mpaka usubiri ukuwe stamped kuingia. Huwezi kuingia bila kuwa stamped. That will make you in the wrong country at the wrong time.
Okay, thank you. I think now we need Jay to make his statement. He has been very patient. Kish just overran him.
Okay, thank you.
Wakenya wanasema mweke sura.
The moderator.
Wekesa. Wakenya wanataka sura zenu kwa screen.
Ati nini? Guys, hizi curtains ni mingi. It looks like it's a darkness.
Yaani unaita Jack's curtain hata kama wewe ni handshake.
You
Easy
can welcome
curtains.
Clinton now.
Kindly, we
The other
want to
man
see
has
your
left.
face. I will assume those who don't have their faces are modern fruit
I think my
farmers.
face can be seen, right?
Yeah, acha nitoe wenye hawana picha. Kuna wenye wanangojea hapa wako na picha. So wakirudisha picha na waweka. Thank you.
Okay.
Clinton msapanda lamika sana.
Okay,
Huh?
can you guys now hear me?
Okay, can Jay proceed?
Okay. Can you all hear me?
Some mute, some mute.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Wekesa, for the invite. I mean, like, nilijoin late kidogo, but I think nilijoin kama Clinton anamalizia statement yake. But maybe naweza sema hivi, kushiko kwa DP, man, that will be a tough choice, if I have to say. But what I think DP is trying to look for sympathy votes, na ukiangalia zile vitu anajaribu kufanya ni anajaribu ku build up people around him so that they can help him get the votes. But however, if I look at his statements, even it's on record on the TV, what he was talking, the 15 billion that he made a call. Let me just move on. I'm changing the the room, sorry, because the baby started crying because he heard my voice. Anyway, what I was saying is that DP anajaribu to look for sympathy votes, and he has done this severally. But what I think is going on, the government is reacting to what he's doing, which is not good. And I don't think arresting him is a good idea, actually, politically. But the other thing is, like, he has been on record defending people who are perceived by the government to be corrupt or in other way arrested by the government.
Just a moment, Mr. J. I truly didn't want you to go to the next point before you really explain what you meant by him. One, Samuel Ruto is seeking for sympathy. One, let me ask you, it is not him who sent him to be arrested. Two, he did not create all this drama. This drama originated from a different office. So how is sympathy, from all you have said, associated to Ruto? Because it is something you guys are singing here, that Ruto is looking for sympathy. Kindly connect sympathy and Ruto, and then we can now talk.
Okay, if you look at what happened, he actually himself said that he stayed in the immigration for 5 hours, right? To me, a DP,
So if he is delayed,
a DP with the intelligence, a DP. Remember, he's a second in command. He has
just one question.
Jax, let him make the statement.
No, I want him to say as he has said. So let him not bring another issue.
Okay, rephrase your question.
You have said that all this is happening because the DP is looking for sympathy. Him going to Uganda, it was a planned trip. It wasn't a planned drama. The issues that came about is someone's hand in it. And now that he is gaining from it, you now want to say it is him who is gaining via sympathy. My friend, honestly, I want you to connect
Let's
sympathy.
look at this.
Unless you don't understand what the word sympathy means.
I mean,
unless you don't understand what sympathy means, kindly connect sympathy and Ruto. And him being delayed has nothing to do with sympathy. It is just someone not doing his job properly.
In other words, Jay, in other words, Jax is saying, sympathy is a secondary thing. The primary thing was not initiated by him. So why are you focusing on the secondary thing?
I'm focusing on the secondary thing because DP is not an ordinary person. This is the deputy president of Kenya. So even though he wants to put his schedule as a private to Kenyans or to the government, it is not. This is a diplomatic person. So you may want to put your view as a private, but then whatever you are doing, your agenda, it will still be public. So there is no way you can say you're going to Uganda without disclosing the reason why you're going there, and you want the immigration to clear you out. That's the thing.
So how is sympathy? Honestly, I just want to, because you have said he's looking.
So
for
the thing
sympathy.
is, he did not want to disclose the reason.
Jay, you said.
Wait. I explain. Give me a second to explain my point.
Listen, sir. Tell me, how does one person being denied some of his duties simply because, as you say, he cannot act as a private citizen? How does that influence me as a voter to have sympathy on him? Honestly, if you can link sympathy to him, then maybe you'll be making a point. But if you can't, I encourage.
So this is how sympathy comes in.
Sympathy go together. He's been crying victim. He's been crying victim everywhere. He's crying a victim in Kiamba, crying victim going out of office, crying victim. He went to the airport to cry victim. In fact, he must have had information he will not be let out. So he went there to prove his point.
Thank you very much.
Look into this.
Everybody get your point. Huh?
These guys have interrupted me. I didn't even finish like 2 minutes.
Let me No, wait. You see, Bernard has interrupted rudely and acting all smart.
He only interrupted and interrupted.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, Jax. Jax will have your time.
After
Jax will have your time.
I'm giving you an opportunity.
No, Jax,
kindly.
Jax, you'll have your time. Let me finish.
I have a question.
Let me finish.
I am giving you the opportunity to ask a question. I'm saying,
and then you continue.
Wait fast. This is what I'm saying.
Has said that Ruto went to the.
I was the one talking. How do you ask Bernard the question now?
To look for sympathy. Honestly, I think unless I failed in my English exam, how do you go looking for sympathy? How do you leave a noble office?
I think we have answered that, Jax. Yes, we have answered
so many of us, and you are here saying that he was looking sympathy for who?
Look into this, Jax.
We have answered.
I think you are talking more than you are listening. Jax, you are talking more than you are listening.
I'm creating an opportunity for you, Jay. I'm saying after Jay, we go to Jax. So, Jax, you will make your point there, kindly.
I'm asking, who are these sympathetic voters? You know, some of these people create such big words which they cannot verify and allocate its meaning. You see,
thank you. Let him answer.
Moment, Wekesa. It's one thing to say one was looking for sympathy. It's another thing to prove how. So, Bernard, don't be here acting all smart and wise, thinking that leashing out some statements will cow anyone. We are here tonight asking you, kindly tell us, who are these sympathetic voters? Where is their constituency? Where is their county? How do you trace the sympathy?
Jax, you have met your point and we have understood. Bernard, kindly don't answer.
Okay.
Let Jay finish and then Jax, you can now make your sympathy argument there because you are the next person.
Let me finish by this.
You're acting weird.
Jax, I think you can remember.
Just a moment, you see. If Wekesa is then you attack the person.
We cannot move on with this if Jax is all interrupting, man.
You keep interrupting him.
So, Jax, I just want to refer you to your supporter or those who are supporting DP. Clinton mentioned that the reason why they elected Uhuru and Ruto is because they were facing the ICC, right? And so there were those sympathy votes that they got because they didn't want them to face that ICC case. So these are the sympathy votes which are likely to swing. And Ruto now understand that there are voters who are not voting because they really want them, but because they don't want them to face a bad thing. They're swinging into that play. How is that coming into play? That's the question. The question is, if I'm explaining that question that you asked, how is that sympathy coming into play? When this guy went to immigration, I did say that he's a diplomat and he has to explain what he's going to do with his business in Uganda. He's not a private person. For me, I can fly to everywhere I want without even explaining. But him being a DP, he has to disclose what he's going to do. And so since he did not do that, he was not cleared. Why was he staying there for 5 hours as a DP? Even he has intelligence. He's a second in command. He has intelligence to know what is happening around, and if that could happen, then he can go at his home. Karen was just near. He can go back and see if things can get better or whatever. But then the next day, he went to a TV station to say what happened and trying to seek the sympathy votes. Like, this is what happened to me. This is, like, who does that? And you're saying that it's not a sympathy vote. He's simply seeking a sympathy vote. He goes to a TV station, tell the people, this is what happened to me. I stayed there for 5 hours. Nothing happened, whatever. Uhuru is a lame duck president, but in my opinion, I'm going to do better. What is that?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Jay, thank you.
All right,
now
thank you.
I was mentioned Bwana Wekesa na Jay. Maybe kwa dakika moja tu.
You are in darkness. Cut up your hand.
Mimi naitwa Clinton.
Yeah, I thought you are Jamiwani, the fruit farmer. So can you proceed?
Nimekuja kama Clinton. Sasa Jay, umeulizwa swali na Jakes about sympathy. Unasema if William is delayed at the airport, being a diplomat, angetoka tu aende kwake Karen, akae aone kama things can get better. You wanted to travel. Going back home, how will things get better akirudi Karen akae? And again, you keep on mentioning the intelligence that the DP has. Yes, ako nayo. Ndio maana hata alitoka kwake kwenda kutravel. So we don't know who is wrong in this. Maybe the government, and we can't blame the government because DP is the government as well. Na pia hatujui kama Ruto pia alijua vizuri the president hayuko Kenya and he's the acting president, so hafai kutoka juu hatungebaki na rais. So when you keep on telling me about the sympathy that the DP is looking for, hadi unasema akienda kwa TV station, hiyo bado ni sympathy. Kwani ulikuwa unataka hao watu wa TV station waende waka-interview?
Well, thank you for your question, Clinton.
Ruto ndiye alizuiliwa kwa airport. Akienda kuulizwa ni kwa nini ulizuiliwa aseme, hiyo pia imekukasirisha. Unasema ni sympathy. Ulikuwa unataka waende wa interview nani? Yeah. Ni wewe ama party leader wako? So the DP bara tumheshimu hata kama hatumuungi mkono. What was done was wrong. Right now, what I am sure the guy may be what? Huyu jamaa anaweza kuwa Al-Shabaab, yes. Lakini mbona alitravel na DP kwenda Zanzibar hapo? Mbona amekuwa Kenya, huyu deep state Wekesa anatuambia amekuwa akiingiaga mara 2 lakini sign ako nayo moja. mbona hizi sarakasi zote amefanya hajaishikwa? Sasa hii ya mwisho hii ndio kwa Kenya wamejua, ama the system ama inaitwa the intelligence wamejua kwamba jamaa ana exist Kenya na ana operate
Clinton.
Okay, Clinton,
realistic. Alafu wewe na mambo na sympathy, elewa sympathy.
Clinton.
Kuna definition ya sympathy hapo.
Clinton. Do you know why they say, I'm using this as a proverb, I'm not attacking anybody. Do you know why they say that siku ya mwizi ni 40? Which means that 9 days you may not be caught. Are you getting the point? I don't even comment on that. It was just a statement.
So siku yake ya 40 ilikuwa imefika. Man.
So if I react to your point, Clinton,
don't make a mistake of arresting William Ruto. Sisi wafuasi wake tumemprotect.
No. I don't even advise the government to arrest him. What I'm trying to say is
you
that
have asked your question. Can you allow him to respond?
Yeah.
Or you are taking over?
The question about the deep state, I wish if the deep state was existing, then I really want to be part of it. The question of the DP, going back to Karen from the immigration, the thing is, the DP is a diplomat, and he has all the contact to contact people from immigration and know how to live. As in fact, this guy doesn't go through the queue as we do. You know, so they have a special way of acknowledging them, so they can go through the other door, and they have a faster way of checking out. So the question about him not having contact to immigration, doesn't work. I mean,
so
automatically.
Immigration simu eti nataka niende Uganda. How will I be allowed to travel? The same phone alitumia kucall Equity akapeana pesa. The deep state.
Oh no. He just needs to disclose his trip to Uganda.
Hapa venye hiyo simu alipiga kwa Equity ni mbaya. Angepiga kwa airport wewe kama J.
Thank you, you two guys have met your point. Thank you, you two guys have met your point. Can you just talk now?
Your point, but tunaweza kaa chini tuone huyu anaongea kwa sababu ana hate huyu jamaa, Let us look at the really.
Lakini wewe wacha nikuulize, unapiga simu 15,000.
Jay, for the sake of others, kindly let's minimize our contribution. We can talk, but we are just repeating ourselves. Can you just make his contribution kindly?
Wewe kama moderator tuambie, in as much as tuko na pande zetu za kisiasa, let us make our points according to the current situation that the country is having. Hao watu 400 wana watch hapa, wengine hata hawana msimamo wa kisiasa, but they want to know what are these guys saying about these terrorists that were arrested. Why are these?
Those are the sympathy votes.
Then now you see the sympathy votes is the reason. Just look at that.
You are avoiding to talk about
it. Jay, you have met your point. We have understood. Can you allow now? Can we have Jonathan ask a question, then Jakes to just briefly, kindly, and then Jakes to make his comment. Jonathan, I see your hand. Ask a question and not a contribution, kindly. If it's a contribution, wait, I give you the chance.
Oh, how are you all? What I want to say is, you remember the Artur Argasian and Artur Margarian. How did they end up into Kenya? Do you remember the story? So we need to think about all of those things that when they were in Kenya, they came into Kenya and they live in Kenya for so long. That's what I want to ask, or to ask you guys.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Jakes, can you make your contribution?
Okay, good evening, everybody, and it's good to be here. Thank you, Ekesa, for job well done. Now, I don't know where to start. I see Bernard laughing, and I know he knows what he has done. I see Jay behind the scenes acting all smart and looking all say having said all he has said, thinking he has done any harm to the millions and millions who are behind this one guy, this chief chicken seller, William Samoei Arap Ruto. Now, we have been here before. Miguna Miguna is not something we have forgotten. He was prosecuted and hard. He was crushed. He was sent away as if he was a dog not born by a human being. We saw him being thrashed into aeroplanes without even shoes. He had to wear slippers. We have been here before. We have prosecuted people and hard simply because they don't dance to the government's tune. Because he saw Baba in, he was a criminal immediately. He was termed persona non grata to our nation simply because he participated in an illegality. But Bernard cannot see that simply because it is not affecting his candidate at the moment. Simply because this time it is Ruto. We are here banishing his name, calling him all sorts of names. But let me ask you for free, young everybody here, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think the DP is as stupid as you want to portray him to be, that he cannot differentiate between a criminal and a normal person. Bernard has asked, how comes that it is everybody who has a dirty garment is associated to DP? I also want to ask him for free, how comes people who have even killed and have been caught on camera are associated with Baba, but simply because they have been sanitized in Capitol Hill, we don't see their cases prosecuted publicly. So we cannot be here bashing somebody simply because he is not the favorite of the handshake, he's not the favorite of your candidate. We should call bygones bygones, we should call a spade a spade. And Wekesa, by the way, I love your saying umesema, but there's also this saying that says siku ya nyani ikifika ya kufa kila mti uteleza. Wametumia so many things. They used the word hustler, they wanted to criminalize it, but woe unto them, it did not happen. They wanted to introduce a law to criminalize hustler nation. That didn't happen. They called Ruto Mwizi, that one did not stick. They called him Arap Mashamba, that one did not stick. They have called him all sorts of names. Has that one stopped us from supporting him? Hell no. Will this terrorist linkage reduce us from supporting him? No. If that is what Jay is terming as sympathy, so be it. This man has worked hard. He has, as Wekesa yesterday said, he has campaigned over the 4 years. While you were busy selling us a useless document in the name of BBI, this man was busy doing harambes. This man was busy going to the mountain, was busy going to the coast, even if you want to call them handouts, he was doing something while you guys were sleeping around saying respect the president, praising the handshake. Now it is not about the handshake. The tire has met the road. People want to see candidates. People want to see people with substance in between their ears. We want to see leaders, and the leaders we want are people who are, when we call them, they answer to our cry. You know, we are here saying how Interpol is doing its job. Yet when the Embu brothers were killed, Bernard, you have not said anything. Wekesa, you're here bashing Ruto. Why have you not supported two of your own brothers who have been killed brutally by the police, and they are one of your own? So we shouldn't be here acting all smart, all clean, all wise. Yet our nation really has a lot to be desired. The other thing, we cannot wash our dirty linens in public. Let me ask you. We bashed Uganda. Uganda has taken us to court. Now Turkey is awaiting to do the same. What country are we building? We used ODM members to terrorize Museveni and his way of doing business and the way of leadership. And yet this is a nation that we want to be in good terms. My friend, we cannot always, as much as we hate Ruto, let's keep it to let's keep our affairs internally. Let's not go and export it. We can deal with Rigathi, we can deal with Moses Kuria, but zikishavuka border, we need to respect our neighbors. We need to respect foreigners. We need to respect them, because tomorrow Bernard utakuwa in the plane. You don't need to be called a terrorist simply because atulingia kwa inchi na hakuna record inaonyesha ulingia aje. It is not your fault. It is the fault of the government. Someone somewhere is sleeping on his job. Someone failed to to record this statement. Someone somewhere did not do it correctly.
No,
It means
Jakes,
we
you
have
cannot say that.
just a moment. It is my time. It means we have a porous border. Someone has asked you how comes Altuma Garian were in this country. It means someone somewhere is allowing people to enter our nation, and when they are not doing the correct thing, that is when we bring the terrorist issue and all. So we should allocate these issues to the
allowing
correct
them to enter the nation to see the DP.
Listen,
Complete your statement.
We need to do these things correctly. This person even has a permit to do business. This person has been registered to do a lot. So it means somehow he entered into a government office and someone cleared him. So someone either took some money to allow this man to be in the nation. So if he's a terrorist, we have aided terrorism. We have aided terrorism by funding it in either whatever way we have funded it. And the other thing, the Turkish government.
I want to divide your contribution into two. Allow 1 or 2 questions, then you finish the last part, and then we have maybe 1 question, then we move.
Just one moment, I finish the last point.
Okay.
We have seen such stance before. We are saying that Ruto is good in creating sympathy and all. And I heard Jay say that even ICC, he created it so that he gets sympathy. My friend, he worked very hard to clear his name. If you have proof that he used it to gain sympathy, kindly take it to court. In any case, it is wrong to create a public opinion of where we bash our leaders simply because you don't ascribe to their political side. So if Jay, you have a problem with the DP, kindly keep it to yourself. You don't need to bash him saying that he's looking for sympathy. We are not sympathizers. We will vote for him. I told you the other day, and I'll repeat it here. The reason as to why we are vaccinating our people, the reason as to why we are keeping
Wekesa, my name has been mentioned, please,
is to protect
several
our
times.
votes so that we vote for
my name has been mentioned several times. Let me say this. The fact that Ruto and Uhuru seek sympathy vote during the ICC, it's not because I said it, but your partner, Clinton, mentioned that. So I was actually reacting to what he said. So it's not me who say that. It is your partner
so
So
you've answered
person.
Jakes by mentioning me. That's an answer he wanted.
No, he alluded to that. I'm the one who said it. I'm not the one who mentioned that.
Quiet. That was my point.
The other thing, let me tell you. Let me tell you another point. The thing is, Wekesa, just hold on, please. I come from Rift Valley.
Clinton will say we are being targeted. Don't mention his
Yes,
name.
I come from the Rift Valley. To be honest, I am in the same. I don't want to call my my language, but I come from the same region where Ruto comes from, and I can tell you, if you say that Ruto is helping people, there are so many people in my village who are calling for help in Kapsabet, if I want to be precise, but they're not getting it. Why? Because this guy is focusing to get the votes. He believes that he has the votes in Rift Valley, and he's not doing it in Rift Valley, and so he's focusing elsewhere to get the votes. I come from Rift Valley, my friend. Don't tell me anything. So if that is the thing, I can tell you the truth that this guy is doing everything to get the vote. So the other thing you mentioned, I think it was about
because he comes from Rift Valley, we are not allowed to ask him questions because he is a neighbor for the DP.
I think this guy.
I'm just alluding to the fact.
No, that is just his form of contribution.
We don't care.
And he's using it as a fact. You know, sometimes you say it's
nothing like a fact.
Nothing like
he's saying he's on the ground, and there's on the side of his ground there's nothing happening, while the other ground things are happening.
Can you prove for us that in his ground nothing is happening?
He has said he comes from there, so why don't we believe it?
Let me ask you a simple question.
By the person on the ground. Jay says he comes from that locality. Are you not believing his report?
Ben,
Wekesa, Bernard, before you support Jay, Bernard, before you support Jay, listen, before
everybody mute.
It is me on the floor. Before you support
yes,
Jay,
it's your chance, Jakes. Continue.
This young man told us that he is not even in the country. So whether or not he comes from Eldoret or whether he comes from Wasingishu, his vote, as far as I'm concerned, is not relevant. Hii ni fimbo ya mbali ambayo haiwezi ua nyoka. So what was I saying before I was rudely interrupted by Jay? You know, it really doesn't matter where you come from. We can always mention leaders and the places they come from where we have rampant poverty. We have Gideon Moi from Baringo, there is poverty there. We have Kimani Ichung'wah from Kikuyu, there is poverty there. We have Didmas Baraza from Western, there is poverty there. We have anybody, mention a leader and tell me which leader is leading billionaires. Tell me a leader who is leading millionaires, and I'll show you so many leaders who are leading Kenyans who are not employed, Kenyans who at times work so hard to have a plate of food. So you cannot be here telling us that Ruto comes from your area and in your area people are poor. My friend, even my own councillor, he's leading people who cannot make it to see the night with food on their table. So please, that is not an excuse to even bring on such a
last month.
I don't think you got my point. I don't think you guys got my point. The point is he
some of us
has
are
much
waiting on the line, and
outside.
it looks like there are some few people who are just talking.
Kindly, Jay, we have accepted the same way you made your point about mercy. We accepted it. We have accepted Jax's point. Now we want to move to the next person. This banner is hiding his name. I think it's Mwangi.
Wekesa,
you have a question?
Wekesa, I see political temperatures are rising, and so are the emotions.
I know.
But I would really want to advise people supporting DP. I called, is it Jacoredo, something of the sort?
Man,
you see,
we don't need advice because we know you affiliation.
The Clinton,
so
I see, is really emotional about this politics. You know, this
there are so many curtains, guys.
So don't be so overpowered by emotion, because the next day you'll see Raila Odinga and Ruto shaking hands, and your bitterness will not count at that time. So the Tanga people should lower the expectations. We are in Kenya. This country is ours. From experience, somebody like me, I've supported Raila Odinga since 2007. We've been heartbroken. We've had high expectations. But after every election year, we are disappointed. So Tanga guys should lower the expectations. This country, politics works in a mysterious way. You'll think that your man is unstoppable. Then in 2022, you'll be reading on your screen.
Thank you.
The opponent.
I think just to make it in summary, because I want us to flow. We got to Mangi, then yes.
Okay, what I'm saying is the people supporting the DP should lower the expectations. Check their emotions. They should not be so emotional. Some of us, we are talking here, we don't, even Ruto doesn't know us, Raila doesn't. They're just trying to be their fans. At the end of the day, is whoever wins, maybe we anticipate is going to help us all. So hizi emotions iishe. Hao watu ni siasa tu, kama mpira, unashinda leo, unashindwa kesho. So watu watulie.
Wekesa, I have a question for Imbwaga.
Briefly, kindly, Mwangi is waiting.
Imbwaga, you rightfully said that since 2007, you have seriously been supporting Baba. That is to say, since 2007, your presidential vote has never made it to make your candidate win. So that is to say, you cannot sit here and advise people who came out kumera and made Uhuru the president and Ruto is running mate, while your vote made Baba be the people's president with no official jurisdiction. So honestly, if you are here lecturing us on our expectations, on
What I'm
cooling our
saying is,
horses,
let us
in
resolve.
any case, let me finish. I even haven't asked your question. In any case, it means you have no moral jurisdiction to lecture anyone on on how someone should behave while they are supporting a candidate. While very well your candidate has never made it to any meaningful position unless it has been negotiated. So your point, as you are
No,
saying that
Jakes,
we as
Jakes,
Tangatanga
Jakes,
should
you
pull
are
our
missing
horses.
the
You
point. The
cannot,
point
you can,
is
you
need to manage your loss. We have lost. We did not ban the country. We have lost. We have accepted and moved on. You also need to prepare
Listen
to
to
accept
Bernard saying
and
you have
move
not.
on. That's what you are
Bernard,
being told.
Bernard, if we
So
talk about running our country,
Jakes,
just one
you said
moment.
you are
Bernard has
asking a
mentioned
question
me.
kindly.
Bernard
You
has
said
okay,
you
mentioned
are
let me,
asking a question,
yeah,
let
and
me,
then
Bernard
it is
interrupted.
becoming
Let
a
me
back
ask.
and forth.
Let me ask the question
Kind.
then. Yeah, Bernard is saying that you lost and you didn't ban the country. There are so many people who are rotting in the grave simply because you did not accept the election. So you cannot even dare go there. So in
Okay,
Boaga
thank
No,
you.
and Bernard,
Jakes,
please
Jakes, get
don't
your
say
okay,
that
facts right.
Bernard,
These
thank
people
situation
you.
is where
started
it
to
is
die
because you
even
guys have
before the
never
elections
achieved
took
anything.
place. It was
Thank
not
you.
the
Thank
result.
you. We have heard you
Jakes.
guys. Thank you.
Okay,
Guys,
Wekesa, let me just respond. Just a minute. But because our candidate has been losing, we don't
kindly
have the
hold. I'm
moral
coming
authority to
back to
advise
you.
on
I'm
issues.
coming back to you
The,
kindly. The debate is not ending with right now. We are still coming back the second round. Kindly, guys.
Wekesa, watu
Can we
wanasema
have
peana
Mwangi?
chance kila mtu
Can we have
aongee juu
Mwangi make his
kama
contribution?
anataka
Because
kutoka.
even after Mwangi talks, you will still have questions. So you can blend your questions, guys.
So Wekesa, niko na announcement kidogo. Watu
Yes.
wanasema hapa peana kila mtu aongee. Juu yule mwenye
Yeah.
ameongea maybe anataka kutoka, atoke wengine waingie.
Ndio nasema I think maswali haishangi kwa debate. I can assure you each and every person akiongea utakuwa na maswali. So saa zingine sio lazima uulize maswali yako ishe. Okay. Can Mwangi make his contribution kindly?
Okay, thank you very much. Nimekuwa nikifuata hapo vizuri sana. Despite that the temperatures kidogo leo ziko juu kidogo. Well, I start with who? Iboga mentioned something here about lowering our expectation. No, we don't do that. We don't lower any expectation here. We're actually going higher than that. About us accepting defeat if we lose, that's not a big deal for some of us. But we'll fight to the end until we see that we have the win. Now, what I wanted to say about the DP should be arrested. Just try and then see what happens. But before even we go there, this guy will be deported. From my sources, I know, and they're planning to deport him even maybe by Monday, even before we go to court. You know, if we go to court process, the guy will win, but he'll be deported as soon as possible. This is all political. You'll be so naive to tell us that this is not politics. So naive. You'll be so ignorant to tell us that that guy was arrested because he's at the Interpol. Kwani Uganda hakukuwa na Interpol? Hawagemshikia huko. Interpol zimefika Kenya leo. Arafu amekuwa akitembea everywhere in Africa. He's an investor in so many African countries. So leo tu after the DP association ndio amejoin Interpol. Actually there's no Interpol involved here. It's totally internal thing here. Hakuna Interpol hapa. Okay, on the other thing about there's Jay there who said that about people being helped. Hey, if we start even going there, I don't even know who Raila has helped so far. And then you guys, you are concentrating so much on our candidates. Why are you not selling your candidate? Because everybody here is talking Ruto doing Ruto every time. Who is Ruto to you guys? Can you sell your manifesto? Ruto has sold his so far as a bottom, as the economic model.
Mwangi, let me just correct you. Kindly check the headline. Sometimes people are victim of the headline. And most of the time, headlines are the current issues happening. And so if I said, like when we were beginning, that he's privileged because he's controlling the headlines, and most of the time the things discussed are current affairs. So, and that's why you see people going back and forth, because it's the headline guiding them.
And that's my point to Kesa. Why is Ruto the headline? That's my point.
Yeah, in fact, we were to change, then something happened today, and you see, even I just going from statistics of what has been happening. Even if
Let
we
me
put
help
a
you. You can
different
also
topic
buy
here,
to be on the headline. You don't have always to be made on the headline. If you are not featuring, you buy to be put on the headline, and that happens every day.
I'm not talking about this platform. I'm talking about in general. Kenya, of course, even trading, everything is Ruto. This guy is serious. This guy is the most serious candidate we got right now. If they are to face hard in hard on a Nico platform with Raila, he'll beat Raila 10-0 very early in the morning, my friend. Only that now Raila has a backing of the system, which is now depending on propagandas and political whatever. What do we even call them? Political intimidations, at least to win a point. Because whatever is happening right now, and then somebody said that Ruto is trying to win sympathy votes. My friend, we don't need sympathy votes from any person in this country right now. Ruto or for the other people winning sympathy vote for what? This guy got masses. A guy who goes to Nyandarua takes a seat, goes to Kiambu takes a seat, goes to wherever, goes to Kisii takes the second position in a matter of less than 6 months, and you tell me that is a guy who needs sympathy votes? What are you telling me? This guy does not need your sympathy votes, my friend. He's a guy who has posted everything possible on the floor. You accept it or reject it. But let's stop these political intimidations everywhere. Arresting this guy is just a political intimidation to show Ruto how low he was or how he is not. Alafu, the last thing, kuzuiwa kwa airport. Boss, Ruto was just in Uganda the other day, hakuzuiwa. Uhuru, if he was the one to give him the clearance, was not in the country. For your information, Ruto is not cleared by Uhuru. Tuanzie hapo. But there is a system that works for Uhuru against Ruto, not necessarily Uhuru working. And that is a system that implicates Ruto in every propaganda that's running around. Lazima watafute jina ya Ruto weke hapo. Ulisikia hata COVID billionaires, they try to pull his name there. But that agenda did not sell because Ruto was not pulled in. That's why COVID billionaire story died, simply because Ruto was not there. You see, these are political propagandas trying to demean the popularity of the deputy president in his ascending to power, and they will not work. So, at you trying to arrest him, he is not arrestable. Tell me who you'll set to arrest him, and tell me what will happen next. That's my contribution tonight.
One interjection, please.
And let it not be a contribution, a question, or a short comment.
Mwangi, why is the DP the aid to people with questionable character? Why is his office clearing people who have issues? Even from the fact that he is able to make a phone call and the bank releases money to an investor. Don't you see that is irregular?
I can answer that in a very short statement. One, the deputy's office has no moral authority to clear anybody. It is not his office that cleared this guy. It's not his office that offered this guy a working permit in this country. This guy is just a businessman like any other businessman that we are involved in daily activities. Even you're involved with other businessmen. Some of them have worse history that you can even imagine. But now, when it comes about that. And by the way, to be linked with something does not mean actually you are that something, unless they come up with a clear proof or evidence that actually this guy is involved in any terrorism or is a terrorist sympathizer. That has not been done yet. But then you just take somebody who is in a flag list and then say that it is deputy president who cleared him. You'll actually be shocked that this guy has dealt with many other leaders, probably including the president himself before. But now, because that they have not reached that point, only the name of the deputy president appears on the list. That is the main concern. But actually, you'll find that he has even dealt with many other big people in this country before. But just because William Ruto was somehow involved, now,
that is probability, Mwangi. The
yes,
question
it's
is
probability.
clear. Do investors have to land in DP's office before they invest in Kenya or East Africa?
They don't have to.
Does the DP's office have a branch for investing in Kenya?
Not a problem. Listen, a president, a deputy president is a citizen of the country. He got his interest as a businessman at his own capacity. If peradventure they met with an investor and they agree to help each other at whatever level, at personal capacity, that's up to them. There is no any constitution that bars the vice president from engaging in any legal business in this country. None. So if they meet with any business person and they agree to help each other at their own capacity, that's okay. That's okay. What's wrong with that?
It is irregular for the DP to use his influence to get investors, get any way in terms of getting money from any bank or any quarter.
What do you mean?
If that is how things operate, it's irregular. It's like me coming to see you in your office, and I need to be, because your boss is my friend, you have a business deal with me. I go to your boss so that your boss commands you to accept my deal, even when you are against it. That is an influence.
I think Bernard, let me just answer this, but I think, Bernard, you have a very shallow knowledge on how investment network works. My friend, anything that you see going on, any big thing, it's about a network. It's about who did you know. Anything. By the way, somebody said your network is your net worth. If you don't know anybody, you're actually nothing. You don't have anything. Your network is your network.
That is the doorway for corruption. That is the corruption we are fighting.
No problem. Listen here. If I know I have a friend in South Africa who is influential, who can help me invest there, I'll definitely make a call. And you make the way easier for me. That is not corruption. There's nowhere that one is applied as corruption. Tell me how that one is corruption.
Your friend should not be the DP.
So,
Bernard,
allow me
when
Wetangula was selling, just one moment, Bernard. When Wetangula was selling fake gold to Arab nation, what in the world was he doing? Honestly.
Exactly. And when Raila
allow me to educate Bernard. Bernard, right away.
So are we here to shortlist the scenes, or we point out and say this is scene whether it's in left or right? Can we do that? Because I remember the same issue of gold was prosecuted by your team, and we were bashed and we accepted. When it's your turn, you want to. When it's your turn to be bashed, you want us to treat you like holy cows.
We have no cows in Tanga.
You see, Wekesa.
That's why I use the word holy, because you have
cows
to be holy.
We did not know about the DP aiding investors until the DP went on national television and said it. If he helped the person as a friend and it was nothing for national interest, why did he share it on the national platform? Those are the things that are making us rise goes on in the DP's office. Is it an aid to people who have questionable characters? Does he have a hand in this person entering the country without getting clearance from the immigration?
Bernard, stop being an hypocrite. Almost every week, your so-called Baba posts photos with different investors, meeting investors from Russia, meeting investors from blah blah blah, meeting investors. Have we questioned? Have we
Baba does not meet
not helping bank.
As long as you know the problem is as long as
why when Ruto it's now becomes a question.
But
Give us a break.
Baba does not do that, and if he does, he does not go to the national television to say it.
So okay. I see we are going in circles. Can we now proceed? I am giving Partai or
Wekesa, let me just wind up 1 minute, Wekesa. Let me just say this, Bernard. Bernard, you should know the difference between business and corruption. I think that there is you don't understand what is business and you don't understand what is corruption. You are completely mixing the two things. If you are to say about corruption,
it is not me not understand. I said it is an avenue for corruption when somebody uses his office to influence decisions elsewhere.
Yeah,
that's
true.
It's not corruption. That is not
it
corruption.
Is corruption, Bwana. Mwangi, stop. Mwangi, you know the problem with you people. You don't want to be told the truth.
The problem
that is the problem. Okay, what is the simple definition of corruption? Just tell us. If you're using your office to cut deals for your own
posting this post that Baba met the Matatu people, and because he met them from Monday they will be carrying full capacity. Now that he met them, is that not due influence? If you can be able to use your position to attract something good, how does that terminate to corruption? Let's be honest, Bwana.
I'm very happy that
guys, the challenge we are having, we are just reacting to information. I wish we prosecute this topic seriously. We are here for posterity, because the 2022 will come and go. One person will be president, but these issues were there with Artur and whatever. Now they have come with this idea. It will come after 2022. It will come with a different form. And even you see, when you look at in Parliament, the MPs were arguing. Now those who are passing the draconian rules of security laws are the ones crying loud. So these things change. Even us, in the side of handshake, we are not safe. And can we debate soberly, because it doesn't go one way. It doesn't go one way, and we need to look at it when we have issues to do with foreign investors. By the way, have we ever talked passionately about Kenyans who are suffering in Dubai, or where they are the way we are protecting this Turkey guy, and we don't know even him?
Yeah,
and those Kenyans in Dubai are hustlers, and this is a dynasty from Turkey. We are not talking about that.
It is the same thing I asked you. Why are we not talking of the two brothers who are in Nembo? Why do you want us to criminalize someone simply because
I'm not the one who set the topic? I'm always objective. I call by the topic, and that's the reason why I'm trying to bring in that one is because you guys are crying as if we are unfair to you. No, we are just prosecuting the topic. If your guy is recurring in the topic several times, we will mention him. If he's not appearing in the topic, I said next time you bring about the issue of NASA disintegration, you will not see me mentioning Ruto. I will talk about Raila, I will talk about Kalonzo. Yes.
Wekesa, you need to get used to people of supporting William Ruto. They always want to sound victims. But the truth is, Mwangi will vote for Ruto. But Mwangi has got only one vote. But that Harun Aidin guy is a Turkish international. But he has a lot to offer to Ruto than what Mwangi can offer to Ruto. Why? You see, the thing that is bringing a lot of engagement in Uganda. And I want to tell you this. Equity Bank came forward and they dismissed the claims of them giving that Turkish guy 15 billion shillings. And they even cited that that is such a huge amount of money that they can't just give to anyone without a security of an equivalent amount. I believe that this guy is being used as a proxy. I'm very sure the monies that this country, where William Ruto has been mentioned adversely, is the same money that this guy is trying to allege that he helped this Turkish guy to secure 15 billion shillings to start a vaccine manufacturing company in Uganda. How many trips has Ruto made to Uganda? Honestly, more than 6 times in 1 year. What is he looking for? I'm meant to understand that even in this country, our governors steal money. They put into properties through proxies and companies whereby their family members are directors. This is the same thing that is happening with this Turkish guy. So they will want to coil around, oh, mara nini, oh, mara business. Yes, it is business. But the major beneficiary of this business is William Samoei Ruto. And that is why when the government is trying to block him, his people feel like he's being intimidated. By the way, Mwangi and others, government knows a lot. You can want to play victims, but Ruto knows that government has realized what he's doing, and this same government that today can still break him. So stop trying to sound victims. These things we know. We know these things. Almost all politicians are not clean. So this Turkish guy, tuambiwe ukweli, now that Equity ilikataa kwamba huyu jamaa $15 billion yenye allow the person of a deputy president to be serious.
Imbuka, you have network problem.
And then he gave me a call, Equity, and all that. So, if a deputy president can help a foreigner secure 15 billion shillings, then kutafutana na wanaenda Uganda, sijui mara wanarudi. Don't you want to tell me that deputy president akona share kwa hiyo kampuni ya vaccines Uganda? Wewe enda kwa country yote sahi, hata hapa Uganda, go to Uganda, utafute deputy president ama vice president wa Uganda na umwambie unataka loan hata ya only 10 million. Unataka kuanzisha biashara Uganda, uone kama atakusaidia. You must be a very powerful man, na pia huyo mtu mwenye unaenda kusaidie lazima akuwe kona interest yake hapo. So stop the lies. Ni sisi tunaumia, sisi watu wenye tunalipa ushuru, watu wadogo. You can defend these people the way you want, but let us get the answers. And the answers zitapatikana when we allow the security organs do their job, then watuambie whatever they've been investigating wamepata ama imekosekana. Then this person will be acquitted because hajakuwa incriminated already.
Thank you. Let's have Mugambi, Ayaga na Jenga, who came first. Jenga, then Ayaga.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. Let me begin this my contribution by correcting Mwangi on something that he said. He said that Ruto has no competitor in this country. If he goes in Kisii, he will get people, Nyanza, you will get people, Meru, you will get people, and Coast, you will get people. I want to remind you, Mwangi, of the ground that Raila was pulling between 2005 and 2007. Many people thought Raila would be the president of Kenya in 2007, but the star was not on his side. So pulling of masses is not an indication that you have the votes in your basket. That's it. On today's topic about Ruto being arrested or persecuted, I think in case we do that, we are going to give him a free mileage, of which I'm not ready to see him get free coverage, free mileage, or the sympathy votes. Let us allow Ruto to continue incriminating himself as he is doing. What do I mean? When you see what happens during his tour to Uganda, he very well knew the character of people that that were accompanying him. That is this Turkish guy. When you look at the profile of this guy, in 2001, he was implicated in having been in possession of some kind of explosives and other materials that are always used by machineries and terrorists. So when you hear Kenyans and government saying they fear that this guy could be a terrorist, could be true. The government has a lot of information, and we can't dispute that. My third issue is, I have not heard the authorities in Uganda trying to speak for this Turkish guy. I have not heard the government of Turkey defending the guy. And even here in Kenya, I have not seen the government come so strong on this guy. But the people who are close to him, they want to defend him with tooth and nail. What does that tell us? That shows us that there are some interests that have been blocked for these characters. Like today, when Sudi was in Milimani, he made a statement that I was so wondering where it is coming from. That if they are going to arrest this guy, let me be arrested with him. Why should you be arrested with the guy? The government is saying that this guy is a terrorist. The government is not saying that Sudi is a terrorist, but why does he want to be so deep in these matters? That shows that there's something that there's a trap that the government is trying to lock. Number three, on the current affairs, I think one of the person said that Ruto is getting too much coverage. That is true. You can't sell a newspaper now, these days, without mentioning Ruto. But mentioning someone does not mean you are good, neither are you banned. Could be whatever is said is banned, whatever is said is good. So you should be appreciative that your guy is being covered by the media and is being spoken for by everyone. But Mwangi, you come from Mount Kenya, and maybe you don't have this information that I want to give you. Today, talk to any mature politician or a serious businessman from Mount Kenya, beginning from Kiambu to Meru, bordering Isiolo and Laikipia. These people, they are saying the way they have learned this guy, the deputy president, it is a person who has so much hunger in him. In the unlikely event that this guy gets power, whatever Uhuru's government has done to him, he is going to retaliate, be it be to hustlers, may it be to the big people. So yourself and myself, I don't think we are ready to go through what we went to during the Moi era. And in Moi era, I want to make some exceptions. When Moi took presidency in 1978, Moi was the best president that Kenya would ever had. But when Kinamatiba and other tycoons from Mount Kenya tried to outshine Moi, tried to sponsor the overthrow of government, Moi started ruling our country with an iron fist. So if Moi changed the way he changed because of few people, how much will Ruto change because of being sidelined by the government? My last point is, in the last presser, when Ruto was asked questions by journalists, if you go to YouTube and see how he was handling those journalists, there was a lot of expression of someone who is frustrated, someone who is angered. Because, for example, when he was asked about the firearm manufacturing plant that is being put up in Ruto, he said he never said that he is opposing that factory or farm, but he don't see any good thing investing 4 billion in the firearm in Ruto. Remember when Matiang'i was launching this project, he said this: many people are always in the corridors of Arambi House coming to bid to import the firearms. The quotation that they are giving is 10 times the price that we can use to manufacture them here at home. What does that mean? It means if we put such a factory in Ruiru, a person from Nyanza will be employed there, Northeastern, Coast, and all over the country, meaning we are going to create jobs locally, and we are going to cut the expenditure for the firearms that we normally use to, the money that we use to buy the firearms. So that said, I think on matters today's topic, Ruto should not be, he should not be arrested. Let him try to incriminate himself. For example, if you follow Kuria so much, and if you listen to what he said, when Ruto was in Inoro TV, Stroke FM, he was asked about the alliances, forming of alliances with other parties. He said that his party, which is perceived to be UDA, is so strong that it doesn't want alliances. Meaning this guy is so arrogant, he does not want to bring all the people together with divergent views to form a common government. So who is ready to be lent by such a person? The last point, if Ruto thinks he is so strong, and his MPs think that they are so strong on the ground, and now that they have put their allegiance to UDA, let them go resign from Jubilee. Let them seek re-elections with the UDA before you go to 2022 elections or 2023 elections. If a quarter of them from Mount Kenya gets in, I myself will support Ruto with everything that I have, with every organ of my body. But because they know they are so weak on the ground, none of them is going to resign. The same case with Ruto. Ruto seems to be so frustrated by the government. And if he is a good leader, a man enough, he can do what Jaramogi did. When Jaramogi saw that Kenyatta is frustrating him, he did an honorable thing. He resigned from government. He went for the by-election. He was elected back. So if Ruto thinks he's a man enough, let him resign from Jubilee and spread the gospel of Asla in the country. If that Asla will finish 3 weeks, if he's not in government, I'm going to bet with all my organs that Ruto will be the president. Failure to that, Ruto is a weak candidate and he's hiding himself.
Thank you. Wekesa, let me a little bit interject.
Is it a question?
It's a
question, Sam?
Yeah, it's okay. Mr. Mugambi, let me tell you one thing. I don't defend Ruto, neither do I want him. But never try to say you are going to bet with your own organ. That is, you are becoming now a little bit emotional, whatever you are talking. You know, I'm not a politician. Neither do I want to be a politician. But a person of your own caliber saying, well, I will bet with my organs. Come on. Try to think about yourself, my friend.
What's your question?
The question is,
maybe can we allow him to was it a metaphor or it was a direct interpretation? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me be clean before Sam asks the question. You know, when you are sure of something, when you have learned the trend of something, you can give your surety with the most precious thing that you have in your life. That's why you normally say, if Sam today comes to my constituency and wins, I will give you like 1,000 shillings. It means I'm very sure who Sam is and I've studied him. So if I say Ruto is a weak candidate for the presidency, I'm supporting myself by saying, if he feels he's so strong, let him go out of the government, solidify his support, and then come 2022, let him go man to man with whoever that the government is going to sponsor. So I was meaning what I was saying.
The issue of organ is what is bringing a problem.
Yeah, I don't care about the other thing. I'm just caring about the organ. I mean, you don't have to say about your organs. That's the last thing you can show with the
Hiyo
sample.
kitu
Your organ you are using, the organ you are using.
Hajamaanisha
doesn't
atauza
belong to
organs
you.
zake bana. Ama mimi
Come on.
sielewi Kiswahili.
Come on. Bet about other things, but your organs, that is, you have gone beyond your own imagination.
Sawa,
Anyway, thank you.
sawa.
Okay,
Acha
thank
tumuulize
you.
maswali.
We have heard you. Thank you. Thank you. The next person is
I have a
Ayaga.
question. I have a
You
question.
have a question briefly, kindly, and then Ayaga to I don't know if
Mugambi-
he wants to ask a question, but he can comment.
Mugambi
I've given
ameongea
him
kama
the
watu
next chance.
Mugambi ameongea kama watu 10 kutoka Mount Kenya kabisa, na I'm very happy. Lakini mimi swali langu liko tu hapo kwa firearm. Ruto alisema vizuri, tumetumia bilioni 4 kujenga kampuni ya bunduki ambayo itakuwa ina employ watu 100. Akatoa mfano tena, tungetumia hii bilioni 4 kujenga kitu fulani, tungeemploy watu karibia 20,000. What's the wrong in saying that? And it is very true. You can't spend a taxpayer's money 4 billion to employ 100 people, leave alone the place where the factory has been situated.
Allow me to answer you.
Hatuna factory.
I have got your question.
Wait,
I have got your question. Okay, today,
just answer me together with this one. Just answer me together with this one. Bwana Chair, nataka kwa constituency tuko na kampuni ya kunini samaki ilikufa, lakini bado ina exist, inahitaji tu mamilioni alafu ianze kufanya kazi. Lakini huko Thika hakuna lake, maybe wako na fish ponds ama fish ponds. And again, they still go there and set up a gun manufacturing company. Samaki pia wana process na hawana source of fish. So there are things that we are being told doesn't add up. Saizi kuna huko Turkana kuna wanafunzi wanasoma chini ya mti. Then you can afford to take 4 billion eti mnatengeza kampuni ya kujenga firearms. These are some of the things that the VP was saying.
So are you asking and answering yourself or what? Maybe we need to answer. Okay, Clinton, I think, wait Mugabe first. I think I need to ask him a question as you answer him. I need also to ask him now, if you are talking about 4 billion and what? Those jobs, and then these are the ones you can get so many. Now I ask you about the 15 billion to Uganda. How many jobs can it create? Don't answer me.
Okay, can I answer him?
Yes.
Okay, Clinton, I want to give you this answer. Take for example the cost of assembling a Seska pistol is 20,000 at maximum assembling, but the cost of government studying the importation of this Seska pistol is 100,000. Do you understand the reasons why we should have such permanent investment in Kenya? One, we are going to cut on the costs of purchasing these firearms from abroad. Yes, they are going to employ 100 people, but as it employs 100 people, we have cut costs on purchasing these items directly from abroad. Meaning the money that we have cut from purchasing directly from abroad is going to be invested somewhere else, and the millions and millions of Kenyans are going to get jobs. It's better we have big, massive initial capital, but then we save it for prosperity. Thank you. Any other question?
Yeah. Okay, Mugambi. I have a little bit of question, maybe perhaps you know.
Kindly feel free to.
Kindly let's have Ayaga contribute.
Okay.
I said
Yes, okay.
I think one or two questions we move because Maswala maybe you can ask in the next person, no? Ayaga, unmute, Ayaga.
I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Am I okay? Okay, thank you
We
very
are
much.
hearing you. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, as usual, let me start with the view of history. 7th August. The day the bomb here in Nairobi, some of us were young. Wengine hapa tukwa. Talking of terrorism and people like my good friend like Mwangi is making issues of terrorists political issues. It's very wrong. We are not the German government that arrested this guy in 2001. If we got an intelligent report, because terrorists camouflage, they always goes to other countries pretending to be the business and investors. Yet they are terrorists. Yeah. Maybe the guy is camouflage in Africa through Kenya. Why can't he does that in their own country? He is arrested. Turkey embassy has not defended the guy. Why are you defending him? His own government, which gives him the permit to work here, he was arrested, is like 8 hours. They have not made any statement. Because you know, government, you can be a terrorist here, but government can sell you up to another country. It is upon them to host you or not to host you. The intelligent report is given. So tafadhali, hii rumors, he will be arrested. If he's linked with this guy, we can't have one person in the name of DP. When the issues of gun scandal with the Sudan, he was inside. Yeah. Then a chaser, the fake gun, he was inside. And today he's being linked to a terrorist. He will be arrested and nothing will happen. Wacheni hizi vitisho, mnatishatisha watu, if he is arrested, nothing will happen. Kenya will continue. We will continue go to job. We will go to our job. We will work. We will eat. We will rest. We will sleep. So don't get emotions about these things. Nothing will happen. Nothing. Mosoye in Nairobi, when the businessmen, yeah, work together in conjunction with the raila soldiers here, my friend, you can try that outside. Even we don't need police. We don't even need police. Will rest. So when we are fighting terrorists, let us fight terrorists. Getting emotion, threatening, nothing will happen. And if it is true, you are telling people here that the guy has not been charged. The guy has been charged and posted by DCI like 10 minutes ago. I think you have not seen the picture. Suspected financiers of terrorists. Yes, he's already charged. He's going to face law here. And as a foreigner, if their country cannot defend him, we will not allow any lawyer who is serving the selfish or greedy to represent him. That one. The guy is already amewekwa kwa bango. Time imeisha. We are dealing with him here. I rest my case.
Thank you.
Okay.
Today you are so disciplined.
Okay, sir, just a moment, because Ayaga has mentioned
is it a question?
Just 1 minute.
Okay,
sir.
okay.
Ayaga, my friend is a psychologist or is a psychiatrist. This whole issue of saying who was arrested, you saw how they did to the deputy ambassador at Milimani today. Or if you don't know, they banned them even from seeing that citizen. And I think Turkey had already issued a statement concerning that citizen, that they don't have any history of him being implicated, and he has been a law-abiding citizen. If you're behind news, then just know that. So this thing is political. For me, I started with it, it's political. As much as I agree with you so much, if it's a terrorist, let him face him. But for me, it's political. It's aligned politically.
Okay. Mwangi thinks it's political. I wanted to ask Mwangi, do you think a country like Kenya can want to sacrifice its relationship with Turkey just because they want to stop Ruto from being president?
Yes, because the Turkey-Kenya relationship is not meaningful in the alignment of the Kenyan economy. They can sacrifice that. I can assure you. We don't have anything so much to gain from Turkey. I can assure you, apart from apart from the clean suits that we buy from there and the clothings, I don't see anywhere else we are relating to Turkey. They can sacrifice that, my friend. Right
Okay.
now, the political interest
fighting
right
or
now surpasses so many things.
this sacrificing the nation in the name of fighting Ruto is part of the strategy of Tanga to make Ruto too big than he is. Ruto is the DP, yes. He's a citizen of Kenya, yes. But if he's implicated in any of these irregular things, he can be arrested and nothing will happen. And if the person has been arrested and he has no case to answer, it will be determined by the courts. Let the full course of the law take place. Let's not defend somebody simply because it's political. There is no justification in somebody breaking the law, then we claim that he's being fought because of politics.
Yes.
Why should Ruto be fought on every direction and on everything? Stop weaponizing everything against Ruto.
Yes. Okay, I agree, Bernard.
Yeah,
but
let me ask you.
Let's first of all arrest molasses cases. Kazi kwa vijana scandal, the maize scandal. If you arrest the three, then come and arrest them. Thank you.
Kama uko na kesi yoyote ya molasses, peleka kotini, wacha wale wanahusika wahusike. Lakini story ya watu kuiba sahi alafu wanasema historia ya watu waliiba, hiyo haiwezekani. Anybody who is implicated in any case, he answers for it right now. History informs us.
Anyway,
yes.
Let me say,
if you have any historical case, go and revive it. Let us hear it. But excusing and breaking of the law because somebody also stole in the past, your case is up.
Bernard, I told you earlier, when you do these things selectively, when you fight corruption selectively, you're actually fighting nothing. You are just
it's not selectively. It's you Tanga people who make it look like it's selectively so that you can be sympathized by Kenyans as targeted group. You are not a targeted group. If you are found with your hand in the pot, you answer for it. Stop excusing every other person for the same.
When you make your point, even a nice point, lakini ulete Tanga ndani, sasa I make sense. Venye unaona yetu tukijaribu kufight corruption na tunajaribu kutoa Ruto. But
umefanya kila kitu kikifanywa ni Ruto. Tukisema mita ya maji isomwe, mnasema tuna target Ruto. Tukisema stima ichunguzwe, pesa zilienda wapi, mnasema tuna target Ruto. Why is Ruto in everything in Kenya?
Sisi pia tunasema hivi. Baba just sworn himself the other day. We want him arrested. You know very well the consequences.
Let's have a conversation on that.
Very good.
But we are trying to look at both sides of the coin. Mbona mnataka kuniuma?
Clinton, let me tell you. You are thinking that we cannot arrest Ruto because you think Ruto is Baba. Ruto is not Baba. So you can arrest Ruto and nothing will happen. But try Baba. And you will know that there is a difference between Baba and Ruto.
Bernard Holt, Clinton Holt. I think when we talk about swearing in, can we look at it? Does it have any legal implication? He didn't swear himself as the president of the Republic of Kenya. And people's presidents actually in our constitution means nothing. It's just like being a president of the University of Nairobi, a president of our local club, a president of chama ya maendeleo ya wanaume ama wanawake, a president of men's conference. It cannot have any legal implication.
So mbona mtuambie Baba hatuwezi mshika juu ni baba. Ruto tunaweza mshika juu ni mama.
Iko 500.
Hiyo ni yako ujaze. Lakini ujua kwamba kuna tofauti kati ya Baba na Ruto. Stop putting him on the same way. They are not equals at all. Politically and otherwise. They are not equal.
Okay, Joshua's time.
Thank
I think it's Joshua's time to make contribution.
Bernard, that is not
sijaongea
analysis.
Wekesa,
That
hata
is
It
kama
is
uko quiet.
Joshua's time.
cacophony. That's not political analysis at all.
It is Joshua's time to make contribution, kindly.
Hi, Wekesa. Hi, everyone. Um, yeah, it's nice to be in this forum, but it's quite interesting and quite disappointing that there is a tendency of some sense of ignorance, assumption, and some aspect of don't careness. And also, I feel that also there is a sense of we are also lacking ideologies on what we are discussing about and why we are supposed to discuss it. And I say this in this sense, in the sense of I think everyone has disappeared. What is happening?
I don't know whether Clinton has put them on backstage or what.
What is
Just
happening?
proceed.
Oh, they are coming back.
There are new people.
Unaniharibia CV bana, unaniharibia CV.
Okay. Yeah.
Mimi na watch bana.
Yeah.
Hi.
I think we must be realistic in the way we are pressing our argument and the consequences also of our argument and what influence we want to have in the people or to the people who are listening to us as the people who can make factual and realistic contribution that can shape not the political landscape but people's opinion. I find it very unfortunate when Mwangi says that there would be no any influence or there would be no any laws between the bilateral things like between Kenya and Turkey. First, I don't want to fade out from the whole argument about whether to have Ruto arrested. Why should we arrest Ruto? What is the importance of doing that? And why in the first place are we popularizing that he is now in the center stage on everything? In any case, Kenya will never have a scenario of diplomatic corruption or collapse of the diplomatic relationship with Turkey as compared to 1999 when there was a case of the Abdul Okaran who was arrested in Nairobi. If you remember history very well, and if you're a person who want to follow these political scenarios and everything, it happens. There was a whole diplomatic scenarios with Kenya and Turkey because somehow there was a handing over of a so-called terrorist because the guy was known to be a Kurdistan, I think, political party or something like that. But let's forget about that. Whether the guy has relationship with the terrorists or he's financing terrorists, he is in the heart of the police. Let the police do their work. But we cannot then come here and try to popularize that we want to have Ruto arrested. Arrested for what? If he's trying to shape his political ambition by having cheap politics, it is not necessary for us. I think for us, the most important thing is we are supposed to, how can we inform the community, the society, and the nation as people who are the middle class? Because I think we are all middle class here, irrespective of which position you hold, whether you're working for government, whether you're working on your own business or whatever. We are the people who are affected by the economic, the economy very hard when we have things to do with this whole thing about corruption. The unfortunate thing in Kenya, we want to have a marathon economy of everyone want to become rich overnight. That tomorrow you want me to be, I want to drive the best car that the other person is driving. I want to live the Wekesa's life. I want to live Jake's life. I want to live Mugambi's life. That is not possible. There are stages that are there that makes us to reach a certain point. it is also unfortunate when you listen to people's comments, which is everyone has the right of their opinion and suggestion and contribution. But a government system does not work on one trajectory. It works on many trajectories. So we cannot talk about that. We cannot talk about that. If we are building road, we just focus on road. And I'm bringing this in this sense, supporting Mugambi's contribution when we talk about the deputy president tried to bring the narrative of, oh yeah, we are building a factory of weapons, and that money would have been invested to uplift the youth. What is most important? What are we saving? Are we saving more money by having our a weapon factory? Did we complain when Moi started to build the bullet factory in Eldoret? Have anyone complained? Did anyone complain? Of course, during that time, people complained because they said that Moi is building a bullet factory so that he can kill the Kikuyus. But is that the case? We may have had those skirmishes that happened because of his poor governance and administration. But we also need to ask ourselves, the person we are discussing today, where was he? He was square in those governments. And the most important thing we need to ask ourselves, I think it is time we need to scrutinize what sort of leadership do we want in Kenya. The unfortunate thing, I hope one day we will have a chance to discuss the people who have made changes in the world, people like Mkwisa Kitui, who probably can be, but he'll never be, probably. People like, I will use a very good example. When Peter Kenneth was going for presidency in 2017, he was a darling for many social media people. He never went anywhere. But he could be, but because he doesn't have any influence, or he doesn't carry any big shot in the big guys who are controlling everything, then he cannot.
Excuse me Joshua, just a moment. Hao watu, kuna kitu sijasikia vizuri. Hao watu kina Kenneth umewataja, umesema hawajafanya nini?
Sorry?
Umetaja Peter Kenneth na wengine hapo. Hao ni watu hawajafanya nini? Sijasikia vizuri.
No, I said, these are the people who can become president, but because they don't have that influence that we see like other people who are trying to see themselves like very influential in the society, then it is not possible for them to become the president. But what sort of people are we looking for?
Nimesikia sasa, niweke baba pia kwa list hapo sasa.
No. It's not a problem of putting Baba. If you want me to mention Baba, we can also mention Baba, and he's becoming an everything. He has his contribution in the nation. He has his failures in the nation. He has the both side of the sword. One sword cuts, and the other side cuts better when we start talking about eating nyama choma. But that is not the case. The case here is, how can we shape the discussion that we have? Because it doesn't add water for us to come here and keep talking about our frustration. We need to ask ourselves, where are we heading? And the other day I asked this simple question: what is your contribution when they come in 2022? Will you just sit there at the back and start saying that your vote cannot change? How can you change the mindset of the people in the village to shape their mindset on how to think about ideological leadership, transformative leadership, developmental aspect, or leaders who can change the society? Can you present yourself as a person who want to bring change in your community? Is it possible? Or do you think that it is only money that can make you to become a leader? It is not just about the money that can make you a leader. It is also by convincing people that you can be that person who can talk for them, that things can happen. So we must also be able to speak factual, and also it is time we need to stand up and speak about ourselves to those leaders. Otherwise, we will continue to be this Twitter, social media, the Kenya for Twitter, and so on, and nothing will change.
there is nothing will change. The uhuru of the country of Kenya will continue. The uhuru of the North country will continue, and all those the big shots, they will still continue. They will still continue. So that's my contribution and my concern about this debate.
Okay, thank you so much. I think it's well articulated. So I will want Mulumba to make his contribution. He has been coming on and off. I don't know whether it's network challenges. Oh yeah, Barantai.
Yes. Good evening, gentlemen.
Barantai, then Mulumba, kindly.
Good evening. It's one of the saddest evening to me, and ask me why. I listened to what Ayaga and Bernard said.
Why Barantai? They won't ask you. Why?
To be frank, guys, it's not. I don't expect such talks from you guys. When you threaten violence and chaos in this country, what will you gain? You know, let me give you a personal story. I come from a cosmopolitan part of Uasin Gishu. I come from the so-called the hotspots. I was a young boy in 1992 when there were clashes. I was still a small boy in 1997, but I witnessed 2007 violence, post-election violence. It's not sweet as you think. It was not a matter of Raila or Kibaki. But you can imagine you close schools on December holiday when you are 50 in a class, you open school when you are 20, because 10 of your classmates were killed because of violence. It's a scar that I don't think it will ever end in my heart. So don't threaten chaos. It's not all about it. Ruto anaweza kuwa president ama akose kukua, but we need to have a peaceful country. Ukisikianga viongozi wakisemanga viongozi wa ponde la uva tumesema hatutaki vita, is we know. It's not Ruto can be president and I don't get what I want or what I'm aspiring to have. Raila can be president and I get it. But there is nothing bad like losing a neighbor or losing a relative because of post-election violence. So don't threaten chaos. It's not si lazima Ruto akue president. Si lazima. If we have to fight for Ruto to be president, we from Rift Valley said no. We made a covenant, we agreed, no violence. If you win, sawa. Akikosa, sawa. Maisha itaendelea. So gentlemen, when I get you guys who went to school threatening chaos, that you want to get Nairobi businessmen and allow me to finish. Allow you guys to finish.
No, I don't have a problem. I wanted to redirect you to the topic. I think the issue of violence is not necessary. If somebody slips their tongue, we don't have to focus on that.
No.
I don't think anybody here is interested in issues of violence. I don't think so.
It's a sensitive matter.
But
let's leave politics behind. You know, we need to say
that's why I'm saying issues of violence. Kindly let's not.
No.
You know when somebody said in a show, in a live show like this, that we only need the Nairobi business community and Baba's soldiers on streets to kill who or to fight who?
If they don't need the police.
Or to fight Kalenjin to support that is stupidity. Okay, back to Ruto, back to the normal topic, the topic you're used to, Ruto, Tanga, corruption. Okay, the guy has been arrested. Let's wait and see what court will say. I'm just following. I'm told from where I sit, I understand the guy is supposed to be deported either today or tomorrow. So that what happened? So that we all, so that the deep state, the so-called deep state, and and the system cover up the mess. No, guys, let's not victimize everybody because of Ruto.
Okay,
We have
I
agreed
have a
for those
concern.
who support Ruto. For those who support Ruto, we have agreed. For those who support Ruto, we know Ruto is a bright politician. For those who don't support, just agree with the fact that this guy is bright. So what do? You happy your game. I see at least of late I'm happy with my DVD. At least he has put a very young man called Sakaja. At least ile siasa yake imechange kidogo. Ngawaje tu the other time alituambia matako juu, but there is a change in terms of strategy. The guy
Bartai amehang. Ama ni neti yangu jamani.
So emotional.
Nyamaze.
Sasa Mogambi tonight is calling others emotional. Eh? interesting people we have in the panel. Eh? And Mogambi is ready to even sell his organs when Ruto becomes president. He's calling others emotional. But I go ahead. I think he's now back.
He is still in a shock, bado hajarudi.
Unaona huyu Wekesa Ayaga amekuja hapa ametuambia in Nairobi they only need the business community and Raila supporters. Police should sit back home. Ndio Bartai akasema don't threaten violence. And Raila supporters wanajifanya they can't connect the two statements. Eti Bartai should not talk about the violence.
One thing I've noted, when Joshua went out of topic, he was never brought back. But when Bartai went out of topic, he was immediately brought back. So it is the order of this panel. But tuko hapa, so is life.
Jake, what are you trying to insinuate here?
Joshua. Hey, Joshua umeenda mpaka umeongelea mtu anaitwa Peter Kenneth na sijamuona kwa headline.
No, I think it is very important. Eh? It is very important, and I had a question on my own when I was reading today's.
Whatever Bartai was saying is very correct. We should not.
It is very correct. It is very correct. It is very correct, and also I'm very curious to ask this question: Who set this agenda of every day, which is always affiliated with Ruto, which is always affiliated with something? Of course, it's about. Have we become citizen? Have we become nation? Have we become KTN? Have we become Wero FM? Have we become Chamuge FM and everything that we are now becoming people who are deprecating these stories, the same stories? When can we talk the grave matter that affects us? You know, but Barutai has touched a very important point.
Yeah.
And let me take you back a little bit. I don't know whether you guys remember the words that were mentioned by Biwott, the late Nicholas Biwott, before he died, during Mactaw's burial. He said, and I quote his word, he asked Ruto, what is your problem with governors? What is your problem with MPs? What is your problem with MCAs? The Karajan community want peace. Wewe ni deputy president na uko hapa. Wewe uko hapa chini. Nini kinakusumbua? And then he said, we as the Karajan community, when we choose you, when we anoint someone, we support and follow that person. He did not get that point. He did not get that point from an elder who had wisdom and experience in a government that was full of oppressiveness and unfairness to some people in Kenya, you know. So these are the points that we are supposed to address. And let me tell you guys, my brothers and sisters, the day we will be able to talk the truth to each other and tell each other that you are corrupt and you are supposed to go to jail, you are corrupt or you are a murderer and you're supposed to go to jail, you did something. You see this ganging, the mob justice and everything, trying to protect our own. Who is my own? Who is my own? If today I do something wrong and the police catch up with me, nobody will come to me because I am not famous. I am not famous at all. But we are the same Kenyans who want to defend the thieves, and please don't get me wrong here. I'm not talking even about the deputy president. We always want to protect the wrong. We always want to be on the wrong side. We want to glorify the wrong. Guys, I mean, I live abroad, and if there is a place, or if there are places that we have law and order, regardless of your color, it is the other world. Of course, there are some injustices, there are some discrimination, there are some racism things, but when it comes to the rule of the law, whether you have done a mistake, whether it was 10 years ago, and today you've been caught, you stand on your own. You go stand on the bar, you are prosecuted. If you are found guilty, you go to jail. It doesn't care whether you are connected to any politician. If you're a politician, you are found in a such scandal,
Joshua.
They take their
Joshua.
own. Yes.
I don't think it's an issue of the West. I think in Kenya it's only issues to do with politics. Allow me to say that everybody, even let me say where you work, the company you work.
Yes.
When you have issues, you will not be prosecuted as all employees.
No,
you carry your own cross.
So
it's only in the political arena is when we want to generalize. But me, in my company where I work, if there are issues found on my desk, I handle as Wekesa. I will not try to loop in Jex. I say even the other day Jex did this, and then the other day Bartai did this. I will prosecute my case, and even if I was to be terminated, I will be terminated as Eric Wekesa, regardless of what others are doing. And this is what we need to pick from there. It's only in our Kenyan politics is when we generalize everything, and so that it looks like everybody is doing so what. But I think we need to learn to carry our own cross. When you meet someone on the highway, if he's being stoned, you don't even question the people who are stoning whether they are righteous or not. They just saw somebody pick somebody on his phone and they start stoning him. You will not say that before you stone that guy, can you give us can we vet and see whether you have never done anything wrong? I think of the small people the small offenders, they get sometimes that harsh judgment. But for our own esteemed politicians, we have given them a cushion, a hedge, a cover, a protection that they don't deserve, because they never share with us, whether it's Raila, Ruto, Uhuru, they never share with us their glory. We are only supporters and strugglers in our backyard.
Wekesa, I hope one day we will become like we will be like Rwanda. Rwanda is progressing well. It has its own challenges. I hope we can borrow a leaf from Rwanda. And I want to mention something. I hope we'll have a president like Kagame. There was one day he found a guy who was a policeman who was taking bribe. Do you know what he told him? He told him, next time I find you taking bribe, I will shoot you myself. The president said that, I will shoot you myself. That is where we are supposed to go as a country. We need to have responsible leaders, leaders who have integrity, leaders who think about the society, leaders who can empower people without glorifying their name. That is what we need in Kenya. We don't need
Thank
this.
you. I think we can have Mulumba make his contribution, and then Jonathan, you'll join in after that.
I was making my submissions when I disappeared, so allow me to finish my submission.
Even I didn't know what had happened, so I thought maybe you had finished. Okay, sorry for that.
No, I had some
had
challenges.
also disappeared.
Okay, I think everybody disappeared here. So guys, I was saying.
Hello, guys, again.
Let's go back to the issue of Ruto and Uganda.
Am I the one speaking?
Kindly wait first. Let Bardai finish his submission.
Let me comment about this issue of Uganda plus the Turkish man plus the corruption plus the 150 billion or 15 billion. I don't get. Guys, for us to succeed in this country, we need to the first thing we need to do, we need to stop politicizing corruption. Let's get a clear definition of what corruption is, and we stop politicizing it. Number two, independent bodies should completely keep off the politics. Number three, we need to respect what we lack in Kenyan systems is we don't respect the systems. Everybody, I squarely blame deputy president, and I also blame the other leaders, because if you are deputy president,
Why is the panel silent?
I want to, if you are deputy president and you are traveling
Jonathan, see, we are listening.
and you are
I
traveling,
was the one speaking. So I mean, you know,
It
the
is
problem.
Bartai. It is
Oh,
Bartai speaking.
but I can't hear.
Oh,
you can't hear.
we can hear him.
Okay, so I'm saying
It's a problem with your mic. Kindly, all of us are hearing him.
I'm saying if you are, I blame both parties, because the deputy president, when you are traveling, if you encounter a challenge because of you are stopped because of clearance or what, we don't have to dramatize it. We can make the phone calls close. We don't have actually to politicize everything. The biggest problem we have is that we want to look for politicians are politicians. They want to look for sympathy in all the corners. On my opinion, if you hate the deputy president, you also don't have to embarrass him in all the corners. You don't have to prove a point. Why don't you develop your own strategy? If you are uncomfortable with this guy because he's brighter than you, or because he has a better strategy than you don't have to embarrass him. Why don't you develop your own policies, your own strategy that will counter him? You know, many people are saying media is giving a lot of attention to the president, or this guy is driving through sympathy, but this is politics. You develop what it favors you. I like football, and I watch football a lot, and I follow football. Everybody, when you ask everybody about Mourinho, for those who know politics, for those who know football,
you criminalize business and you criminalize our investors. You are saboteurs and you are destroying our country. It cannot continue like this. It is wrong. It is immoral. It is actually criminal for you. Every business person in Kenya, hawkers are criminalized. Border people are criminalized. Importers of small items in Nyamakima are criminalized. Business people like Karaoke and Keroche are criminalized. Now you have gone even to foreign investors. You want to criminalize them on account of pettiness and political competition. You want to destroy our country merely because you're fighting your political wars. Why don't you direct the political wars you have to the right people? Leave our businessmen alone. Leave our entrepreneurs alone. Leave our investors alone. You are destroying our country. I am the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. I cannot associate with terrorists. I know what I'm doing.
Okay. So
okay.
I wish you played that clip hadi mwisho. There's something funny he said. I wish ungemaliza.
Yeah, it's Mutembei who has done it. I didn't have the.
I think it's
So,
the clip myself.
So I was saying something.
Imeishia tu
You
hapo,
guys,
imeishia.
Watafuta ya Citizen they aliongea zaidi.
Yeah, there's something in Citizen. We will pick it up. Let's continue.
So I was saying, guys. So let's stop. Okay. So everybody's fighting this guy. So the more you fight him, the more you make him popular. Get a strategy for those who oppose. If you I like one thing with politics. Siasa si kama kanisa. I was talking of football. For those who watch football like me, different coaches have different techniques. And many people will criticize Mourinho, for example, because he plays a defensive game and a back pass for those who understand football. He'll play 10 players, who all of them are defensive players. They score one at the first minute, they defend for the next 120 minutes if they are going plus. If it is 90 minutes, he'll defend for 90 minutes. It is a strategy. So let these guys pick their strategy and stop actually being petty and fighting another person. The more you fight this guy, the more you make him popular. Because for the last 1 week, Daily Nation, the headline imekuwa nini?
Now, Bardai.
Yes,
Bardai, let me ask you a question. If fighting him makes him popular and you are his supporter, why are you complaining? Allow him to be popular. I think you should be even. They normally say this in politics. If your enemy is making mistakes, don't interrupt. Why are you interrupting handshake and is making your candidate popular? I don't think your argument makes sense. Kindly.
My argument
We are not
is
here to be apologetic over. I think politics, they normally say, if you enter in politics, you need to have a tough skin because it's not a bed of roses. People will not babysit you. People will not clap for you. It's tough. I remember in the days of Kina Raila, you guys were laughing when they were sitting on the tarmac road with being tear gassed, and they say the old man, how can an old man just being tear gassed on the road? And you guys were laughing.
When you can't give
So in politics, not babysitting, my friend. I don't think we need to make our discussion very apologetic. We are in politics,
we
my
are not
friend.
making. Are you a moderator or are you? See, if you're
I'm making. I'm provoking you to. Of course, a moderator provokes a discussion.
Let's learn listening and speaking. So what I was telling you is this: these guys have an agenda. All your agendas have failed. You now want to choose the last agenda that you think to work for you, and the agenda is what my two friends were talking about. You want to incite one community so that it look like the Kalenjin community is the one bringing all the chaos. But we promise, we promised you, and I want to promise you, we will not go to road. Hatutakaa kwa barabara, hatutapigana kwa sababu ya Ruto. Kama ni siasa, ikae. That is my submission.
Don't say Kalenjin, say UDS.
Bardai, is this guy from Turkey a Kalenjin, or what are you meaning by trying to incite one community?
Yes, I think to be fair, as a moderator, don't attack Bartai.
Yeah, he's attacking
No,
him.
I'm asking question. I'm not attacking.
No, you are attacking.
You normally ask us question. In fact, in the whole session, I've kept quiet. I was not asking question. Now, when I ask one question,
hiyo post election violence, hata sisi Wajaluo tuliumia, haikuwa Wakikuyu na Wakale peke yao. So
yeah, I don't know why they are bringing in issues of tribe and nobody has discussed here tribe. Kindly, nobody has discussed tribe.
Tukiongelea 207 ni Ruto tunaona. Kwani sisi hatukufinywa Naivasha? Mwache ujinga bana. Kama
Jax, I have sat here,
Uhuru.
I have sat here for almost 3 hours. I've not talked. Kindly, I want you to moderate. I also want to make contribution.
No, just make and then Kaudu moderate. But let Bartai finish.
Okay, those guys who are asking.
I have an issue with Bartai. Okay, sir, just a minute.
Okay. Before you have issue with me, allow me to respond to something.
Cindy, una respond kwa issue yangu pia at the same time.
No, okay. You ask your point.
Tukirejelea post-election violence, watu walituambia Ruto aache kujenga makanisa sijui Mount Kenya, sijui Kisumu, wapi, aende ajenge kanisa Kiambaa. Tukasikiza. Kwani tukirejelea 2007 ni Ruto tu aliathiri watu ama ni yeye peke yake aliathirika? Sisi tulifinywa Naivasha, hatupigi kelele. Watu 7 sijui watu 6 walipelekwa Hague. Kwani hao wengine walienda Capitol Hill wakakuwa sanitized? Tukue fair tukiongelea 2007, tukue fair tukiongelea corruption. Kila corruption Kenya kwa ofisi ya William Ruto tunaangalia tu pale. Kama kuna corruption ni pale kwa Ruto. Everybody is corrupt. Ai.
Kunywa kwa bei yangu, kunywa kwa bili yangu Clinton, niko hapa.
Lakini Clinton, there is no clip that I found that Ruto is castigating the corrupt. He always defend the corrupt. Why?
Nothing like castigating the corrupt. How can you castigate a corrupt person when you are being made to be the corrupt? Acha achukue presidency, anze kufight corruption, aseme uliniita muizi si kwa muizi. Let me show you how to fight corruption. Kama baba anasema we did the handshake to stop corruption.
Clinton, I think you should,
Baba sanitizer sim.
Clinton, why are you not asking him also? Why are you also not asking Mugambi, those who are prosecuting others in public and criminalizing others because of corruption? You're saying Ruto has not castigated anyone, eh? So mbona tujaona watu wakifungwa kwa sababu kuna watu wenye wanaiongelelea? It's not talking about it that makes the difference. It is finding evidence, taking people to court, doing the right thing and allow the due process of law. Let these people be charged and jailed. It's not about talking about it. If you want him to talk about it, Raila has been talking about it. Uhuru has been talking about it. Wetangula has talked about it. Everyone is talking about it. We don't need it to be talked about. We want to see action.
When Ruto tried to castigate corruption wakati wa Kemsa peke yake, baba mwenyewe badala ya kuacha Kinoti afanye kazi yake alisema hakuna pesa
ati kwanza uchunguzi ifanywe.
Baba fought corruption by saying hakuna pesa imepotea. Ruto akisema pesa imepotea, tunabeba hiyo wizi yote ya Kemsa tunamwekea. Let us be fair, man.
Let's be fair and be truthful.
Mimi nitazidi kuwakemea tena na tena so long as we fight. Ruto is corrupt or he may be corrupt, but how wanapigia kelele, are they not corrupt? Kama tunarudi ICC kwa sababu ya 207.
Now Clinton, if you have realized the difference between us and you guys is that even when you mention Raila, we don't defend him. But you guys are defending your own. Have you seen us defending him? We are keeping quiet. We haven't defended him in some. I've never raised my hand and said Raila is not corrupt. Yes, so I don't defend him. Wacha defend mwenyewe. But you guys are defending somebody. I don't know whether you share the proceeds. Me, people normally tell me about Raila and molasses. I don't even comment on it because it's not. I don't know how he did it, and if they have evidence, let them say. But I cannot passionately defend Raila, or maybe he doesn't have issues of molasses. I don't do that.
You can passionately
Wekesa, I have a question for you. Wekesa, I have a question for you. Since handshake, since 3rd of 8th of March 2018, that is the day Ruto was stripped of all his powers and all his functions. President himself said we lose 2 billion shillings per day. Is that not corruption? But Ruto is not in government.
Let me answer you. Losing 2 billion per day, it's a mathematical statement. Just as the same way they said that Kashakwa was spending 2.2 million per day because they were counting the 7 billion that was taken. It's a mathematical calculation. So in other words, the money that has been lost, when you break it down to each day, it's 2 billion. So what the other side took is like who normally sits down and every day he knows 2 billion are being lost. I think you just got it wrong from the context.
I have a question for Wekesa.
Wekesa, I think Wekesa, just a clarification. I think what we defend is not Ruto being corrupt. I think, especially for myself, I don't support corruption. I don't care who is being implicated or if he is corrupt, Arusha Dani. But what we defend against is the selective fight against corruption. You see, if you are aligned in a certain way politically, you're not going to even be arrested. You're not going to be hutasumbuliwa DCI, everything. What we defend is actually the selective fight against corruption. It's completely out of order to selective reality. Those guys
let me tell
those
you,
guys are
and
DPA.
I think it doesn't happen even in politics alone. If today I go and start having issues with my boss, he will check out my file and say, now Eric, when you ask issues with me, what is it that, and then he starts, I get even fired, I get even transferred, and it happens. I don't know whether maybe it's unfair way of doing things, but that's why they normally say also when you live in a class house, you don't throw stones. So why do you make a loud noise and you know you have issues?
Let me interject a little bit if you can allow me.
No.
Yes, Wekesa. It is not true that William Ruto does not talk about corruption. That is a wrong analogy.
Have not said that. I have not even said that. You are picking your own things.
It is Mogambi who said
be
that.
kind.
Yes.
Be kind. I'm addressing you because you are the chair. Be kind.
You don't
I'm
need to
addressing you
misinform
because
people.
we are chairing this. You know.
Okay, thank you. Now,
Wekesa, I'm saying the rumor
you
propagated
don't have
there.
to abuse me, my friend. You don't have to abuse me.
I've said be kind.
respect for you.
I've said be kind. That's not an abuse.
You have said I am not a fool, and you see, if I go that way, people say I'm a mafia. I can tell you what you want me to tell you.
Wekesa, be kind.
Yeah, thank you.
Be kind.
And withdraw your statement.
Wekesa, you can't bully me.
Go ahead, David.
So I want to say
go
that
ahead.
it is not right for people to say that the deputy president is not talking about corruption. If my memory serves me right, you remember the Waiguru thing. The deputy president stood and said, you can't steal, then you can't walk around here. But when that same lady went to the House of the Hill, she was sanitized and that thing went down to the carpet. That is one. Two, the manner in which guys are castigating the deputy president, it is like they are showing they are very clean. Oyopekama Pamba is the only one who is a thief. Just like Mwangi said, we may not like a thief. We are not defending a thief, but the manner in which guys are ganging up every day, saying this is the thief, this is the thief, reminds us of a story we were told in primary whereby a thief was caught and the fellow thieves were making a lot of noise and they stoned him so that to prevent him from surviving to say who were the accomplices. If we are talking about corruption, Kenya is riddled with corruption. I can tell you for free. Corruption right from nomination. We have seen people who are very corrupt. They get their way into politics. We have seen guys stealing from counties and they go to somebody and protects them. We have seen petitions in court thrown away because they are affiliated to somebody. We want to be very honest, like my friend said there, Baritai. Ruto may be president or may not be president, but you will not see us on the streets. We are very sober, but we are not very happy with the manner in which you are handling and treating Ruto. Let us be very honest and fair. If we are fighting corruption, let's say corruption is corruption, but not corruption is Ruto. And when we are defending Ruto, we are also trying to air our views that can we get a fair treatment? We know there is a competition, there is high stake. We know the deputy, the seat of presidency attracts a lot of stake. We know there is propaganda, but really, let's try to be fair when we are having our dealings. But every day, kila mtu, Ruto, it doesn't augur very well. Let's also, wanasema mugala muwe lakini haki umpe.
Barta vanguo.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jonathan has been carrying up his hand for the last 20 minutes. Can you make your contribution?
Wekesa, just one moment. Bartai, kindly either uvae nguo or something, because tulisema tusudi to expose people's
Yeah, kindly let's be our brother's keeper.
Go on,
Jonathan, go ahead.
So the problem here in Kenya is all the time we are always about politics. We talk about politics like hakuna siku politics itaisha. So you see like country like Tanzania, like politics huwa inakuja after only every 5 years tutasikia politics. Like now you know wamenyamaza like wanachapa kazi. Lakini the problem with Kenya like we wake up is politics, when we sleep is politics, when we eat is politics. So vitu kama corruption will never end in Kenya kwa sababu everything inachukuliwa ni politics. Like hata mtu akiko corrupt, people will say like no, this is not I'm not corrupt, this is because wananipiga kwa sababu nataka kusimama kwa sababu ya kiti fulani. So it's good like Kenya tuko kama Tanzania like hii maneno ya politics tukimalizana na election inaisha hivyo, watu wanachapa kazi, wanaacha maneno ya politics mpaka tungoje tena mpaka after every 5 years na ndio tuanze politics. Lakini in Kenya always politics, ukilala, ukiamka, ukikula, ukitembea mpaka mengi ya politics, you know, that's the only problem in Kenya.
Karibu Kenya, na hizi ni tabia zetu za Wakenya. Habari ya TZ bwana Jonathan. Nyinyi kaeni TZ.
I think we need to like our culture. If we love politics, there's nothing wrong with that. We only need to have healthy politics. We need to have it healthy. And
I think Jonathan, you can't compare Tanzania and Kenya. Kenya manze, democracy yetu iko juu sana. Actually, that is what provoked this kind of discussions, because our democracy is headed juu sana. That's why you can come here and discuss. Mugabe is in the other side and I'm on the other side and we come from the same region. Our democracy iko juu sana. Hatuwezi liganisha na TZ man.
But Mugambi, the problem in Kenya, politics is always like every year, like watu wakiingia kwa kitu tu itakuwa politics no matter what. Yani ni politics throughout 10 years mtu akiingia kwa kitu. So that's only the problem. Like tunafaa tu focus kwa vitu vingine bana, unajua?
Yeah, naelewa, but for us to attain that level of a mature political system, we cannot evade these discussions until we get there.
And again, we are in electionary year.
Jonathan anasahau that as Mugambe is saying, tuko kwa nini ya uchaguzi, just like when Magufuli was alive. I remember I saw him campaigning almost a whole year, so it's the same thing. Yeah? So ni venye tu sisi yetu, we almost take it a notch higher, but there's no much difference between us. So okay. And then also don't link politics na corruption. You know, they are two different things, honestly.
Okay. Jack, can we allow Duke to greet us and have his...
Politics is 207 hapa Kenya.
Sawa. Duke, go ahead.
Duke, are you available?
Yes, I'm in.
Yeah, what is your take on today's topic? I know most people have a problem. We are repeating the same topics, but I think in our caucus, when even we choose topics, most of the time most people are leaning towards politics, and we appreciate. We have also seen the other. We create topics and people divert and go back to the same. I think, Jax, you have been moderating, you understand. Sometimes you can come up with a topic completely different from the current affairs, and then people just make one or two statements and then they drift back to what is happening. So I don't know whether we are conditioned as a nation.
But I think maybe tomorrow we should change it in the sound more of Ruto.
Yeah.
There's this thing that Atwoli has said, and I've seen this beginning to be viral. I think tomorrow we will do that Atwoli thing. I'm sure kutakuwa pia na some scandals tomorrow. So
Okay, we can capture it in our closing remarks. Duke.
Tutaichanganya kesho ama hata leo baadaye. Oh, but before I forget, we are 1 hour away for
kufanya uchaguzi for the last 1 year. Ati saa ile tumechaguliwa, tumeingia kwenye viti, ati tunaanza tena, ati tuanze mjadala ingine ya kubadilisha katiba ndio wangwana wawili watatu wapate kazi ingine. Sasa tukiwa tunapangia watu wawili watatu wapate kazi na mamilioni ya mahasla watapata kazi siku gani? Bana, wajeni mchezo nani? Hapana. Sisi tumemaliza mambo ya wadosi. We have enough politicians with enough posts in Kenya as we talk today. The challenge we have is not the number of political positions we have in Kenya. The challenge we have is the jobs we lack for millions of hustlers and sufferers, the people of Kenya who have nothing to feed.
Hey, I love how that guy talks. That guy is the best orator I've had in a long time. Anyway, Duke, you are on.
And the best presenter we have. And the best presenter you have around.
Yes, good evening, everybody. For me, what I can say is that there has been numerous attempts to taint the DP, taint him with corruption, taint him as a murderer. We are aware of that. There is a group of individuals who feels that the DP should not be the president. We remember even the harm scandal, which was in his office, wanted to bring up something. Even the killing of Kenei, who was his security officer, they wanted to taint him as a murderer. So all what is going on, it's an intentional attempt to try to taint him as somebody who is too bad for him to be the president of Kenya. That's a fact, and that's what's going on. But I want to warn those who are perpetuating that, especially the president and those powerful men associated with the president, because one person who nobody thought he would be the president was Daniel Moi. They thought he was somebody who was very useless. Just at some point, some individuals, not the president, junior individuals used it to abuse him. Others even slapped him. But nobody knows what the future entails. I'm trying to tell the president to be very careful, because even if they are trying to, they have instrument of power, and they feel that they are 100% in control, and that Ruto has no chance, and they have all powers to prevent him from becoming the president. It may be impossible, or something may happen. For instance, what happened and made Moi the president? They even called him a passing cloud. Others, even when he was being sworn in, they said let him be sworn and then we will remove him like in 1 year. They were very confident about that. So that's what's going on. And even, you know, when power is going to change, even that person you trust, the way Wekesa said that it's actually charisma which takes you to the top, but character keeps you there. We don't know the characters of those who the system or the state is advocating for. I'm very sure somebody like Raila, you cannot make him to compromise too much. You can even react and change. So it's not somebody you can just give instruction and do everything you want. So I want him, what I want is that I want fairness, and fairness of competition, the roles should cut across. So all the arrest of that Turkish international is trying to paint that Ruto is maybe working with terrorists, or he has some Dutch connections. So they are trying to paint him, but that person has a work permit. I was very surprised even when we see officers from the Turkish embassy coming, and they are not even given explanation. They are not even given access. So it is very shocking what I was able to see, because that person has a work permit, and they are saying that he came into the country without his document being stamped. Those who have traveled, you know the protocol, the way your documents are checked before you travel. So that's what my submission. I'm trying to say that all what we are seeing is just politics, which is trying to taint Ruto as a bad person, so that he can be brought, so that not to become the president. So that's actually my take of the arrest of that person. Unless anybody has a question.
Just one moment. We are 1 hour away from witnessing one of the greatest awaited marathon of our time. So many people are joining. So I don't know what we will do. Clinton's jika tukikaribia finishing line, kama utatuwekea live ama utafanyaje?
Live ya hiyo mbio.
Ikikaribia dakika za mwisho, we need to see one of our own, you know.
Kipchoge.
Eliud, yeah.
Sasa, how can I share the screen? How can I share?
Asi unaenda unaingia kwa
share screen.
Kwanza una login kwa KTN live, because hao tu ndo wamepewa hiyo nini, alafu you share them directly kwa hii group, kwa hii whatever podcast. Ikikaribia hiyo time ya queen. Sawa. Wekesa, give us the next person.
Wekesa should also make his point, by the way.
Just before Wekesa takes over, I think I had a question now that Jex has raised that. Is there a point, or how can we do it now that we are discussing here? And I can see everybody who is here is people of at least watu wako na akili yao iko fiti. Tutafika time gani, like when we are united, like now in the marathon, everybody will be cheering Kipchoge. We won't care whether Kipchoge is UDA or the other side. When are we going to reach your level of politics? Sasa tujange hapa kusema ati this is now the agenda of the country and we should settle for this agenda, not a person. Tutafanya nini wadau? Because once we, as Joshua said earlier, once we arrive there, I think hatutakuwa na any other vitu zingine hapa za kuleta.
Mwangi, somebody said, I think they said that Uhuru had a genuine heart when he came up with this idea of building bridges. And for him, actually, he didn't have the succession matrix. He just wanted to live a country where people are united. But when he began the process, of course, because of bringing two contenders and people who have political ambitions, it brought that. In fact, in one of his confession, he said that I wanted to bring all of them, and I've not given up. I will try. So, in other words, that ideal time hasn't come, because right now, if you try to pull all people together, I think our political culture, we have not arrived there. We are still struggling. And we need to still make the baby steps towards that. Even on the discussion when we began, it was so hostile, but with the time we are adjusting, and we are saying that yes, we are not enemies. There are people who see that it's good if Hustler Nation rules this country, and there are those who think it's good when Handshake rules this nation. But we are all Kenyans, and whichever way it goes, we need to celebrate the winner and embrace each other. I have always been telling Kina Jex, and I keep reminding them, can we have a day of a coffee? Can we have a day of it begins small. When Jesus came to change the earth, he only began with 12 disciples. Let's not think about transforming the whole nation. We can begin with our own Mutembei team. Yes, we fight, we have contrasting ideas, but can we have one day and just parade
Wekesa kwanza
ourselves
lipa
and we
deni
say,
Wekesa lipa kwanza deni ya nyama choma, achana na kahawa.
yes, ndio nasema, I was just using that as a metaphor. Can we have like these guys? We are here, team UDA and team handshake. We are together and having coffee or having nyama choma and enjoying ourselves. And Kenyans will say like, "Wow." The same way there was at Kiamba, there were clips that were showing that despite there was a high competition, but still there were points where they were exchanging, and you look like it was not combative.
No,
We
the
need
best
to
one ni ya leo.
we need to mature to that level. We need to mature to that level.
Hii ya leo ilikuwa tamu. Hii ya 1500 meters after Kenya to lose to Britain. Our guy alitoa bracelet yake akapea mzungu and it looked so good. So
yeah,
it is
that's
the
maturity now. Like I meet Mangi and we greet
person.
each other and we like nothing happens. Unasema na Masei, kwa hiyo debate ulinifinya sana, lakini let's have coffee, let's enjoy ourselves. It was not a matter of life and death.
Wekesa.
Yes.
Do you know why we have a motive discussion about the politics? It's because
no. Wait a moment, Daudi.
Wait, let him make a statement, Clinton. You will rebuttal or you will add. Let David say.
Mmetoka kwa topic yenu na mnalock huyu jamaa Robert nje. Mpe dakika zake.
No, we are coming back. We are coming back to those who have not contributed.
We are coming to you.
We are coming back. It was just a commercial break of 2 minutes, and then we come back.
Jex, naona Wekesa na kuingiza box. Handshake ni after election. Hii yenu mnataka kufanya na coffee ya 10 bob. Wangoje.
No,
we haven't put the timelines. We haven't put the timelines.
Wekesa is saying, just like Mandago said, hii siasa tusiweke kwa mind na tunini. There is nothing personal. So we are brothers. Ni vile tu Wekesa supports his side, I support my side, but that doesn't mean we are enemies or we ought to fight or we ought to settle our disputes with violence and with insults. We can do it in a more better way. That's what Wekesa is saying. So Robert, enough of the commercial break. Tusalamie alafu tupe story.
Next, you have assumed me. You know, I started talking.
Oh,
you
sorry. Pole. Oh, Pole.
I was saying.
David is talking.
I was saying that why we are.
Give David 1 moment.
Like we are fighting is because politicians have made us to behave like that. Because when you get something, we are hopeful you trickle down to everybody, but we have seen where some guys are locked out and some appear desperate. Then we say, okay, let's wait for our time to push our man in. If someone is elected and does things as per the law and everybody receives the services, really we don't care who is the president, who is what. But because it has been a culture that ukiingia pale watu wenu wanasaidika, ndio maana kila mtu anataka kila mtu akue pale. I'll give an example of where I live. I'm not bragging, but I'm just giving an information. As I said last time in this forum, where I live, I don't even know my governor. Of course, I know the president. A governor of a state who is an equivalent of a president in Kenya, I don't know his name. Why? People do things as per the law. So whoever who will be there is none of my business. But in Kenya, it's different. If you put Mukisi in a given office, he'll make sure all Kisis benefit and throws away everybody. And therefore, everybody has to gang up to get that Mukisi out, to get their man in. That is what is beating us here, nothing else. Because in politics, we have interests. But if a politician can get there and serve us fairly, nobody will demand for his person to be there. Remember Kibaki's time. That's the presidency I enjoyed in my life, by the way, I can tell you. Things were done. Things happened. I enjoyed it. I saw electricity right in my village, as I always say. But you see, some of the politicians we elect, we are burning calories here. We might even fight. But once they get into office, you can't even call him. Is that now going to his cocoon, maybe his clan or his tribe? Na saizi umemsupport. So I want to agree that let's reach a point, as Jonathan who said, where we can argue as friends. We argue on points. If you defeat me, I give you a pat on your back. I say, okay, there's another day. You also congratulate me if I've won. And we do it in a healthy way. We share a cup, as you have said. We are friends. In fact, some of these guys we are fighting so much for, they don't even know us. Thank you.
No, it's not just even not knowing us. Do you know that time when Raila had lost his son, the first person to go and visit him was Uhuru? At that time, they not ended in handshake. And that's why you will know that these guys are only competitors, but they are friends. When Ruto had his wedding, he invited the wedding of the daughter. He invited even Uhuru. I remember wakitoka parliament, akaenda na akamwambia preso, kuna kitu. They are friends. They are not enemies. But for us who are supporters, we take it so like, if I catch Mwangi, I can stop him. It doesn't have to be up to that level. Just compete with ideas, and if Jake's idea wins, well and good. I wanted my idea to be implemented, but the other one has succeeded. Let's move with that idea. And I have another chance maybe to defend my ideas. Yeah.
Wow, thank you. Awesome, beautiful. Robert, karibu sasa, it's you.
Thank you, Jakes. Actually, I've been waiting for the longest time possible, but I thank you for this opportunity. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yeah?
I hope I'm audible enough.
Tunakusikia loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Jakes and my co-panelists. I want just to chip in a little in some of the discussion that I've had going on here. And I want also to register that it's my first time joining you. I must commend all the panelists that I'm seeing here, because I'm seeing young people are trying to actually look for different ways on how we can ensure there is sanity in our politics in Kenya, which is a good move and is something that should be cherished and adopted in this country by yesterday. Why am I saying so? If you look at the people that you are fighting, let me put it that at one point or the other, all of them have been in government, and they know each other pretty well. And in other words, they do business with one another. These are some things that we cannot run away from. And when it comes to electioneering periods, they tend to actually paint pictures that they actually hate each other, which deep down in their side, it's not what is there. And I have seen Brother David and Wekesa alluding the same, and even Brother Mwangi here. Now, my point is this. What we've been witnessing in the past few weeks, according to the some of the videos that you pulled, Brother Jakes, it's not a good thing. And it's not something that we as young people should encourage. Now, how do we move away from such? I want to say categorically here that it is upon us as young people to begin to start actually viewing things differently from what our, I may call them patrons, our political patrons, the way they do things, the way they look at things. We as young people should first embrace our independence and start looking at things differently. Why am I saying so? We've seen our political atmosphere full of hate, full of corruptions, full of allegations. And if you critically look at such, you might not even find the truth about all some of the things that being said out there. Now, my point is, as young people, we should start thinking of how we can also take leadership positions in this country, because that is the only way we can change some of these things that we are seeing. For example, when these people ask for a vote, you will find that it is Jake that they call to their offices, or Mwangi or David to their offices, or Robert somewhere, to come and actually give them a strategy or try to give them what actually they try to use us actually to penetrate to some of the areas they want to maybe get their voters from. But you see, by the end of that, after every 5 years, we are forgotten. Now, how can we change that? We can only change that when we also come into these positions. Now, we only have months to 2022 election. As youths, instead of focusing on what actually Ruto said, Raila said, Uhuru said, we should also be planning on how we can also hit the ground and be in some of these positions. If at all we want to change this country and bring some sanity in our politics for the future, for our children, and even for the Kenya that we want as a whole. That would be my point, Brother Jakes, and I thank you again for giving me an opportunity.
Okay. Angela, before I allow Clinton to ask Robert a question, Angela, are you behind there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Karibu sana, umejificha sana hii maeneo.
Asante, Poland. I've actually been on. It's you who has been lost. Okay, now, today I've listened to the discussion and it's been quite interesting. For me, the things, and I will keep on insisting on this until we get it. Because in as long as we continue fighting amongst ourselves, we will never make sober decisions. We have people who we know are running for the presidency of Kenya for 2022, and we have to judge them. We can't say that now we totally ignore people's past or even the things that people are currently doing, because we love them so much. Because if these people have characters that are questionable, it's going to affect all of us, the ones who vote for them and the ones who don't. We only have one Kenya, and we must choose leaders who are worthy of our vote. Even if I have to vote for someone who I know is not going to win, that is what I'm going to do. Because this person, I have interrogated them, I have done research, I have read the accusations that people are making against them. I have proved they're either true or they are not. But in as long as we continue making decisions based on emotions, based on things like bitterness, I'm angry at Uhuru, so I'm going to vote for so and so. Hatred, I hate this tribe, so I will vote for someone else. I hate this tribe, so I will vote for someone else based on their tribe. Revenge. This has happened to me. This has happened to our tribe. This has happened to my whatever in the past, and so now I will revenge and just vote for whoever, just to anger other people. Fear. Let us not be led by emotions in making decisions about who is going to lead our country. You know, research, find out who these people are. A good indicator of the future, of future behavior, is the past behavior. And people do not change overnight. If there have been accusations against somebody that is negative, don't think that when this person becomes president, they'll all of a sudden overnight change and now become good people. Let us interrogate these people. Let us research. Let us see what their history is and base our decisions that way. Not emotions, bitterness, hatred. Oh, I voted for so and so and he has disappointed me, so let me now just go and do the other extreme. Let us be sober in even the conversations we have about politics. There's only one Kenya. And if someone becomes president for 5 years, they are going to affect our lives for those 5 years and even more years to come. I heard someone mentioning M1, that M1 became a president because people were talking badly and they were disrespecting him. How are the 24 years when M1 was president? Did Kenya excel? Does it matter whether he was insulted or not? Is this the man who wanted to be president over 24 years and ruin our country and lead it downhill for 24 years?
Emotional.
Eh?
Getting emotional yet.
Tunakusikiza na tunakungojea na maswali.
Yeah.
Stop interjecting.
Talking about the fact that people were treating Moi a certain way is now the reason why he became president. Regardless of how he was being treated or whatever, how are those 24 years? Were they fun years? Were they prosperous years for our country and for our people? Let us be sober, even in our discussions. Let us not talk about you treat somebody a certain way. If someone is doing something wrong, let us judge it. If we don't judge it, we ignore it, we throw things under the rug, who's going to get hurt?
Okay.
Is it Uganda? Is it Uganda that's going to get hurt if we choose the wrong people? Is it Tanzania? Is it the United States? It's us, Kenyans, who are going to get hurt. So if things are happening that are not up to par, or that are questionable, or that are criminal, we need to judge them, whether you're supporting that person or not.
Angela, you're saying it so well. I
haven't finished. I haven't
just
finished.
One moment. Just one moment as you're also continuing. Yeah.
Okay.
You rightfully say that we truly need to interrogate all the leaders, despite who, because eventually our decisions will affect us for the number of years they rule, right? And you also say that despite what happened, Sorry. So I tend to agree with you 100-fold. The only question maybe that I may ask, even as you continue, is if we use your analogy, do you think we'll have any leader? Because none of them has a clean record. If we go to the library, we will almost come up with a whole book of everyone with something to say against them. So how do you wish we go about interrogating them?
Let me finish my points
Can I
first.
help Angela to answer?
No. Let me finish my points
An-
first,
Angela is
and then I
well
will
able.
answer at the end, if that's okay with you, Jakes.
Yeah, it's
Okay. All right. The second point I have is, let us not bury our heads in the sand. Let us interrogate everything we see or hear. If someone is accused or taken to court of an issue, we admit and say, yes, he was accused and he was taken to court of a certain issue. If someone has been accused of being a terrorist, let us research and find out if it's true. If someone lies, let us interrogate, why is this person lying? If we face the truth, we will be able to, if we face the truth, we will be able to make sober decisions. If we bury our heads in the sand, come 2023, we will all lose. And we will be building these forums to see how we can remove someone from power who has become now a problem for all of us Kenyans.
Correct.
So in my submission, I just want to say, tuachane na hizi tunakuanga so emotional. And then we allow people to brainwash us. We believe everything we hear. We believe everything that is said. Nobody does any research. Nobody interrogates anything. If something bad is said about the person you're supporting, you defend them. Even someone would think you live in their house, or you have talked to them personally. The way people defend people here. Have you gone and researched yourself to see whether this Turkish guy is really a terrorist? Have you gone and researched that whether this guy really entered the country without his passport being stamped? Or are you just jumping and making conclusions and even bringing your points here as if munaongeanga na Ruto firsthand? You've gotten the information from the horse's mouth. Come on, guys. Let's be serious about Kenya. Let's interrogate things. Let us research. That's the reason we have internet. It has all the information you will ever need. So that when you come here, you're giving people links. You're giving people evidence, real information that they can use to make sober decisions. In the meantime, we are going to bring in leaders who we will all regret.
Beautiful.
Now to Jake's question. Jake, you're asking at his own now, does that mean that now there is no one to choose?
No, I'm asking, see, not that there is no one to choose. I'm asking. I really agree with you that we really need to interrogate all of them, because by the end of the day, whether it's Ruto, whether it's Baba, whether whoever it is, because you rightfully say we elect them, but when they become rogue, their choices eventually affect us. We are now deep into debt because of the choices we made. We are now suffering in different forms because of the choices we have been making all along, ever since independence. So we are the ones who can make the change. We are the ones who can now even say we are sick and tired of all of them. We need a very new breed. We can decide we need Wekesa, we need Mogambi as his running mate, we need a new cabinet minister like Tio, unanielewa. So when does this interrogation really matters? Is it when we are decampaigning or campaigning? Is it when should we do it? When should it really be the thing we do?
You know, there are many people who run for presidency. However, people stick to the people who look like they have more supporters, or the people who are the loudest, or the same people. The other people who are running for presidency of Kenya, it's not just two people. It's not just two people, Jakes, but in as long as your minds are focused on two people, some people, even when you're arguing so strongly about a candidate, even someone would wonder whether you're related, or whether the emotions I see on this forum, I'm like, you guys, you must be related to these people, because you wouldn't even be that emotional over your own siblings or parents, for that matter. There are other people who are running. Let us consider all the candidates. Not everybody in Kenya is a thief. Not all the people who are running for presidency in 2022 are thieves or have been mentioned in any scandals.
So
You
the
know,
question, I think the question may be probably on how do
Can
we go
I
about
help you answer?
because by then we need to make the correct. That's why we have this forum. How do we go about it?
Jake,
Angela,
I don't know if I can say something here.
Kidogo tu watu-
Network help. Wekesa help me.
yeah, I wanted to tell Jet. I think we are learned. One of the things we used to do in high school is when there's this math called a scattered diagram, where you have dots that are scattered and you can't draw a line, straight line through those dots. So what you are told is, can you draw something called the line of best fit? Line of best fit is a straight line that will cut through many dots. And it will leave some dots up, another dots down, but at least it will take more dots on the line or near the line. So what am I saying? I said on this forum, and I repeat, I said even in a gang of robbers, when they go and rob a house, they will always entrust goods or spoils to a trusted robber. So what am I saying? Even amongst themselves, they know there's somebody who has values, in other words, what we are saying is, even when we can count and say we are a rock society, there are people we look up to and we say, at least these ones can lead us in the right direction. So we cannot just generalize and say our values are broken, so we can do nothing. Everybody is corrupt, so we can do nothing about it. But we want to interrogate you. Do you have a vision about the same way Kibaki came to power? He was not a righteous man like Job, maybe, or whoever, but he said, my policy is zero tolerance to corruption. He has an aim, even if maybe he never achieved what he wanted, but he had a will. When somebody has a will to do it, we give him opportunity. Let's see whether he will implement. If it the same way the analog team came and they said they want to change, not analog, digital. They wanted to digitalize this country. We said, let's give them an opportunity. Let's see if they can transform Kenya into a digital economy. So we will just analyze them based on their own policies. They have said they will do this. Can we trust them? Are they consistent with their ideas? Have they just woken up today and think like they need to fight corruption? Or they have been consistently talking about it and they have intentions. They may not be the perfect people. They may not even be surrounded by the perfect people, but given opportunity, can they turn the tables? Can they do something? Just allow me to make a small contribution. I haven't done contributions, then I will.
Actually, let me finish my submissions, because Wekesa has said it even better than I would have said it myself. That is true. We are not choosing amongst a group of people who have the characteristics of Christ. We are choosing amongst many men who are flawed. So that line of best fit explains it the best. That we want a leader who is consistent in their messaging. You want a leader who does not have scandal day in, day out, scandal, day in, day out, scandal, day in, day out, scandal. We want to choose someone who, although not perfect, at least we know that he's going to lead our country forward in the right direction.
Yeah,
and
but
just like
Angela,
what Wekesa said, just like, I'm not going to answer to any interruptions. Just like Wekesa said, when a group of thieves go out to steal, there is a thief. Let's say there are 4 thieves. Amongst those thieves, there is one who can kill. Who can kill? There's one who killing to them is like yes, I'm a thief, lakini I draw the line at killing. And then when you go out to rob, the one who's now a murderer will want to kill people. But amongst those thieves, there'll be some will say, no, we cannot kill somebody. So let us interrogate people's values Let us look at people's history. Let us look at the things they've done in the past and judge them based on that.
Okay,
kindly I can make a short a contribution
Wacha hata mimi niongee kwa sababu Wekesa amesema sana. Sijui niseme kidogo.
Bana, we had questions for Angela.
Jacoredo kidogo tu. Angela said she will not respond to the questions, so
yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Even ndivyo politics iko. Sijui niseme kitu Mr. Speaker, Jake sama.
Go ahead, alafu Wekesa, then Clinton. Then
okay, mimi ile kitu naweza sema, watu kama Angela wako, they are always there. Hata siku ya Yesu walikuwa. But what I'm simply saying is this, that person ambao wanajaribu kudiscuss, that exists in people's mind. That person does not exist in that country. Leo hii tunaweza sema tuweke Wekesa kwa sababu wewe unamuona hapo useme utamweka pale. Akiwekwa kwa darubini pale, Wekesa zile maneno watatoka hivi waseme kutoka primary school, kutoka awe kijana akuwe nini, utashangaa sana. Sasa mimi huwa nasema hivi, hakuna mtu msafi, usione ati kwa sababu unaona mafaces on the streets. Alafu Wekesa najua unataka kuongea lakini nipe nafasi tu. Waona? So hakuna mtu msafi, na huyo mtu msafi ni kama zile unauliza mbemu, unamuuliza wewe ungetaka mjamaa na kaaje, anasema mimi ningetaka mjamaa anajua kupika, mjamaa anajua kufua, mjamaa mrefu ambaye ni mfupi kidogo. That person exists in your mind, does not exist out there. You see what I'm saying? Huyo mtu ana exist in your mind. I exist huko nje. Utasema maneno yote, ana kucha ambao zina nini, zinang'aa, sijui ana nini, ana odd. That person exists in your mind, does not exist out there. Hii Kenya mimi nitasema hivi, I'm of different opinion. Nitasema kuna English saying ambao wanasema better the devil you know than the angel you don't. Mimi afadhali tuweke Raila pale tumuangalie, tumuweke Ruto pale tumuangalie, tumuweke our governors tuangalie, kwa sababu we know them. Unaona, tunawajua. Mimi najua Raila akiingia pale, wewe tumejua Raila ni mtu ambaye amepigania hii nchi sana. Waona? So you know him. Kwa hivyo akiingia pale apatiwe mamlaka, tutamkumbusha, tumwambie wewe Raila ulisema ile siku ulikuwa unapigania freedom. Sasa itakuwaje wewe ni president sasa hivi na sasa tunagandamizwa huku kwa street? Ulisema ile nini ya mashamba, ile commission ya mashamba result utaitekeleza ile time ulikuwa mbunge. Sasa umekuwa president, mbona una kimya? Waona? Lakini tukiweka hao watu ambao watu kama Angela wanasema, for instance munieke mimi ama tuweke Jakes ama tuweke Wekesa, hakuna kitu utakumbusha Wekesa alisema, nothing. Na ndio maana nasema afadhali hao madevo tunawajua kuliko angel ambao mtamweka pale na hamjui. Mtu kama mimi ama Wekesa ama Ndeto ni mtu hatujamjua kabisa, hajakuwa MP, hajakuwa hata minister, hatumjui. Sasa nyinyi mnachukua government mzima, a whole country, kama vile Saitoti alisema it comes a time when a nation is bigger than an individual. Kwa hivyo afadhali yule devo ambao mnamjua vizuri. Kama na Raila tunajua how he behaves, kama ni Ruto tunamjua vile huwa ana behave, kama ni Mandago tunamjua, kama ni Atwoli tunajua Atwoli ni mtu wa kutukanana shenzi. Kwa hivyo hiyo tunajua tu akiingia pale president tutakuwa tunaitwa mashenzi sana. You see what I'm saying? Those are the devils I'm talking about. Lakini tusiende tutoe kamtu pale nje ambao kanaitwa hii na hii, tukapatia nchi yote alafu tukae pale tukifikiria atakuwa mzuri. In fact anaweza kuwa even worse. Na in fact watu wengine wa nchi nyingine wakituuliza mlimuweka hapo, mshamweka pahali mkamnini. I'll give an example of someone like Magufuli. Magufuli alikuwa minister, akaperform so well mpaka watu wakasema jamaa tumemuona kutoka pale minister, so we know him very well. Na ndio walipompatia president wakasema tunampatia kwa sababu tunamjua. Lakini wangeenda wachukue mjamaa na huko anaitwa Hassan, alafu amwambie sasa, we Hassan, kwa sababu wewe hata hatujui kama una scandals ama una nini, wewe sasa tutakutrust na nchi nzima, alafu sasa tukuweke pale, huyo Hassan anaweza peleka nchi to the dogs, alafu mbaki nyinyi mkijilaumu. Unaona? Kwa hivyo mimi naweza sema afadhali tuweke hao madevo ambao tunawajua. Na ndio maana mimi nafurahi sana nikiona Raila yuko pale, Ruto yuko pale, tunaona speaker yuko pale. Hao ni watu ambao tunawajua. Ndio sasa wewe nikikuwekea pale, kama Wekesa hapendi Ruto, ana sababu zake za vile hapendi Ruto kwa sababu ashampima. Lakini ukiniweka pale, mimi nikienda nisimame pale, alafu Wekesa nimwambie haya Wekesa nipime. Sasa Wekesa atanipima na nini? Mimi mwenyewe sijakuwa kwa public service, sijakuwa minister, hata sijawahi preach kwa church, hata sijawahi kuwa nini msikitini. Sasa ataniangalia na nini? Na haezi enda pale aseme, ni kama sasa tuseme vile wewe unaweza kuwa na mtoto, huwezi enda kupatia mtoto wako, unampatia any stranger in the town. No, lazima ujue nani unapatiana kwa mtoto wako. That is what I'm talking about. Afadhali hawa madevo ambao tunawajua, tuwaeke pale tuseme, Raila ana weakness yake ambao ni hii. Na Raila ana rights zake ambazo ni hii. Kama mimi nampenda sana kwa sababu Raila akiamua kwenda mbele huwa arudi nyuma na angalii pande. Akiamua ni kwenda kupiga watu matia gas, tunaenda, na akisema tutaenda kuwe na tear gas kusikue. Lakini at the same time ni kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe namjua. Kwa hivyo nina sababu zangu ambao nimemjua akiwa mtu wa Lang'ata. I know him very very well. Kwa hivyo mimi ile naweza sema ni kwamba afadhali hao madevo na hao watu ambao akina Angela wanasema wacha wapatiwe positions kama ministries. Wacha tuangalie vile wanafanya. Tuone pale, tuangalie tuseme ala, huyu jamaa yuko hivi, kazi yake tu ni kuitana washenzi, kazi yake ni ministry yake inaanguka, alafu natuambia tuchukue picha tupige hao wanyama. Waona? So my humble request is this: better the devils we know than the angels we don't.
Kich, as much as unasema we choose the devil we know than whatever we don't know, honestly, should we put our nation as a test tube that we would rather test the leaders we know by giving them the management of our nation, our finances, knowing they will rob us dry, they will destroy our nation simply because we know them? Do you think that is the perfect example you should give to the nation tonight?
But angalia, leo hii nisimame pale na Raila. All right? Tusimame na Raila. Alafu nikuambie mimi nitatengeneza nchi sana. Wewe unijui? You have never seen me. In fact, saa hiyo ndio umeniona hapo tukisimama na Raila. Wewe ni watu wangapi hiyo Kenya mzima hivi wataniangalia na waseme enyewe mpatieni Kich kwa sababu anaonekana anasema vitu nzuri lakini mnyime Raila. You see what I'm saying? Hauwezi enda just to pick up somebody from nowhere umpatie nchi. Tutasafa my friend. Unaona, like for instance what is going on today. Kuna wale ambao wako kwa hiyo government na hawajui yale maneno ambao wanafanya si wao si government ya Kenya itaonekana mbaya, ni sisi. Kumbuka kama ile tulifanya time ya Kibaki. Kuna watu time ya Kibaki ambao waliharas ule royal wa Dubai. Unakumbuka wakamharas. What happens after that? Mimi nakwambia Wakenya walikuwa narudishiwa kwa airport. Mtu aliingia kwa ndege, anafika Dubai hivi, na I had a friend ambao alirudishiwa hapo akaambiwa law imechenjiwa Dubai, lazima ukuwe na degree ukiingia hapa. Jamaa walirudishwa kwa ndege wakaambiwa hiyo ndege umekuja nao mrudi. Lakini who are those people ambao walifanya hivyo? Walifanya hivyo kama Kibaki hakuwa anajua. And what happened? Kibaki akawaita akawaambia, "Wewe bwana, hii story msare." Na akaita watu wa Dubai aka-apologize na hiyo maneno ikaisha. Sasa when you look at what is going on with this guy, na ujue nini, Turkey embassy ilikuja ikasema huyu national wetu ni mzuri, hana maneno. Sasa they are quiet. They are completely quiet. We do not know tukiharasu jamaa ni nini kuta happen. Wakenya ambao wako, kuna Wakenya ambao wako Turkey na kuna Wakenya ambao wataelekea huko Turkey. Sasa sisi tumharas alafu aende pale, Wakenya ambao wako Turkey wakuwe haras tu. Na unajua nchi fulani ikianza kufanya Wakenya kitu, hakuna kitu sisi Wakenya tunaweza fanya kwa sababu hiyo nchi ni yao na watafanya vile watataka. Waona? So ndio mimi nasema afadhali the devil we know than the angel we don't, kwa sababu those angels that we don't ambao wameweka kwa hizo ministry au wamewekwa kwa hizo immigration ndio hao wanafanya haya maneno ambao tunaona. Waona? Lakini I can assure you, ukienda kuuliza Raila right now, umuulize wewe unaona hii maneno ya kumfanyia huyu national, atakwambia hapana. Hii maneno mimi siangalii kabisa. And that is what I'm simply saying. Kwa hivyo nimesema tukichukua nchi alafu tupatiane kwa watu ambao hawajawekwa kwa moto hivi wakajulikana who they are, kama mimi sasa nikuja nisimame na Raila na hamnijui nyinyi, munipatie nchi yenu nyinyi,
mtakuja kwa dakika mbili kwa dakika zako 20 nisemeko kakitu.
Haya sawa.
Okay. Nilikuwa na question kwa Angela, lakini ni kama hii swali langu hamtaki niulize.
Auliza tu.
Wakati Angela alikuwa anaongea nimemsikiza vizuri, lakini mimi nilikuwa na venye nilimsikiza ni kama kuna political stand yenye hataki kufanya kwa public. Lakini kutokana na maongezi yake I personally can classify ana support nani na ni kwa nini. Na pia nilikuwa nataka kumwambia tribe yake, na pia nikawasema haina haja juu naweza sema lakini nikose. So there is something I hate wana Chair Jakes. Nikisikia watu ambao walisupport Jubilee 2017 wakituambia how was Ruto will be or how was Ruto is at the moment. Wakati jamaa anawaunga mkono, he's very nice. Lakini saizi akisema nataka, tunaanza kusema let us weigh all the aspirants, tuone nani yako sawa, nani yako hayuko sawa, nani yako hivi na hivi na hivi. Ruto kama ni kuiba mambo na hii hoteli mlituambia ilibomolewa, niko sure ilibomolewa juu kuna siku general alikuwa ameenda huko kuibomoa, maybe ishabomolewa, I don't sifuatili sana news. Alijenga hii kitu kabla ya 2017 general election, alikuwa mwizi. You keep him, get the presidency, and now you want to tell us how dangerous he was in 2007, how dangerous he is at the moment, how dangerous he will become when he becomes the president. It doesn't add up. Whether you supported him with all those that he had in 2017, sisi ambao tunasupport ile pande nyingine, hamwezi kutulecture eti sasa tuwasaidie kuangalia eti William ako hivi na hivi, ako hivi na hivi. Hiyo nayo haileti kabisa. And then another problem that I have with the statements that I'm hearing, when we try to castigate the word corruption, corruption in Kenya is associated with William. That's a fact. Hata kesho ingine kitokea, tutaambiwa kuna proxy wa William mahali amekuwa involved. Lakini William's competitors, nasikia kuna baba, but Uhuru bado amemkanyagia eti wanataka sijui ya neutral candidate ndio afinye Ruto. Lakini baba mwenyewe anajiona yeye ndio neutral candidate. So kuna baba na hao ma competitors wake wengine wote. Who among all these people are not corrupt? Ama William Ruto is so corrupt, so tuchukue Raila mwenye hayuko corrupt sana. We are going to vote, yes. But let us judge William from what he told us the other time. Kuna corruption cases tunajua ameekelewa. Ama najua ameekelewa. Na kadri ambavyo wanazidi kumwekea hizo corruption cases, mimi naona nikimpea kura yangu aingie. Kuna jamaa amesema hapa Jakes ukiwa eti William akona hasira afai kuwa president. Aka explain hiyo hasira yake kwa kusema watu wenye wamesema eti he's corrupt na hiyo hasira yote akichukua si atafinya hao watu. Kuna shida gani William akifinya mtu corrupt eti juu ako na hasira?
Atajifinya kwanza alafu afinye wale wengine. You know, when you don't have a moral authority, yes. When you do not have the moral authority, there's nothing you can do. You're powerless to attack corruption and you're the face of it. Come on.
Yeah, we maneno ya corruption kila mtu anajua Kenya bwana. Kila mtu anajua Kenya, kwengine kuna politics, kuna kwengine nini.
I said that statement to
Ajifinye kwanza alafu afinye wengine. That's all I have to say about that one.
Kitch relax.
Hebu acha niache
I said that statement to provoke an answer from Angela, who promised never to answer any question when asked.
Exactly.
I did not.
Thank you, Angela. I now know where you support.
Excuse me.
I now know why you made the
Excuse me, Clinton Jacoredo. I did not say I will not answer any question at any time. I said when I was giving my submission, I will not answer the question. I have to finish until the end. Stop accusing me of wrong things. Come on.
Clinton aseme. Wacha Clinton aongee.
I have to defend myself. Come on.
Wacha Clinton aseme. It's time for Wekesa. It's time for Wekesa.
Relax. So nikimalizia nasema hivi. Angela.
I would like to see the face of Angela. Angela, I would like to see you.
She's cute. Why do you?
So nikimalizia, Angela.
Just like Wekesa said, I'm cute.
Okay, cute.
Let me see you.
Bwana wewe, hebu acheni Clinton aongee bwana.
Namalizia malize mambo na cute alafu niendelee.
Sema Clinton.
Clinton, it was a question. Now you are submitting.
I know kuongea kwangu inakupa shida Wekesa, lakini
no, me have not talked the whole day and I've given you a lot of time to
because
talk.
You've been here the whole day. Mimi nimeomba tu Kitch dakika yake 2 kwa zile 20 alipewa, ndio hizi natumia. Au kuomba Kitch, so mbona wananiomba mimi? Nikiweza kuongea Kitch maybe ataomba amalizie. So wakati Angela alikuwa na make statement, mimi mwenyewe sikuwa najua ana support pande gani, ana nini pande gani, lakini kwa sababu nimepigisha hivi kona mpaka akasema kitu. So thank you Angela, lakini we may hate William. Hata wewe Mkenya Angela, unajua vizuri even Raila mwenye maybe unampigia debe is very corrupt. Even the one with the sword is maybe very corrupt. I don't want to say he's corrupt because he may ask me tomorrow to prove. But you know very well he may be very corrupt. But why are we demonizing William on everything? If it is kama ni mambo na 207, kila mtu aliathirika, Wakikuyu waliathirika, Rift Valley venye wanasema. Sisi Waluo tukafanywa Naivasha. Kwani hao wengine wako na haki kutuliko sisi wenye tuliforgive tukamove on? Tuache kusingizia William mambo na 207, zilisha huko ICC zikatolewa. So we can't judge him from what happened in 207. Eti sasa hatumpei urais juu tulimwona venye alifanya 207.
Clinton, 207 inakujia wapi hapa? Mimi sijasikia mtu akimention 207. Where are you getting that from?
We've mentioned it from Samoja venye tuliingia hapa.
So why do you ask Angela all the questions that other people contributed? Honestly, ajibu maswali on behalf.
Si ugoje Clinton amalize. Mimi najua anasema time yangu bwana Wekesa. Najua inakuuma, najua unataka kusema kitu. Clinton endelea lakini.
Wekesa, ask Angela that question on my behalf.
Na mimi pia nikiongea na kuuma. That's why you are saying Wekesa. So if you want us to go in that circle we can go. Umenielewa? Kama mimi inaniuma wewe pia inakuuma. That's why you have to respond.
Mimi inaniuma kwa sababu
kazi yako. So why are you responding to me and you don't want me to respond to Clinton?
Because you're talking when Clinton is
mimi naumwa.
Wewe ndio unajua kuongea my brother. Wewe una respond kwangu. I also have a right to respond to others.
Usienda huko my friend kwa sababu mimi nimekuambia Clinton yuasema sasa si mtumpatie time aongee basi. Alafu utapatiwa time yako alafu utaongea.
The moderator is quiet. Kwa nini wewe unaingia?
Mbona wewe unaongea wewe?
Wekesa
nitaongea. See, I will defend myself.
Hebu Clinton maliza.
Mimi sijaongea leo na mkitaka nisiongee. Bado sitateta, nitaacha tu. Siwezi teta.
Clinton
give me a chance.
Naweza maliza in 1 minute.
Give me a chance, Jakes.
Nikae na mama yangu.
Okay, I have heard everyone. Now I need to make a decision. Ndeto, go ahead.
Well, my friend, come on,
thank you so much.
No, you are next.
Thank you so much.
That is always unfair to me. That is always unfair to me.
I have not talked today, Wekesa.
But me, I've only been moderating. Even yesterday, I never talked.
Clinton
Sasa
hasn't
ngoja
even
ngoja.
finished.
No,
Clinton has not
The
finished.
point
Wait,
Let Clinton finish.
the platform is on veto now.
Wait.
Just
Okay,
check.
okay.
When you are I'm
One
moderating, I
moment,
give you all the time. I give you all the time. In fact, nilizuia watu, nilisuia watu wasikuinterrupt.
One moment.
Nilizuia watu wasikuinterrupt, ukaongea
hivyo,
ukamaliza,
hivyo
but when it
wekesa-
comes for my time you fear me. I don't know why. You
Wacha
cannot give
nikwambie,
two.
si sawa, let me
Skia,
say, kidogo
hawezi
tu.
toka kwa Kish uende kwa Clinton uende kwa Ndeto. That's one side and you want to continue. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
No. Let me proceed. Let me
Mpatie time
proceed.
aseme alafu anyamaze.
Neto himself.
Mpatie time aongee.
Ngoja kidogo.
Let me tell you where you brought the problem.
And today I don't want to do politics. I wish you could.
Clinton kidogo tu. The reason as to why niliruka, I realized, and you said I was quiet.
I have listened what I want to.
This is the reason as to why I made that decision. I realized mna argue instead of contributing.
Me, I had a very different conversation, and I wanted to make my submission and go and sleep.
So this is
I
what
don't even want to rebuttal these ones.
Okay. If you would rebuttal that is why I avoided, because I didn't want
Let me
it
tell
to
you
be an argument.
where you brought in the problem. Unaona, wakati Angela aliongea tukasema tumuulize swali, ungeacha tumuulize swali hiyo time.
No, but questions are asked to both sides. Clinton.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to the debate. Na tusikatishe mtu, sio?
Kama venye mmenikatisha.
Wekesa, go ahead. Clinton no, let Wekesa speak.
Sawa tu.
Wewe hata ulikuwa umeomba 2 minutes na umeongea 5.
Me guys, this is my idea, and let me share my idea, and I will be here for some time. My thoughts are this. Yes, I passionately support Baba. There are guys who passionately support Ruto. But my passion is not beginning now. I think 2012 we had a passion to support a certain team. But I told the youth that we are having, Gambia, it's not just about supporting the candidates you have. But in the process, what do you become? In the process of supporting Ruto, what do you become? In the process of us supporting Handshake, what do we become? So we can have an opportunity, and but we don't utilize it well. This guy called Kika Kimani, I think he was the father of Susan Kimani. He had 3 wives. One wife was in Kanu, another one in DP, another one, I don't know whether it was for Tasil or whatever. And I was asked why his family is in different parties. He said for him, if Kanu wins, the family is still in government.
Someone saying you are sad. Are you sad?
Oh, maybe I'm black, not sad.
No, someone has said that you are sad.
Yeah, maybe I was sad because I was denied a chance, and I didn't want even, I was not going like to rebuttal what they were saying. With the time the debate is maturing, and sometimes I see like I don't have to rebuttal everything people say. It's their opinion. So let me just make my contribution. And he said that some should be in Kanu. My part of my family should be in Kanu and part should be in DP, so that whichever side it go, this family is in governance. So that is his own political interest. And I've been seeing many youths, yes, they are so excited. I saw it when you look at even the by-elections, they are the ones carrying the whole show. But after it's done, you ask them, what next? And this is a critical question that I need us to ask ourselves. We come here every evening and have a whole night of debating on political matters. For us, it's shaping the governance of this country. But I will be so excited that the guys I was meeting on this show in Andeto, in the near future, if I see them not just debating on this, but they are debating either in county assembly or in parliament, or they are debating somewhere. They have made steps. And why am I bringing this idea? We all may not have maybe political ambitions, yes, but of a few of us in the group may have. And so we can, as much as we shape, I think one of the things why Obama ran for president, he said that sometimes these things, as we think about them, we may look at the whole people and we say they cannot achieve the way we want it. We need to be part of the change. We need to influence change from inside. And that's why he made an attempt. And so I'm provoking people on this wall that our debate should not just end here. Let's debate and look at the leaders, and we say, I think if we say that all these guys are corrupt, but are we also declaring that we are defeated, or are we the light? Are we saying that given a chance, can we make a difference? If that be the case, can we build a momentum? Yes, we say today's Kenya is failed, but there's a hope for Kenya tomorrow because we are coming. I've seen even some of the people, like one of the leaders we passionately love, Ruto, says that the reason why he gave other people chances to be presidents, he knew what he was doing, and he knew his day was coming. He knew his moment was coming. And so there's a build-up of everything you do. There's a build-up of the next step. We want to be influencers of tomorrow. Today we may be followers, but tomorrow we need to be influencers. We need to be decision makers. And this is where the conversation should lead us, such that we will not just come here and tear each other down and look like Jex doesn't know what he's saying, Dedo doesn't know what he's saying, and Dedo is just another useless UDA guy. No, I think amidst all, when I look, me, one of the things I know is politicians are very sharp. After 2010 constitution, Ruto opposed the constitution and Uhuru proposed. But after the constitution, Ruto and Uhuru saw the talent in Ruto. And that's how they marched. He said, this guy, even if they have failed, but the way they articulated that thing, I think he has some quality of leadership. And so these guys, as much as they are fighting each other, they knew, and that's why you can see Murathe can confidently speak and they say Jacom, because he knew that even when he was seriously opposing him in Jubilee, he understood the value of Raila. Uhuru understood the value of Ruto. And so can be here, and I'm looking at Ndeto. Yes, he's not in my party. He's not even pursuing what I'm pursuing here. But when I look at Ndeto critically, I see value in him. And I say, how do we build up this and add value to ourselves such that we will be the next team after the other one we are pushing has failed? For me, that's how I look at the future. And that's the reason I can stay here overnight. Not that Raila must be president, not like Ruto must be president, but the future for Kenyans who want and who yearn for change will happen. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Breaking news, the guy has been deported. Then we are almost witnessing history in the marathon. So that's the latest. So Neto, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Jakes. Good evening. Is it even it is morning? Good morning, everyone. Surely I
Good
have
morning.
listened to. Thank you, Angela, and the team. I have listened to you guys contributing your points, and as a Kenyan and a young people and a young person, I am so much encouraged because every day I believe is it's an opportunity to grow. Because like some of us have said, if we do not learn from what we are sharing here, then the tomorrow's leadership is in problem. We are the leaders. We are the next promoters of the ideas that we see in this nation. And if we keep on like personalizing the issues we are discussing here, then it might bring a lot of problems to the future generations. I believe that all of us here, we are leaders, and we shall make it in our lives. If I get to the topic of today, and in congruence with what Jake has just said about this Harun Aidin, you know, detaining this man, to me, it is good, but I also have a lot of questions to ask. If this man was never associated with the crew that was to entour the deputy president to Uganda, could he have been detained after his visit to Uganda? How is the clearance process at the point of entry in Kenya? Because the reason why these guys claimed that they had to detain this man, one, they were trying to investigate on his immigration status. Number two, they were also trying to find out on his work permit. And number three, they were also trying to find out the kind of business this guy is involved in East Africa or in the region. To me, if the immigration department is very serious, I think they should have screened this person even before getting involved to any kind of an assignment or any kind of an activity, either with DP or even in Uganda. But we cannot keep on fighting or assassinating characters of ambitious Kenyans who have vision for this nation just because they have friends who are not Kenyans. The other day, I think it was in 18th June this year, when we saw President Uhuru being invited in Turkey. There was a certain, I think it was called Antalya Diplomacy Forum that was held in Turkey. And maybe the reason of the forum, ADF brought together diplomatic actors from across the world. Among them, there were political leaders, diplomats, opinion shapers, and academics to discuss and fashion solutions to identify global challenges as well as identify opportunities for international collaborations. And if our president was among the, I think, around 70 guys or 70 people who are invited there, including, I think, 43 presidents, if he was there, and this is a citizen of Turkey, this Harun, then, and the guy is investing in East Africa, because following what the deputy president indicated, that through the phone calls he was saying with a certain bank, he was trying also to help this guy on how he can secure a loan to invest in the region, 15 billion Kenya shillings. Let me ask you guys, if this guy is investing, like it is said, the guy is interested in farming of fruits and such, if he were like to have a certain portion of land where he will carry out his farming activities, as well as in Uganda, I would like to hear from you, who will be employed in these farms? Who will consume the products that will be grown from these farms? Who will benefit so much from this 15 billion deal? And that is the amount we are told that was borrowed. I believe also the guy had also a lot of extra money. So let us not politicize everything. Even if they might find this man, like they have allegations that this man could be the one who was associated with the terrorism of killing a certain businessman in Germany in 2009. I mean, we have the court systems, and I think people should get to research and identify if this really is the guy, because we did not, when this man was detained, we never had any report from UDA followers or supporters. Also, the government of Turkey was very clear that this guy is just a citizen who is an investor, and they did not relate him with any terrorist activity. Why then are we trying to implicate that Harun being associated with the deputy president is a very big deal? Like Ruto is trying to bring terrorism in Kenya. I mean, in terms of morality, DP, or the second in command, the guy understands the problems that we are undergoing as Kenyans. And we have seen how pathetic and how bad scenarios of terrorism are. We saw what happened in Westgate. We saw what happened in Garissa and some other instances. Who among the Kenyan statesmen can collaborate with the terrorists, and for what reason? Because the reason why some statements are uttered by various people, I don't know what they want to achieve, if it is not to bring down the rigors, the spreading, this spreading kind of gospel about Ruto. As well, we know clearly, like the other day, I listened to Matiang'i when he was in Kisii. And the way he was talking, he was very bossy that his assistants should not be interrogated on why even the journey to Uganda for the DP Ruto was aborted. If any questions, they should be addressed to him. I mean, this is the department that allowed or cleared this Harun into the country. This is the department that also assessed the documents of this guy, because basing
Excuse
on
me,
the
Deto. Were you there at the airport when he was cleared? You seem to have information that would help us come to the bottom of this situation. You were there when he was cleared, and you know who cleared him at the airport.
okay, listen, Angela. What I mean is,
Ndeto,
for
wacha
Harun,
niseme. Ndeto, you know these questions ambao unaulizwa question ni za kukukejeli. Ona, ni za kukukejeli. Hawa watu ambao wanasema
okay,
yeye ni gaidi. Washamchunguza wakajua ni gaidi. Washaongea naye wakajua ni wagaidi. Kwa hivyo haya maswali ambayo unauliza ni ya kukukejeli tu kama ulikuwa airport. Kwani kila mtu anajua wewe ni immigration officer. Wewe si immigration officer. Lakini hii maswali ambayo unaulizwa hapa ni maswali ya kukukejeli. Asante.
Thank you.
I was
Keith,
actually
and
asking
also
an honest
Angela.
question because what I'm trying to get to Ndeto is that if you really don't know the facts, afadhali uachane tu na hiyo maneno, because you don't know the circumstances under which that guy entered the country.
And at the same time, Ndeto skiza, at the same time huyu Angela ambao anasema hivyo, yeye ndio anaita yule Turkish, anamuita mtu mbaya. Waona, yeye ndio anamuita mtu mbaya. Kwa hivyo hata yeye kwa sababu hana evidence anafaa pia anyamaze tu. Hivyo ambao wanaambia wengine wanyamaze pia hivyo anafaa kuambia wanyamaze. Ndio nakwambia kama swali yote ni kukejeli Ndeto. Asante.
Wewe Kichi unatoa stories zako wapi? Mimi hakuna at any one point nimesema huyo. I have not even mentioned that Turkish guy today. I have not mentioned that Turkish guy, and I have not said he's a terrorist. So don't put words in my mouth or things that you're thinking and then you say mimi ndio nimesema, kwa sababu hata sija mention huyo Turkish.
Na kwani sasa hivi unaongea kuhusu nani?
Let me answer. Let me come in. Keith, please. Let me, Keith and Angela, let me come in. Because she has asked a question, which I think is a genuine question. And also, I also feel that what Keith is trying to highlight, maybe it could be sarcastic that Angela is asking me, and yet I was not there at the airport. My point is, Angela, we have officers at the immigration department, whether they are a senior, whether they are junior, and there are rules and regulations of how to allow someone to get into the nation. What I mean is, this we are only told about while Harun Aidin is already in the country, and he is to join the crew of 6 guys who were to join now with the DP and have a private journey to Uganda. My criticality or fundamental basing on this issue is, this guy must have been cleared because he never came direct from Turkey and he was going direct to Uganda. He was already in the nation, and we are also told the guy has a permit, a work permit. I think it is for farming businesses. The question we should ask ourselves, who are these people who cleared this guy so that to meet with the deputy president at the port of entry? Who are these guys who gave him the work documents? And also, because the business in the region seems to be known, like how did it came to be that the guy was already in the nation? He was already in Kenya. Then the only point where the immigration department notes that this guy is escorting the second in command is when they have joined together with the rest 5 guys together now with Ruto heading to Uganda. I mean, maybe there are junior staff at the immigration departments who could be maybe allowing corruption also. Maybe there are things that we do not know, because what Ruto said during his interview in Inoro is that what happened were the effort to undermine him and make him look useless in government, and to show him that there are people with the powers. The events are about supremacy in the government. So this issue of misusing positions to bulldoze government officials, I mean, that's the problem, because if Ruto was not vying for
Can I ask
presidency...
you a question if you don't mind?
Okay, come in.
What if, okay, this is my hypothesis, it doesn't have to be true. What if the government was trying to protect Ruto from himself, such that these guys were to go to Uganda and okay, under unclear circumstances, then they find out that this person has been in the crew of Ruto when they went to Zanzibar, and now he's in the crew, and they have had information maybe they were trying to confirm, and for them they saw it as a security issue to him, and the government has a priority to protect first the president, then second the deputy president. I'm just thinking outside the box.
Ndeto,
Okay.
hebu niseme kitu
Okay,
kabla you
Wekesa.
No,
come in.
kindly allow also Ndeto to answer.
Yeah, sasa
Let
nasema
me answer,
Ndeto
then
ndio
you come in, Kich.
Okay.
Let me answer, then you come in, Kich. Then Wekesa. In fact, that is very good. If these guys, their intention was to protect the second in command, maybe because we never know, because if there are allegations that Harun has ever been engaged into a terrorism activity, then it would be so bad. But the only problem I have with maybe the immigration department is allowing this guy to get to Uganda. Then when he's coming back is when they are realizing that they have done their research. This guy is a suspect of terrorist, just because they aborted the trip to Uganda for the deputy president. So they want to create a significance or a relevance on why they stopped Ruto from getting to Uganda.
We were told that they involved Interpol, maybe, and it gave them more expertise on how to handle such a case. And let me ask you a different question. When the terrorists ended in the US and they hit the Pentagon, if those terrorists was trying to run away and you capture them, do you question them that, first of all, how did they enter US? You see, they have already done damage, but you cannot even say just because you did not get them when they were entering, you cannot get them when they are going out. It's not a logical argument.
Hey, Ndeto,
Okay,
hebu Ndeto niseme kitu kimoja. Niseme hivi number one, kukiwa na watu waine ambao wanatembea, sawa Ndeto, ukiwa na watu waine ambao wanatembea, halafu upate habari kati ya hao watu waine mtu mmoja ni mkora, utaenda kushika huyo mmoja ama utaambia wengine wote warudi? Si utaenda ushike huyo mmoja. Sasa angalia wote walikuwa pamoja okay? Kama yule jamaa ndio alikuwa mbaya, si hapo ndio wangemshika wabaki naye, alafu waambia kina DP, nyinyi endeleeni, yule mtu ambao tuna shida naye ni huyu mmoja. Waona? Lakini vile walifanya, waliacha mpaka huyo gaidi aende, mpaka watu wengine waende, lakini yule mtu ambaye walimblock ni DP. Alafu wanakuja na tuambia wenye tuliwaacha waende, huyo mmoja ndio ana shida. Sasa mtu anauliza, kama basi huyu jamani walikuwa na shida, wakiwa pale kwa uwanja wangemchukua yeye, wamtoe kwa hiyo itinerary, wabaki naye, waache hao wengine waende. Na ndio maana DP mwenyewe anaangalia, naona kuna siasa.
Well, that is very simplistic, because if it's in them and it's a security issue, then the whole mission becomes a security issue, my friend.
Bas,
That is simplistic
lakini
argument. That is a very simplistic argument.
Sawa, lakini sikiza, lakini kama ilikuwa ni security issues, basi mbona waliacha wengine wote waende? Mbona waliacha wengine waende? Na kitu ya pili, watu wa security wa Kenya, they communicate na wale wa Uganda. Kwa hivyo wangewaambia wale Waganda wawaambie, basi kuna watu wanakuja huko na kuna mmoja ambao tunatashwishi naye, tunamfikiria, basi mchunguzeni huko kwenu. Waona, lakini si kuja unasema watu waine wanaenda, watu waine wanaenda,
prosecute case on matters of procedure, what we want to identify. There are also procedure, yes, procedure can fail, but the other issue is there indications that this person has been associated with terrorism? Why are you evading that question? Because if it is there,
haya, huyo ni kama network yake. Sasa mimi ndio nilikuwa nasema, uwezi kuwa uko na watu waine alafu ukuje utuambie huyu mtu mmoja ndio una shida, uache wengine waende, lakini mtu mwenyewe huyo mwenye uko na shida unamwacha aende, lakini una point kwa DP peke yake, na wanaenda Uganda, wanarudi, akirudi ndio unamleta shida. Waona? Alafu wanakuja wanasema maneno sijui ya nini. Turkey yenyewe, government ya Turkey through its embassy waliona wakasema huyu ni national wetu, hana tashwishi na tuko vizuri naye. Na mimi wacha nikwambie, unaona hii kimya ambayo Turkey wameweka hivi kimya, wanagojea waone tutafanya huyu mtu wao nini. Waona, na tukimharas vile tutamharas, I'm telling you, hao ma politician watagain points zao, lakini ujue kwamba wale wataumia zaidi ni wa Kenya. Mimi nagojea tu, hebu utaona, kwa sababu unakumbuka, nikumbushe, I keep on talking about, kukumbusha ile maneno ya Dubai. Yule Royal alikuja hapa JKA, wale jamaa wa immigration wakamharas. What happened after that? Wa Kenya waliharasiwa like you have never seen. Na mimi nagojea tu vile jamaa wa Uturuki hao, vile Uturuki imenyamaza tu, walitoa a very good statement, na wakasema huyu jamaa wetu ni mtu mzuri na hana maneno mabaya. Sasa aliposhikwa tunasikia tu kwa mimi sina evidence, lakini tunasikia tu kwamba walipoenda kusema wanataka kuongea naye wakablokiwa. Sasa nakuambia Uturuki unagojea tu, na nakuambia wale wataumia zaidi ni wa Kenya. Kama vile ambao wanasema fahari wawili wakipigana nani wanaumia? Nyazi. Sasa wale watapigana, wale wa Kenya wako Uturuki ndio wataumiza. Asante.
Let Mugambi talk now.
Okay, there is something I want to make a clarification. When we talk of work permit, let us remember even when the two brothers from America, the Atur Sagasian and the other Atur, when they came here, they were given passports for Kenya. They were given the work permits. They were given the residence by the government. But they were machinery who were coming to arm some people here in Kenya. This second guy who is in question, his work permit was issued, I think, 2 months and a half back. And when Kinch talks about him leaving Wilson to Uganda and the reason as to why we went to stop the DP, I think today when he came, every one of us saw how Sudi behaved. Sudi followed him to 8 DPU units, the anti-terror police units. He was requesting to be arrested with him. Take, for example, if those immigration guys trying to stop him from Wilson, not to fly to US, then our own lawmakers, they make such a farragus as Sudi did today. Could we risk the deputy president going to Uganda? The answer is not. Ask your question, the second question. When they went there with the 3 MPs, the MPs came alone, the guy was left behind. He came today in company of one of the Uganda's tycoons. The moment he landed in the airport, Sudi was the first person to go and receive him. That said, the Ugandan authority has not spoken anything about this man and his terror allegation. The Turkey government has not done the same. The Kenyan government has not come so strong with the same, apart from telling us that this guy has got some linkages in terror support and financing. And in 2001, he was arrested in possession of some regalias that are purported to be used by the terrorists. So when you talk of the government of Turkey is waiting to see how the government of Kenya is going to harass the guy, and the reason as to why the ambassador were denied entry to see him. Remember, there's no government that negotiates with a terrorist, not after you have committed the terror, but even if your name is mentioned alongside the terror, there's no one who is going to negotiate with you. Number three, I think like 15 minutes ago, the guy has boarded the plane with anti-terror police units to take him back to Turkey, to his country. So what else did you expect our government to do if they have the information that they are claiming to do? Remember, we are all citizens. Some of us may be privy to the information, others may not. But the government of Kenya has not arrested the guy. They have arrested him and deported him to Turkey. So what is our concern? Remember, the people who are so loud about this guy, they are the people who are close to the DP. Number one, the Sudi guy who was saying let him be arrested with him. Number two, the DP who claimed that he called the Equity Bank to finance the guy with 15 billion Kenya shilling to invest in Uganda. This is a Kenyan deputy president who is supposed to create job avenues for the Kenyan people. But he is requesting money from a Kenyan bank to go and finance a project in Uganda. So if we are
Mugambi, let me correct something. Let me
Can
correct
I also
something.
come in first?
In Uganda,
just a moment. Let me speak first of all. I want to also to respond.
Come in, Duke.
Mugambi.
Duke.
First of all, it is a mistake when you say that the government does not negotiate with terrorists. They were not negotiating with the person. They were negotiating with the country of origin of the person who was accused. So the government should be diplomatically communicate to the Turkish embassy. So when the Turkish embassy comes in and they are ignored, that's diplomatic failure. It's a mistake. That's what I was to add.
What I was saying.
Just a minute, Mugambi. Okay. Also, when you say that Ruto convinced a certain bank to loan this guy so that he can invest in Uganda, and yet we know the bank has a branch in the same country, then we should also respect the decision of a person to invest in a certain country. The guy has businesses in Kenya. You also want to extend.
Also, to add on that, the government Uganda had already supported the guy. He was actually looking for additional funds to continue his investment. He was not going to start investment. He had already started the investment.
Let me ask you guys. Anyway, Mugambi finish and then I'll come in.
Let me give us classified information. This guy was given a permit 2.5 months ago. He has made no investment in Kenya as we speak, as a person. Maybe he could have used proxies, we don't know, but as a person who was living in Radisson Hotel, he has not made any investment in Kenya. Number two, about Duke and Uganda and the equity in Uganda. Remember, equity in Uganda is just a subsidiary to the Kenyan bank. IDP says
so are you monopolizing that Equity Bank should only work for Kenyans? What are you advocating, Mugambi?
Finally, when these people, especially Sudi and the other guy who are with him in Uganda, the first information that they give, they say this man is a fruit farmer. That was their first clarification. After 2 days, we were told he is an investor in a plant to produce vaccines in Uganda. Remember, these are the people who are in the same group. From their talking, it means they are not sure of what this guy does. Number 3, to answer you, Deto, I'm not advocating for the Kenyan bank to work only in Kenya. My problem is, this is a serious investor according to how you take it and how DP told us. As the Deputy President of Kenya, should you export an investor to another country, or you should deport him? Remember, this guy landed in Kenya. Why did the Deputy President and his people, why did they convince him to work here in Kenya other than Uganda? So there are so many disjointed information surrounding that guy.
Let me ask you, Mugambi.
Deto, before you ask you ask Mugambi and I a question. Let me add something. This business to Uganda has had very many purposes, which we've had with our own ears. The one reason for the trip to Uganda was for NRM mentorship. The other reason is modern fruits. I don't know whether the modern fruits company was being built in Uganda or they needed to go for some research. I don't know. But I heard that this guy does modern fruits. Also, there was a vaccine factory that was being visited, for which the deputy president assisted the company to get a loan. 2 years ago is when this guy approached him. To approach the deputy president, and they sat down, and so the deputy president called Equity and apparently got him a loan for 15 million 2 years ago, a vaccine factory. Do you know that COVID was not even there 2 years ago? So how did this guy have an idea of setting up a vaccine factory even before COVID? A COVID vaccine factory even before COVID? Like, you guys, when you're being hoodwinked.
So Angela,
let me finish.
are you saying?
Let me finish. I haven't finished my sentence.
Are you saying COVID is the only disease that is treated by vaccines?
According
or
to the
what are you trying to? What are you validating on this platform?
I am saying what I heard from the deputy president's mouth is that 2 years ago in 2019, he called Equity Bank to get this vaccine factory a loan. 2 years ago, COVID was not even there. If it's for other vaccines,
is COVID the only disease that is can be treated with vaccine?
Let me finish. He also said COVID vaccine and other vaccines. If that is true, that will be the only factory the only factory in Africa to have a COVID vaccine factory, because I don't think there is any other.
Oh my God! You need to do your research very well, Angela.
Which other one is there?
You need to do your research. Don't come and say that in Uganda the only place where they do the vaccine is only in Uganda. No, do your research pretty well.
I didn't say the only place they do vaccines. Vaccines are done all over the world, but vaccine factories, I think the only country in Africa that has one is South Africa.
No, there is one in Rwanda. As we're speaking with you now, there is one in Rwanda.
How about in Uganda? The one that a 15 billion loan was given? Where is that factory? Show us the factory.
Whose loan, Angela? Can you come out clearly? Was it money that was taken from anyone, or it was taken from bank?
The deputy president said with his own mouth that 2 years ago he sat down with a businessman and called Equity Bank, and they were given a loan for 15 million for a COVID vaccine factory and other vaccines.
By the bank. Is there any problem?
During that time, what I'm trying to tell you, Dato, is that you guys are being lied to. You're being hoodwinked.
Don't be myopic.
You swallow each and everything you're told. That's why I keep on telling you guys, interrogate. What is this person saying? However much I love him, what is he saying? Is he lying? Interrogate
Let me ask you a question.
Is there order, or we are just shouting?
Yeah.
Wekesa control the platform, Wekesa. I have a question, Wekesa.
Let's have a controlled debate. We are here so that we can exchange information, and it's good to learn from each other. So, and for us, when you are sharing, kindly let's try and share accurate information. If you don't know something so much, you don't delve into it.
True.
It's
Thank
not a
you.
must. You
Let me
so
allow
kindly,
me to
kindly
ask
wait,
Angela. Allow me to ask
wait,
Angela
I
a
finish.
question.
Wait, we have an order. So
Wekesa, I am talking things that I heard from the
first,
deputy
Angela.
president.
Angela, first, wait. I'm allowing you to talk. So I had network problems, so I left, and I think there are new people who have come. Kuna Sam, Kuna Lamech, and whatever. I left when Duke Mukambi was talking, so I think who was the last person who was speaking, so that we can pick from there, and
it's
I
me.
had not finished making my submission.
Yeah,
I'm just asking. Who
I
was
was making my
It was me who was
submission,
speaking.
Wekesa.
Neto had
I
finished.
was
Neto had finished making his submission.
no.
Then
I
Mugambi
had
spoke.
not.
Then I spoke.
You know, you people. I had not finished. You started asking questions. Then
they
you are blocking
intercepted,
me
isn't
from
it?
delivering
Okay,
my
if they
yes.
okay, wait. If they intercepted Deto, let me give you 2 minutes to make your submission. Then Angela, was that a question or a comment?
Yes. Would Neto tell us as
She
while he's
was
making his while he's making
Okay,
his
let him
submission?
ask her. Let her ask a question. Then Deto, you proceed. You
Yeah.
answer, and then you proceed to you finish your submission.
Would Neto
So that
tell
there
us
is order.
what the
Thank
deputy president, according to the deputy president, what his business and his associates, what his business was in Uganda? Was it NRM mentorship? Was it vaccine factory? Was it something to do with modern fruits? Or what was it? Because based on what the deputy president said, it's not clear. And also, why the deputy president said 2 years ago that he called Equity Bank and got a loan for a businessman 2 years ago for a COVID vaccine factory when COVID was not even an issue at that time. And if at all there is a vaccine factory that was built in Uganda, he sends us a link to that vaccine factory.
As if establishing it is a crime. My God.
Okay. Let me address within my 2 minutes the questions that has been raised as I finish my submission. One, what business was the second in command was going to do in Uganda? And it is very clear that you people, you are even talking about vaccine factory, farming, a lot. You see, a person who is prospective to be a president should also keep expanding his relationship with either the neighboring countries or other leaders in the world.
And that's why you're not serious.
Let me finish. If you have a question, you will ask me. So my question is, my submission is, someone has said that giving this guy Harun a loan by the bank that channeled the same, it is wrong. I mean, this man, we are told he is a business person and he has a right to invest in any nation. Even if he has a work permit in Kenya, it is upon his decision to do his market survey, to do his analysis and identify which is the best environment that suits his business. So if it is the fruit industry, if he finds that Uganda has the best favorable conditions, why not go for it? He has his own reasons. As well, someone has said in the 15 billion, they were to set up a certain vaccine company.
A COVID vaccine factory in Uganda in 2019.
Can you listen? I'm just addressing that. Be patient, Angela. Let us not echo each other. You asked a question, I am answering you. I am saying, even if it was in 2018, and these guys were setting up a vaccine company, we know COVID-19. The reason why we call it 19, it is because it emanated towards the end of 2019. So
The
if
meeting,
that is
the
the
meeting
very,
was in
can you
July.
listen?
The meeting was in
Listen.
July 2019, not
Can you
December
listen?
2019.
Listen, who said December? Maybe it came to
It
the
was July.
newsroom.
It's the deputy president
Just
who
listen.
said
Why
during
are you
the
shaking?
interview that 2
Why
years
are you
ago, which is
colliding with
July
my reasoning?
2019, which is July
You are
2019.
heckling.
Don't talk about
Will not.
December.
You are
In
heckling.
any case,
Angela,
if you hate a
kindly
person,
give him time to
yes.
finish.
These people
why
are
is
very.
why is he hoodwinking us? He's hoodwinking
Can
us. That's the
you
reason why I'm
listen?
getting irritated. Stop lying.
Listen. You are asking questions. Should you answer yourself? I'm not tricking you. And if any trick, Angela, I think you are not the right person even to trick. Maintain your lane. So my point is, yes, my point is, if you are serious and you are talking about 2019, I've showed you that COVID-19 came to the newsroom in 2019. Who knows if research started in the month of early 2019, and maybe at Wuhan, they confirmed the case or the newly disease or epidemic in the November, December.
Sisi wajinga.
Can
Stop
you-
arguing. Stop arguing.
Wewe muache Ndeto
Can you
amalize
keep
bwana.
quiet?
Nani amesema Ndeto ni
Can you
mjinga?
keep quiet?
Mbona huyu msichana
Wewe
saa zote
kwani-
ni kutukanana
wewe
wekesa
kwani
bwana.
wewe ni
Sasa
mjinga?
mbona unakubali wengine waite wengine wajinga
Wewe
bwana?
unafikiria wewe-
Chakunya mwanza wewe.
Wewe ni mjinga. Yes,
kindly,
ujinga.
Angela.
Mjinga ndiye anashidanga akiongea hivi unaongea.
Let there be
Ukiuliza
order
maswali,
kindly.
yes, ukiuliza maswali
We can
listen to the
objectively
answer.
and let's maintain objectivity kindly.
Mimi
Thank you,
sijasema
Thank
Ndeto
you,
ni
Wekesa.
mjinga.
Angela,
Kama wewe
Nimesema
si mjinga nyamaza.
kufanya wajinga.
Kama
We
wewe
are
si
not
mjinga
foolish.
nyamaza.
Angela,
Kama wewe si mjinga
Stop
nyamaza.
lying.
Angela.
Kwa nini
Deto, can I
unaongea na
assist
mjinga?
you?
We-
Deto, can I come
wewe,
in to assist
mi
you?
sijakuita mjinga. I have not
Kwa
called
nini
anyone
unaongea na
mjinga. I have
mjinga?
said stop
Don't
treating
think,
us like we are wajingas. Why are you
don't
lying
think
to us?
that on this platform there is a foolish person. We are
You're
here to
lying to
present
us.
our agenda.
Angela,
Here, the
Angela.
language you are using.
Neto, keep quiet, Kwanza. Let me handle Angela. Angela, I don't. Okay. Sometimes even people say that all the things the deputy president says on the on the interview are not true. Okay, sometimes they may not be true, but you don't see citizen heckling him. They give him time to articulate issues. I think we need to have maturity here. People may not say accurate things, and that's why you can ask for a chance to rebuttal, maybe 1 minute or that, so that it's orderly. So if we shout at each other, why are we here? We cannot stay here the whole night just shouting at each other, because even when I'm talking the truth and I'm shouting at a liar, I even look more awkward than the person lying. So it should be, if me who is talking the truth, I should look more mature than the person lying. But if we can shout at each other, how can the listeners separate lies from truth? You see?
Thank you.
Well, let's have some maturity. Kindly, even
Okay,
some
let
of
me
us,
conclude.
it's not like we are agreeing everything that is being said here, but we are having restraint so that we can have an orderly debate. Thank you.
Let me conclude, Wekesa. When you find someone burning, when truth is told, then that person could be having some problems. Because I'm just giving my opinions. Someone has just asked the questions. I'm giving answers. I don't mean I'm so right, or I'm just give some logics so that we can mitigate the issues that are arising from the case that has just maybe emanated. So my conclusion, I would say this: let us have seriousness in every of the government department, because like someone said that he gave an example of United States. Once they were attacked by terrorists, then he was asking, if you get hold of those terrorists, should you start asking how they get in the country, or you start solving the problem that they have caused? My question is simple. If you do not get the root cause of a problem, it will recur as many times as possible. So what the Kenyan government was to do, it is to do their own investigation in collaboration with the government of Uganda, because this is where even this guy was going to do his investment. As well, they should have collaborated with the Turkey embassy, so that to also clear or scan through the profile of this person. Because I believe, Wekesa, today, that's why we have a good conduct certificate, so that if you are caught in any crime in Kenya, at least the government have your database and they can be able to retrieve every of your information. But trying to demean someone because he or she is associated with a certain person, I mean, we are politically fighting that person, maybe because we think this guy can be a source of fund to the politics of or to the elections during elections. Because if Uhuru Kenyatta in July this year on 18th, he was in Turkey, and the issues they were trying to come up with is to create partnership on how Turkey can partner with Africa so that to create opportunities. Then this is an investor from Turkey, the very country, and he has come to invest in Africa. Not even, it is not necessarily supposed to be in Kenya, but in Africa. What I see is job creation. What I see are opportunities for our young people who do not have jobs. But if you treat everyone associated with the second in command as a terrorist, then that's where we are getting wrong.
Let me ask you a simple question, Deto. If you come with a lady and introduce him to your home as a fiancé, you are engaged and you want to marry her, and she's just given a consent in that home, then the next time you find her she's in the neighborhood, not in your home. So what do you make of her? Because if he has been given a permit to do business in Kenya, and he uses Kenya to get a business in Uganda, how valuable is that person in terms of, we have seen he's not the only person government has had issues with. It has had even issues with the people who are betting. If you find that it's not benefiting the local people, then the government has a right to revoke even the permit. So can we be objective? What value was this guy adding apart from just getting a permit from Kenya and using it to launch his business to the next country?
Okay, Wekesa. Someone is saying that the guy has lived barely 3 months in Kenya. And what I will tell you, I'm a research scientist myself. And if there is anything, and there's something that requires a lot of market survey, it's when it comes to investment. Every enterprise, if you have not conducted your market survey well, you might make losses. Maybe this guy had mapped Kenya as one of the opportunity country to do his business. But in the process, through his research and navigation, he discovered his concept can work well in Uganda. I don't see anything that should barricade him from even moving forward to Uganda.
So why should Kenyans passionately support somebody who is not a Kenyan and is just doing his business errand? Okay, for DP was only escorting him to the neighbor. Maybe that is the greener pastures in the neighborhood. Why should Kenyans passionately? Because we have been in Kenya, we are in Kenya, and we are trying to come up with the bottom up to help the local Kenyans rise. But here are the big opportunities, and we're giving to people who doesn't look like they support even our agenda. Why should it give us a sleepless night talking
Can
about?
I come in? Let me respond to that, Ndeto.
Thank
First
you.
of all, this is an investor, an international investor. He invests in several countries. Even one of his companies is actually it does business all over Africa. So if a person is an international investor, he can invest in several countries. Number one.
Each one country?
Yeah.
One country has invested?
Kenya and Uganda, they are two. Because
Kenya has not done anything currently.
No, you don't know. He has a fruit farming company.
Okay, let's leave that. Okay.
Number two.
Let me answer you before someone else comes in. Wekesa, you have asked a very good question. And what I would say is this. Just like Duke has said, this guy, he has a right. And if anything, I think instead of harassing him the way they have done, they should have revoked the permit. And through that, he could have been out of the country because there is no business. Because business is all about future. You see opportunities. Like today we have the LabSet project. If today I am not investing in anything that
Sorry for that. Duke finish and then we go to Lamek and then Sam. You are helping, or both of them have gone. Jonathan, is it a question? Is it a question?
Yeah, it's a question. I mean,
now the people you want to ask have gone. Can you hold? Let them make contribution. Then when they come back, I'll give you a chance. You ask so that they answer.
Okay, so it's not a question. It's a matter of like I'm trying to add up something. Like
just in 1 minute. 1 minute, kindly.
Yeah, like you see, like we are the one we are going to circle, like arguing, blah blah, Ruto, Raila people, Ruto people. Like the problem is, you know, can someone be deported from a country without something that he has done wrong? I don't. That's one I don't understand, because when someone is deported from any country, it means that that person has done something wrong. So I don't know why people are saying this and are saying this, because maybe the government has something on him. That's why he has been deported. You know.
The OB was written there and it's circulating. The OB was written there, the accusations that he's a suspected terrorist. So I don't think a government can just come up with something that they can't substantiate. And that's why I was asking someone, can Kenya sacrifice its own diplomatic relationship with Turkey just because they want to pin down Ruto's presidency? There are many ways of pinning down Ruto's presidency if that is the argument. Does it have to sacrifice a relationship with Turkey?
Hey, Wekesa, can I ask you a question? One question, please, okay? So here is the thing. Ni nani ambaye amekubalishwa na law kusema kama wewe umekosa ama hujakosa? In any country, sasa zile umeenda umefanya makosa, si wewe unapelekwa kwa judge alafu judge anasema upelekwe kwenyu. Isn't that what happens? Sasa swali ni mbona hawamjamshika on Monday wampeleke kotini alafu judge convinced na aseme huyu jamaa hafai kuwa hapa alafu wampeleke home. Waona?
My friend, you don't know. These are international laws. Kindly is not a local.
No, because when you start thinking that way,
and that's why we told you there was.
Okay, so can you make a submission and then you guys can go to each other?
Okay, I was just responding to their question because the owner is not there. Can Lamek make his submission now? Because we are just going in circles.
Let me say something quick. Niache muendelee kupigana because mimi sika hapa kupigana. This is all I have to say. Haya maneno yote yanaendelea Kenya sio shida ya wanasiasa. We see this all the time wakati we are very close to elections. Wachinga walio Kenya ni sisi wa Kenya, sisi wananchi. The politicians watafanya venye wanafanya. all these things mnaona vinakuja kwamba Ruto is this, Ruto is that, Ruto nowadays is associated with terrorists, all that. Hiyo yote ni part of our politics in Kenya. Na at the end of the day, shida tuko nayo Kenya ni kwamba all these guys, including Ruto, when they came to power in 2013, you can see what they have done to our country. Everybody ameipa yenye angeweza, scandal after scandal, ikuwe ni ya COVID, ikuwe ni ya nini. Sisi wa Kenya tunapaki hapa tunaitana wachinga nini. Yeah, sisi ni wachinga. There is nothing we can do. There is nobody in Kenya unaweza angalia, ikuwe ni rais, ikuwe ni nani, ikuwe ni Raila, unaweza sema kwamba he has the best interest of Kenya. Sisi wenyewe wa Kenya, we don't have that best interest. Kitu tuko nayo ni kwamba we take sides, tunafanya hivi na hivi. Ukiniambia what's going on in Kenya right now, ni siasa ya kawaida. Na the moment Kenya itachomeka kama Rwanda, that's the time we will realize kwamba Kenya ni yetu na tutapendana zaidi na tutafanya vitu vizuri. At the moment, sote ni mapupu. We don't know what we are doing.
Kindly make your submission.
Yes.
I don't think it's necessary useme wa Kenya ni wajinga, because they are not. They are not.
From where I see that, what I see, and I'll be honest, when you naongea, kwa sababu
sometimes we normally say, if somebody says you are a fool, it depends on the IQ of the one judging you, so it may not substantiate that. Okay, can we proceed on the topic? Can you prosecute the topic kindly?
Yes. So, talking of what's happening with Ruto, ni siasa, because his story of corruption. Ruto, personally, after what happened in 2007, these ODM goons, I don't like them, all of them. Sasa nikitumia China wachinga, you saw in 2013 how the Kikuyu community, and I'm specifying the Kikuyu community, came out, supported Uhuru and Ruto regardless of their history. Sasa because tunaelekea wakati the other side ya Mount Kenya inaangalia inasema, oh, Ruto, that guy who was panning us in churches, we don't need him. Inaanza kuwa ni siasa nyingine. So all these things that are happening, musitulete ile evidence hapa. There is no evidence. Tunajua siasa ya Kenya. Ruto is not the greenest man. He is not even, temperament yake is not somebody I really want to be the president of Kenya. Neither is Raila, neither is even Uhuru mwenye ako president right now. So what's going on in politics?
Which country are you guys? Which country are you?
Mimi ni Mkenya.
Where do you stay? Are you abroad or are you in Kenya?
No, right now I'm not in Kenya, I'm in the US. But at the end of the day,
did you watch the debate between Trump and Joe Biden, and then even how they brought in the corruption of his son? Joe Biden.
I think Wekesa, you are going off.
No, I don't even want him to answer. I'm trying to say, he said Kenya ni wajinga because we have tunapaka mtu. I think politics, that's how it happens. And if there is issues of character, that is the time they are brought out. And that is even the time that you will be told you had married the third and fourth wife. Because it's a matter of character. They are bringing out the character. Which character of a leader do we want to have? And it's good to be debated.
If the Kenyan government, in which Ruto is part of, ingekuwa willing kwamba inapigana na corruption na it's gonna serve the people of Kenya, it could have done so. Every person there, including the president with his family, they are as corrupt as hell. Ruto himself, isi mapirioni amekuwa nazo sote. If you check his record between 2013 and right now, he has gotten a lot of money from us Kenyans. Usiangalie useme kwamba amepata hizi pesa ache na we have the president. The president is doing the same thing. Ukisikia kuna COVID billionaires, that's the same thing they are doing. So there is no clean person in government. But because the deep state economic instruments, it can go after somebody like Ruto and say, okay, we are going to expose you. Now we are being told hii na hii na hii. No, wote ni wachawi. Ile ni kwamba wale wengine wako na instruments, they can come out and say huyu ana associate na huyu terrorist na nini na nini. Tutasikia hizo stories. Me, I don't have any evidence yenye naweza angalia niseme kwamba, or I look at nasema, what do you expect from these folks? After the elections watashikana mikono, sisi wananchi tutakuwa hapa tukiongea tu. It's like we know so much but we don't know anything. They have all the instrument to tell us this is supposed to be like this. Saizi wacha watuchezee siasa, sisi tukucha hapa tupige tu kelele. At the end of the day, they are the beneficiaries, we are the losers. The country is going to the dogs. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Sam, can you make your contribution?
All right. Yeah, how are you guys? I've been listening to you for maybe for like an hour. Yeah, anyway, let me just talk about today's topic, even if I've had a lot of misinformation in the group. I'm just not going to pay attention to that. But you guys, I've noticed that your arguments, they are never based on critical thinking. Sometimes, like it's quite difficult for people to make also sense of connecting the events that have been happening with the politics that is currently happening. For example, now we see this guy called Aidin Harun, right? I just want to even ask a question to all of you guys. For example, if you go for a job interview, they find you're good and all those kind of stuff, they will first have to do a background check to see what kind of a person you are before you're able to be given that job. And I still see some argument of people stating that, but this same guy was given a permit by the government, and probably they will take that and blame probably on the president. But is the president who normally give out this work permit for people to come and work? Does he sign? Right? So sometimes there can be hitches in a country where the immigration, they might do a mistake of bringing someone in the country. So that's not the work of the president. So we should stop those kind of misinformation here. And then now the other thing that really disturbed me, and I find it to be also quite hilarious at the same time, is that you can actually tell me that somebody can become a 15 billion shilling guarantor while people in Kenya are wallowing in poverty and they're looking for opportunity. And this is the same guy who is actually claiming that he's a guy of a hustler. They've already proven that that is not even true. And anyone who can counter that, like I don't even know the reason why you would argue on the other side, right? You cannot bash the president by saying you build a 20 billion shilling firearm that can only employ 100 people, but you can guarantee 15 billion to somebody. Then you did you hear Ruto saying that that 20 billion could actually have given 20,000 jobs? So what about the 15 billion that is guaranteeing to somebody to set up a factory in Uganda? What could he have done? Maybe he could have employed 15,000 Kenyans. If 20 billion could have done 2,000 people, 20,000 people, therefore he could have done 15,000 with the 15 billion. So, like, there's a lot of lies going around, and that's even from the beginning in this forum. I was saying all this bottom-up thing, it's just a vehicle instrument to get someone to power. It's something that is actually not going to help anybody. And then this is another thing. You cannot tell me that the government cannot detain somebody because of the past history of this person, because they also need to be sure, because there's somebody called Harun Aidin that was arrested, and he was actually charged, and he was sentenced to prison, but he was later acquitted, probably. And I know Turkey very well. It's another corrupted country. If you guys, you don't know about it, especially when you have money. Even if you've been sentenced, you will be released anyway, because they're also very corrupt people. Now,
No, you're lying. You're lying, Sam. Have you ever been in Turkey? Ushakuwa Uturuki?
Because you're
Ushaenda
talking, I do
Uturuki?
not interfere with what you're saying.
No, because you're lying.
I'm not
You're
good in
lying.
Swahili, so
Uturuki is not.
you better talk English, because I can understand you. Kwani kicha na kwa gana shida gani? Akiongea nobody interject. Lakini sasa mtu akisema ukweli anaruka tu hapa juu kama I don't know what. Sasa okay, let me continue. It was interfering with my train of thought. Now let me say that the problem we have in Kenya is that we are not relaying critical thinking of following the events properly to tell us, okay, this guy said that he is for the hustler, but he wants to actually send 15 billion shilling to Uganda. Well, it could have helped people in Kenya, right? And then now this is another problem that I've always even mentioned in this forum. The problem, maybe I could not even have the problem with the deputy president himself, but the people that surround him, they've got a lot of questionable conduct. And I like what Wakesa had said before, when he gave an example of a line of best fit, when there's a scattered dots within a graph, so you need to draw a straight line, and that's we know that people are not perfect, but there are some people that are very complete corrupted than other people. You see what I'm saying? So why is it that every time we have this other individual who everyone that follows has a lot of questionable conduct? You see what I'm saying? And then another problem that I also have is that you can bash other people about things. You can say, oh, why is Uhuru building a firearm, whatever, like he's wasting money, he could have employed 20,000 people. And then you on the other side, you're taking 15 billion shilling to Uganda. Don't you think that is a double speak? That is a double speak. That is something that normally pisses me off so much, because I can actually see the lie in you. I can clearly see that lie. And then another problem
Can I ask you a question, Sam?
You'll ask me when I finish, Neto. And another problem that I've also discovered, especially with Kenyans, with the kind of the way people they align themselves in a political formation. Let me tell you, if this was Raila with this guy, everyone here who supports the other faction, they could bash him like hell. Oh, why is this guy hanging with the terrorists? Why is right? But now, because you're so passionate about an individual to the point where you don't want the government to actually question this person about his work in Kenya, now everyone is like, oh, he's being targeted because he's a friend of Ruto. So what about if actually like I don't know, this guy below me, he said something powerful as well. There's no way the country can just deport somebody without an information that they know about. They don't know, like I don't believe that. So it's just not just about targeting somebody because he's a friend of somebody else. If one day if we stop, if we actually stop and think, and we leave the emotion aside, and then you tell yourself, okay, why is this guy being arrested? He's being arrested because, number one, they've discovered that he's been coming to Kenya without his passport being stamped. So how was he able to get into the country? And then now when you say that, you will see the people who support the other faction. Do you know what they'll be saying? They'll be saying, oh, you're saying that because he's a friend of deputy president. And how do you know that his passport was not stamped? I mean, that was stamped, and that when I tell you that because of the information we've had, they've said his passport has not been stamped. So you think that we are saying it because we hate Ruto? No, like Kenya has had history of terrorism, especially the Al-Shabaab. Therefore, the government, they cannot take a chance. Even if you support your guy, this is a person who need to be questioned about his dealings in Kenya. And let me tell you, there are so many foreigners who have gone to Kenya and they've been discovered to be of wrong character. He's not the only person. Do you remember the two brothers? Do you know how many Nigerians who land in Kenya and they start scamming people? They even start killing people, right? So you want to tell me the migration could have known about it and give them the work visa? Do you know how easy it is to get a visa in Kenya? To the point like the other countries that we normally go, where we go through hell to get visas, but Kenya people, even they get visas on arrival. You can even, there's some people even they're given work visa at the airport. Can you imagine that? And then now we'll be here saying, oh, why did Uhuru give this guy working visa to come to Kenya? Like, come on, man, give me a break. As in, do you want to tell me that Uhuru should be watching all over everybody who comes to Kenya and say, oh, okay, you're a terrorist, don't come? That's not the work of the president. That's why there are so many departments in the government, and most of those departments, they're extremely corrupt, that any person can get into that country the way they want. But now, if it comes to the government, rather, that there's somebody in the country with some questionable conduct, then they have very, very like you know, they have every right to stop that guy, to interrogate him and to ask him, why are you coming to Kenya? What is your work in Kenya? Even in UK, like guys I've seen in the UK, here in the US, I'm seeing how people, they normally go to those countries illegally, but they don't know, the government, they don't know about it. They come and find out later. So that's what I'm saying, like we should stop talking with very cheap you know, mindset. You should actually be very critical in your thinking, and you just know that the government has to put the security of everyone, like, you know, that is their work. That is their constitutional right to do that.
Thank you, Sam. And now let's allow first question from
Okay,
Letron.
let me finish your case and then somebody. So my conclusion is, like now what we need to do is that from henceforth, when you're trying to make you know, when you're trying to make a point, you should also use you should also be able to critically think about it, instead of just talking just like somebody who does not understand because you're passionate about another person. So I think that's it for now.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Sam. Harun, he did not came to Kenya yesterday or on Monday. Maybe he has been around, and it is clear that he had a certain business he wanted to like invest in Kenya, of which we don't know the relationship between him and Deputy President. We only knew it when it busted in media, and everyone was like, you mean he is associated with the second in command? That's how we came to discover about more information about him. Then any decision, like you are saying, that we should be logical when we are arguing even the bottom-up approach, that you see, Ruto gave an example of the 4 billion Amari in the company that is set up by the president at Ruiru. And he was giving an example on how that money could have been used otherwise. Then you are comparing and contrasting the same by saying, what about the 15 billion that this guy directed to be used in Uganda? One thing you should also know is this money did not belong to Ruto. And if anything, even if Ruto is his friend, maybe he tried to like negotiate with him.
Yeah, I don't even know, but
we have
may
lost
God help
Ndeto.
Ndeto, by the way. May God help him.
I think let that question hang first. Let Duke ask his question. Maybe if he comes, then you can answer him when he's around.
All right.
Yes, first of all, I have a strong counter argument to Sam about what he has said. First of all, Ruto did not give the money, the government money to that person. It was a loan which was granted by a bank that person to invest. And if you know how does a bank gives you a loan, there is several factors to consider. For example, the creditworthiness of the person, the profit generating potential of the investment. Also, you can talk about a bank statement. Therefore, it's actually Equity Bank doing business with that person because that money must be paid with interest. Also, he acted like a guarantor. You know, we know what we call collateral security. We want to take a loan from the bank, and Kenyan banks have a lot of loans. Actually, if you have online banking, they even notify you every day how much you can request from the bank.
Well, let me just you know, let me respond to what Duke is saying. First of all, I did not say that Ruto used the government money to loan to this guy. I knew it was a guarantor. But what I was saying, are there no local investors in Kenya that he can actually help, especially right now when life is so difficult for many Kenyans?
I can answer that.
Like, are there no local investor that now he can actually guarantee them?
I can answer that question. I can answer that question to you, Sam.
Who's that?
This is Arome.
Oh, Arome. Okay.
Sam.
Arome, before you answer, maybe a subsidiary question to that also, you answer both.
Yes.
Okay, one, because he was talking about opportunities when he referred to the 4 billion of firearm.
Yeah.
So, was if he could have guaranteed the same person, but in Kenya, so that he invests in Kenya, and we have those opportunities, could it have been better than when he guarantees somebody who is going to create job opportunities for Uganda?
Okay. Thank you. The one for the youth, right, in Kenya.
Thank you,
But they
Sam.
can't even understand. Okay,
I understand what you are trying to tell. I understand you guys what you are trying to tell us. Okay, what I want to tell you guys, let's behave like we are all Kenyans, and the problem that this country is undergoing, it is affecting us, not even those leaders whom we are talking of. Today, if you want to carry a business in Kenya, I will give you two examples of the Keroche Breweries lady, Madam Tabitha. Then we have the other man from Thika, the Mr. Is it Peter Kariuki? I think, yeah, Peter Kariuki of the wines and spirits. These two examples, these are very successful businessmen and women in Kenya who had created employment for many Kenyans, which I think all of you are aware of all these things. But because of what I will call it political interest, or because of the market interest, that a certain family had some interest in certain business, they started sending KRA officials, the DCI, and such business were being disrupted. I will take an example. There was an argument in the case of Keroche Breweries that a bottle of beer, we are told sometimes back, the bottle of beer was being sold at 100 shillings. Then KRA came up and told us this beer By that time, we were not supposed to take a tax of 40%. We were supposed to deduct 60% tax. So now all those charges should be paid from that day. So it was an error from KRA. Surely if you make such an argument in court, or if you make such an argument in a business, surely what do you want that person to be? So to the issue to do with this Turkish businessman, this person was given work permit by the Kenyan government. This person was cleared by the Kenyan government to travel to Uganda.
Yeah, but by the way, I'm telling you guys, I am so shocked with some arguments. They don't make any sense. Do you know these same guys supporting this? They should also tell us why did the account where the credit for the 15 billion that Ruto had done, they were advance credit, right, by equity. Do you guys know that account has been frozen? Do you know that? Do you know that account has been frozen for money laundering? And then this guy who just left, I forgot his name, what it is. Is
Arome.
Karome. So he's saying that the business environment in Kenya is not good, but so the second in command now can transfer that business to Uganda. That's what he's trying to tell us, right? He's trying to tell us that.
Yeah, he's trying to say that if there's a problem in Kenya,
yeah,
if the second command is the president, he can still mortgage us.
Exactly. Now that's what he means. That Kenya business environment, and I'm the second in command. I'm the one who sit in these committees that I can change the situation in Kenya. But because it's beyond my help, let me just take this business to Uganda, because in Kenya this business person will not be successful. And then another thing is Uganda even also not corrupt? Or it's only Kenya which is very corrupt? You see, you know what I'm saying? So I am saying the way we think, we really need to learn the way we actually look at certain situation in a very critical way, other than just to talk without having
Okay, Arome, finish your back.
I'm seeing you guys, you are removing us when you are touching very sensitive points, eh?
Nobody's removing us. Even me, I have been out and I've been added. I don't know whether it's internet problem, my friend. Even me, I've been added twice.
I'm trying to tell you guys, currently doing business in Kenya, as long as you are seen by, let me just use the word which is being used currently. As long as you are seen, maybe you are trying to fight with the deep state, you get these problems. This man could invest in Kenya, but the problem is, if you look at the history of those people who have been close to the deputy president today, they are being harassed. Okay, there are those maybe they did wrongs. I don't advocate for them to walk free. If they're involved in corruption, they should be arrested. But if you kill these businesses, like the other day, you had people saying we have many contrabands in this area. You hear people being arrested, contrabands being destroyed. Surely, my brothers. And because we have some people, and I want to promise you guys, by February next year, these people will be mentioned to the public, and they will know. Some of us.
Arome, I will advise you, or I would love if you do a logical argument, because for me, why you have come up even with a Keroshe is because I see your argument is based on the Ruto's tweet.
No.
Wait, I finish. It's based, even the word contraband, you are just using the words he used. Let's not be a conveyor belt of our leaders. What they say, we come and regurgitate here. Let's reason. Let's argue our own point without. I cannot use Raila's argument on this.
Wekesa, the other day, Wekesa, we were here, there's something I told you. I think there's no politician as we has talked about that. But when you hear it again, when somebody a high profile will mention it, you will say I'm copy pasting what they are saying there. So I want you to understand this. The issue to do with the contraband, the issue to do with Keroche, the issue to do with Patrick Kariuki, these are things which we knew, but we could not speak them. We just look
Can
at.
I read for you the tweet and you'll see everything you are saying? It's today. I don't think it's by coincidence.
You know, Wekesa, you are Wekesa, you are an NASA affiliate. So you are a baba. So you'll always try
one
to
is
put
all
us
known.
off, eh?
Yes, he's and
I'm
unfortunately
trying
he's
to
the
bring out
moderator.
your point. I'm trying to bring out
Bring
your
him,
point.
Wekesa.
You don't have to read something that all of us we have it.
Wait, Wekesa. I want to tell you, if this person was given a work permit by the Kenyan government, he was cleared to travel to Uganda, then he come back and you arrest him. What are you trying to tell us? This is very clear. We should not be even discussing about it, because the government of Kenya is trying to use ways which are not supposed to be there. This is abusing the law, bana.
Why won't Arome allow
Let me
Wekesa
ask
to read
you.
the tweet? Wekesa, read the tweet. Read the
Everyone
tweet.
has that. Everyone has
Read
that
the
tweet.
tweet.
For us, we have it. We don't need someone to read for us.
Okay, thank
Me, I
you.
don't have
Now,
it. Wekesa, read it for my sake. I don't have the tweet.
Kutumia kwa inbox.
okay,
Wekesa,
thank you.
soma tweet.
Mwambie
I
akutumie kwa
will
inbox.
do it, but I wanted us actually to don't use somebody's ideas just to come and regurgitate them here. Just argue soberly what you think the situation is and how you think us Kenyans are perceiving the whole situation, so that it doesn't have to be just because I'm a Sema, that is what needs to be. And that's how we create a narrative. And I also asked somebody here, when you see Ruto on TV or Raila on TV, it doesn't mean that whatever he said is the gospel truth. You can interrogate it and see whether facts adding up.
And that, Wekesa, and you're right. And that's the reason why I've been insisting that let's interrogate things. You know, you read a tweet and then you come and regurgitate it here for us, and we are supposed to see as if you're removing points from yourself. This maneno of being brainwashed by leaders is what is messing us up as Kenyans. Don't come regurgitate what you have heard, research, get your own facts, and then bring them to the forum. Otherwise, we can as well bring Ruto. He tells us what he's been tweeting.
Yeah, this is what he says. Turkish investor Aydin Harun is a victim of top-down arrogance bred by patronage and cartels that criminalize enterprises, importers of goods declared contraband. Africa Spirits closed, Keroche harassed, and now investor with valid papers labeled terrorist. Tragedy of political pettiness. You can use the same words here and you come and tell us that that is what you are reasoning.
I rest my
We are
case.
not here just to replay what leaders are saying. We are here to discuss ideas and add value to our nation. If where our leaders are failing, we can add value.
Wekesa, you're so right. I like that.
Okay, Karuri, I see you have joined us late. Can I give you an opportunity to make your contribution, kindly?
Okay. Yeah. Before I make my submission, I have spent some time to listen to what everyone is saying, and I think since we are all like fixed minds with what we support or what we champion as person, one thing that I wanted to say, and I want to be just very brief because I know we can talk these things over and over until I don't know when, with no end. Is first of all, I would say I would love the government to be on watch on watch to see if there is any terrorism, because as a country we know where we come from. We've come from from those eras whereby terrorists have come to a country and cause a lot of damage even to the people and the properties and all the stuff. We know everything that happened. So one thing that raised the question was the way this issue was handled, because from a genuine point, if actually this guy was an terrorist, we would love the government also, when this man was arrested, to allow the guys from the embassy to have a word with them. If you really have a word to substantiate about your action, then you could come. Those are the things that raise questions. But if the government could come out and talk and say, oh, now this was the issue as to why this man was arrested, I wouldn't be saying, because I'm not saying like I just want to defend anyone, but we are just trying to see why are they doing all these things, And now I would agree with what Sam said, that you can get a visa one at the airport. That one, and an error can be made by someone to give him a work visa. That one we cannot say it's wrong. Yeah, it happens because there's something can happen after that when the government come and follow it up and realize, oh, this man was the wrong person, not supposed to be in the country. Then now I would say that would have done. And also I want to go with a point where someone said that they should at the airport they should have they should have arrested him at the airport before going to Uganda and let the Kenyans who were, because if you say like the safety for deputy president, why is it not safety for others who accompany him? Because the government is supposed to actually keep their citizens safe, and among is those ones who travel with the taxi businessman were also Kenyans, like the deputy president. So in that case, it raises a little bit of questions. Why was it done in that manner? That's why we all are trying to interrogate to understand why did they have to do that. And also, after coming back and being
Sam,
arrested,
before you go to the next point, can I
yes,
ask you on what you have said? Okay, it's not just the safety of the deputy president, also the safety of others. Now, let's interrogate that. When it comes to the MPs, the phone call was made to the speaker, that is their leader, who is Muturi, and he confirmed they didn't need anything from him so they can be allowed to go. Then the security of and the issues of the deputy president emanate from the president's office, and that's where he did not communicate. So kindly, those are two separate. This is an executive arm and the other one is a legislative arm. So the fact that the legislative arm certified it does not guarantee that the executive arm should have. So those were two different. They are two different cases.
A question to you as well. So if the government at that point knew that this person is suspected terror, why would they clear him?
There's also like error as well in the migration. Like when you if you've been at the airport,
No. Listen.
passport are just being like that.
I know errors
error
are there.
as well.
Sam, I mean it, Sam. I know errors are there, and errors happen before you realize something. But here you've already realized, and now you've actually flagged this guy to be a terror suspected person. That should not be an error going forward.
But it happened, unfortunately. It happened.
No, why try and cover it? No, just take it as the way it is,
Okay, the first day
he was not as wanted. He was not wanted in the
Wekesa.
police system in Kenya. He wasn't.
Wekesa.
Yes, Mukambi.
Let me make a point on the workplace that people are making news about. You should know in Kenya right now, any work permit you apply to citizen, that is online. And at online, you can put false data to get that work permit. And since he's a foreigner, our system may not have and is prior information on their activities in the system. So could be the system was lying to that this man is clean and it generated his permit, which is generated by the machine. So let us not put president or any office to that.
Yeah, now when you talk about the system, do you know when you put information in this phone, the data can enter. But what happens until it is synchronized, it cannot be at the center. So
Yeah.
if it takes time, if I've been seeing the information is keyed in here, but the person at the central place has not received, if it takes hours before, and me, I've been cleared here to call, then they wait. When you come back, they say that, but the person you cleared to call has these issues. And it is not just him. Let me tell you, even all of us, if you get, and wait, and then you respond. If you go and get a job at a particular company, there are people even who have used fake certificates and got a job. But when they all do the audit, they realize the degree you gave them was a fake degree. You will be disqualified at that stage. They don't say that now that we already admitted you and you are working with us, why should we dismiss you? And
That's true.
you will be even arrested that time.
Well, Kesa, it has even happened in the UN. I know some people in the UN, they were employed with fake PhD degrees. They were later realized. Like those things, they do happen.
No. For me, the issue is if
I think it was my time.
That person,
I haven't finished what I was saying. It's good to use those examples because is trying to pull, but remember, not all examples actually go along with whatever it's happening. Because I know I can even pull my own example to suit my own my own submission. You know,
it will depend on your argument. You don't just disqualify it. Argue your point, and we will see whether there is logic in what you are saying.
Well,
We
Kesa,
only want to see the logic.
let him do it. I want to hear it. Like, can you do yours? We see. Maybe we might buy it.
Okay. I just want to conclude because I don't want to go much on that because of all the happening because like I said, we might argue until it's endless. So the whole thing is the big question that I also had. Sam, I'll come to that. I know what you're waiting for. The big question that I was coming was during the time this man was arrested and the time when he was taken and he was barred in. Why was it necessary for the government not to talk to the Turkish embassy and kept silent and kept them waiting as they were? Don't you think that it was something that will ruin the international relationship between Kenya and Turkey, or does it mean like is it something that will try to tarnish the image of Kenyan image internationally or globally? Because remember, we are entitled to integrity, and if you're doing something, you have to communicate. The way we're doing, the way they really acted, actually reminds me of those black days when, like the dictators, the way the things were done, and nobody was allowed to talk. And you remember, in this constitution, you cannot, because they said at some point that this man, they want him to give information, and that means giving an information is not an arrest. And from the JKA, from the airport, the way he was taken, it shows that it was arrest. The way he was even barred inside from other people not to see him, it showed it was arrest. So here comes a point whereby the government is trying to actually, the way they talk does not go along with what we can see. That's why we come in and ask, like, why did it, why has it happened this way? Because we expected the government, we expected them to actually allow him to talk to the people who went to see him there. And
but I know that same Sam Karui is listening, and we should ask him this question: did we ruin our relationship with China when we deported that guy who insulted Kenyans? Did we ruin our relationship with Congo when we deported that Kofi Olomide, the one who kicked somebody at the airport? Have we ruined relationship with the Nigerian government for deporting so many scammers to Nigeria? Like, what is he talking about? Like,
How many?
And we also be included in the debate.
Of the government is to protect
Who is
its citizens.
there's somebody called Senator
No, but he will talk, Wekesa. But what I'm saying, the function of the government is to protect the security of its citizens. Even if it will mean that we are going to ruin our relationship with Turkey because of this guy, they first need to see that the security is secured for the country. That's it.
Wekesa, can I say something here, please?
Let Senator Atuya make his submission first. I want us to talk about that when the person who was submitting is back, because he just dropped off.
Thank you, Wekesa. I've been here for a while, but I've been liking the debate from the beginning. So first and foremost, I just want to say that the security of this country is very paramount. And any efforts that the government is doing to ensure that we are a secure country should always be welcomed. The case of Aidin, though, it will only take a class 2 pupil to tell you that this is pure politics at play. We encourage the government to continue protecting us, but this issue of Aidin is just pure and 100% politics. I'm not an expert in the issues of diplomacy and travel issues, but what I know and the information I have is that before a plane lands in any country, for instance, in the case of Kenya, before, for instance, a plane lands in Kenya from the US, always information is sent to the Kenyan side that we have 300 passengers, and these are their names, this is their history, and this is the reason why they're traveling to Kenya. You cannot tell me that that guy traveled to Kenya 2-3 times without the Kenyan government having the information that this guy is a terror suspect. Mind you, this guy was arrested in 2001. Was it in Germany? I don't have the information. That is when he was suspected to be a terror suspect. 22 years later, the Kenyan government, after allowing him into the country several times, has come now to tell us that this guy was actually a terror suspect. It is suspect in itself. That is politics, just politics at play. So they cannot tell us they never knew the history of that person when he was traveling to this country. So those of you who have traveled, you know that what happens. Your information is always sent earlier before you get to that country. So you cannot tell us that a country of the state of Kenya.
Now you see, that's another guy. Like is Senator Atuya, he should tell us whether this guy was put as wanted in the Kenyan system. Like for you to be arrested, you need to be wanted, right?
Well, I don't know what is happening to people. They are just leaving. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, maybe when they speak.
Can I say something, Wekesa?
Okay, Kish shortly, and then Mulumba kindly.
All right. Maybe I'll speak a little bit of some English here so that Mr. Sam can get it. But again, I don't want really to speak in that English because I don't like it. You know, I speak English every now and then. So I want to speak Swahili. So, hey, Sam, try and find somebody who can translate that for you, right? Okay, wacha niseme hivi. Yeah, you can try and find somebody to interrupt that. I mean, to tell you what I'm saying. Because okay. I don't really like talking the English.
Yeah, thank you for your sarcasm. It's
thank you. It's my time now. Okay. So Wekesa, mimi ile kitu ambao nitasema ni kwamba mimi nagojea Uturuki. Remember, Uturuki walisema pale vizuri sana na wakasema kwamba huyu national wetu hana hatia. Waona? Huo ni Uturuki ambao walisema. Na sasa sisi tumemkamata na tukazuia mpaka maloyazi wake kwenda kumuona. Sasa mimi nasema ni hivi. Nakumbuka laws za Kenya ziko clear sana. Kwamba ukishikwa lazima upelekwe kwa jaji, halafu jaji mwenyewe akikuconvict. Sasa hapo ndio watafanya yale maneno ambao wanataka kukufanyia. Kama unatupwa nje, basi unatupwa nje. Hiyo ndio katiba ambayo imesema. Kwa sababu sikiza hii yule tuseme kama wale jamaa wako abroad kule, kuna wale ambao wako Germany na kuna wengine wako Uarabuni, kuna wengine wako kwa Amerika na all that supposing
and kindly differentiate for us before you proceed. Was he arrested or detained?
He was arrested. Now, unajua uwezi kuwa detained. Before you are detained, you are arrested first. And then after that, you are detained. You understand? Kuna huo tofauti. Alafu unapelekwa kwa judge, alafu sasa judge ndio anakuhukumu. Na kama sasa tutaanza kufanyia watu wa nchi nyingine hivi, kumbuka
Okay.
I think this system has a way of people.
Okay, Mlumba and then Festus.
Yeah, thank you so much guys. Mimi kitu taambia siko na maneno mengi, niko na maneno kidogo tu. Kitu naona nyinyi wana Kenya, as I said always, wengi wenu mna masikio haisikii, mna macho na haioni. Mnakuwa sijui niwaambie namna gani. Mnajikoroga na vitu ambapo mnaona na macho. Kwanza mnachimbua na nyinyi siri serikali. Serikali iko, security ya Kenya iko. Ikiarrest mtu inajua kwa nini imearrest. Some of you hamuko nyinyi intelligent people. There's a Kenya na intelligence yake. So kitu nimeona kwanza, ikiangalia mtu kama deputy president wa nchi ya Kenya mzima, the whole world, kitu alifanya hajawahi kufanyika. It has never been done somewhere. Mniambie ni wapi ambao mshawaona deputy wa nchi anafuata mkubwa wa nchi, anakuwa na mgeni basi anasema kwamba ni biashara, sijui anafanya nini. Deputy mzima, pili deputy mzima anatoka nje ya nchi haambii.
It doesn't work like that. You guys, fikirieni. Hata mngekuwa nazungumza topic nyingine, muache serikali itopatie. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Festus. Unmute Festus.
All right, I did. Thank you. Well, look, I don't know what's really going on. I'm just following, but you guys gonna have to excuse my ignorance. But I'm just going to give my contribution.
Yeah, but simply we are talking about what is happening. The circus that the guy who was a modern fruit farmer happened to have issues, and then he was finally detained. We hear he has been deported, so you can comment on that.
Right. So, first of all, from what I've heard, this guy has been in the country not once, not twice, from the information I have so far. And from my own opinion, I just feel like this is just political malice on the side of the deputy president. You know, this guy was in the country. He got in the country. He got a working permit. He's been traveling in and out. He was never arrested by the Kenyan officials. They say this guy is a terrorist. You know, we have countries like the Americans and all these other big countries who know and monitor these terrorists. How the hell can this guy just travel, fly into the country as a terrorist, get a working permit, go to Uganda, then come back? Oh, well, okay, go to Uganda, and then Kenyan government plans to capture this guy on allegations of terrorism. Why did they not arrest this guy before? Not even this time when he's associated with the deputy president. Long time ago, when I'm told he went to some other country over there in Africa somewhere, not Kenya, not Uganda. Why was he not arrested then? That they chose to arrest him now that he's associated so much with the deputy president about these business deals with Uganda, and Ruto has been mentioned. for me, it's just political malice. This thing is happening. It is just political games being played by Jubilee government through Uhuru Kenyatta, of course. It's just clear. You cannot tell this to
Can
even
I
a class
bring
2.
in that dimension?
Yeah, you can
And then
bring
you
it.
respond to it, and then you respond to it.
Right, that's fine.
Do you know the guy who was there was one guy who was being vetted for IEBC job, isn't it? That guy has a PhD, but it was during the vetting that it got very interesting, and they asked him, "How did you get a master's, and then after 6 months you got a PhD?" In other words, there is always a situation that reveals issues. Maybe if this guy was not involved in those, then he would not have. There are situations that reveal your issues. Today, if you take your CV to a certain company for a job, that's where you realize it will be scrutinized.
Let me tell you something you also have to say.
I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah,
but then,
continue.
Yeah, like I said, bro, terrorism is a very high-profile case. It is not something you're gonna say, oh, they probably just found out this guy is a terrorist or a terror suspect. This is a very high-profile case that you can tell me they just found out this guy is a terrorist. Now, when this Ruto issue and the business deals in Uganda came up, you can ask this to any class 2 pupil in Kenya. They will tell you Uhuru is just playing politics with Ruto. It is petty politics. This game is just coming from the top. The president commands this guy.
Festus,
Yeah.
can I ask you a question? I have also
Sure.
something that might even bring us to think what could be the issue here, right? There was a time I went for a seminar, and then at the seminar we were told that the following week we do an exercise, and the exercise was we see how many red jeep vehicles that we would be able to see. And to tell you the truth, that week, the next week during the exercise, I saw so many red jeeps which I had not even noticed prior to my being told to look for red jeeps. What I'm trying to say here is that our brothers from the other side, there's this perception that people have that the government is after the deputy president. So everything that the government does that involves the deputy president is seen as if they are after him. So, in other words, we can ignore everything else. Let's ignore that this guy has been accused of being a terrorist. Let's ignore everything else and just focus on the one thing we've been told to focus on by none other than the deputy president. Well, you guys are giving your arguments. Think about that. Could it be that you're looking for something? You're looking for red jeeps.
Right.
And additionally, Festus, you see, this politics never ends. 2017, 2013, guys were arguing that it's Raila who met Uhuru and Ruto to go to Hague. Where did that narrative get us? And right now, Kijeru is suffering there issues of witnesses. Does the narrative help that maybe is this guy who took us there? You see, when you go to court, this narrative, this politics we are playing out doesn't matter. If the guy will prove that he's not a terrorist, he will be vindicated. If we can't prove, we will have issues. So it doesn't matter how you look at it. And again, someone talked here that we are affecting the relationship with Turkey. My friend, when US was pursuing Osama, it didn't care about the relationship with Afghanistan. It's about the crime committed against its own soil. So it has to protect its own soil first before it thinks of the relationship with another country. Are you getting the point?
I'm getting you. But then, see, I have a very simple question for you, brother. You know, if I can answer this question for me, and then we can be done with this debate. Let me just ask you a simple question. Right now, if a plane leaves this country where I am right now, and you say it is destined for Kenya, Nairobi, the message is very clear. 300 on board, destination Nairobi, Kenya. Simple. So the government knows we are expecting a plane from the United States. It is destined for Nairobi, Kenya. On board is 300 passengers. Simple. Now, this guy gets into the country, gets a working permit, does his business. Ruto's name is pulled into it because they are traveling to Uganda, and now we have all this drama. So tell me, explain to me like a child that this is not politics.
Now, let me explain to you. First, it is not the first time Ruto is traveling to Uganda.
Right.
He has been there several times. So ask yourself why this time the government stopped. Maybe they have gotten information that they did have prior that they now wanted to use it to pin down. And that's why I said, you see, investigations are progressive. And when you talk about prosecuting these cases, until you get concrete evidence, and that's why sometimes cases, or when you DCI get the issues, they have to look for concrete evidence before they incriminate someone. So maybe that time he came and got the permit and everything, they didn't have full information, and they wanted to monitor. After they have monitored and understood that this is what is happening, they had the confidence to begin the process. Because it's not the first time.
Can I also come in a moment? So, Wekesa, if you are saying that investigation is progressive and the intelligence has been gathering evidence, why is the due procedure not followed? They arrest him, they take him to court, as the Constitution says, then they have filed the evidence, and they give the details of how this person is involved in terrorism, rather than just arresting him and taking him away, and procedurally and against the Constitution. So there is something which is hiding. Maybe they do not have evidence, number one, or number two is politics, because the law says that it's illegal to detain, deport, or imprison without taking a person to court, whichever the nationality.
When you talk about politics, it's a two-way traffic, Duke. It can also be that Ruto has to manage this thing to create sympathy. You know, politics, if you want to talk politics, we can talk both sides of the coin. That the guy is only buying some sympathy, attention, and that's why he's doing everything contrary to the government to provoke. In fact, most of people on our side have been saying that every time this guy is provoking the government because he wants Uhuru to come out and strongly oppose him, but he has not been doing that. So if you talk about politics, there are many versions of politics we can talk about, and it will be non-stop.
And
yes, even if you go with your passion.
Especially in this case, Wekesa, who the deputy president is the one who invited his friend from Turkey. It's not the government of Kenya.
Yes, he began
the
show. No, we are not talking
it makes
about.
more sense to think that it's him who caused all this because he's the one who invited his friend from Turkey, right?
We are not.
If we are going to reason that way.
And when we talk about even officers, my friend, this guy is still in government. Do you remember what happened in the home of Sudi? He sent the police, he sent the bodyguards there, and then they caused some fracas, and they were identified, some of them were bodyguards of the deputy president. But when you see police, you always say deep state. My friend, he's still in government, and we cannot just conclusively say that anytime you see an officer, it is the deep state acting.
No, I'm not talking about the deep state. I'm talking about a suspect or a criminal. And we are talking about this Turkish international, an individual, put everybody aside. So what's the procedure?
Like Duke are the ones who are even refusing his arrest.
Can I?
You don't even want him to be interrogated, let alone now you're talking about the court. Like, is that not a double speak?
Of course, and that is why sometimes I find no logic in this guy's argument. Every time even corruption is mentioned, they say, why don't you take Ruto to court? There's a process, my friend. You don't just jump to court. It's like you start from the end, then you come backwards.
And when that Wekesa is arrested, I mean, when that Ruto is arrested, right? They
Make
complain.
noise.
They tell you take him to court, and then when he's
No,
arrested,
no,
they
no, no,
tell
no,
you
no, no,
that
no. We
Kenya
are
will
not.
burn.
No, we are not even
Right?
taking. We are not talking about arresting people when it comes to corruption. For instance, if a person is stolen and you arrest him, nothing happens.
So why
The
you
first
having
step
an
should.
issue when he's detained?
Can I
Why
finish?
you
Can
having
I
an
finish
issue?
first?
Okay, finish.
Okay, maybe first us to finish.
Can I make my remarks finish now?
Festus, finish your remarks. Finish.
Yeah. See, I'm just gonna stay where I was before. I mean, as I started. Because stop running away from the truth. Clearly, like I said, you can clearly see how politics is going on in our country. This thing is political. I understand every time something happens on the side of the deputy president, it is politicized. That's true. Every time somebody is arrested and that person happens to be allied to the hustler nation, it is politicized. That's fine. I understand.
When I hear that, that is a narrative and
It's
it
so
has no truth.
ridiculous.
It's a narrative. You have already decided the answer before even something happens.
Ridiculous. By the way, was Rigade not involved in corruption? Was Waluke not involved in corruption until he was actually jailed and came out? Was Waititu not involved in corruption? So these guys, they're just going to court for nothing. That's what you're telling us, right? Because it's politicized.
And the first person to go was Kidero. Kindly, Kidero was not at Tangatanga. Then Ojamol, so Peter. He was not at Tangatanga. So can you see all these things from both sides of the coin? It's only that we decided from 2018 that we will not do politics. You made a lot of noise, we were quiet. But right now, it's the season of politics. We will match every noise you make, and we will see.
Exactly.
This is the season of politics. We will match. And right now, when you look at social media, when you come up with fake news, we rebuttal very fast. And that's why when Itumbi came up with a fake Interpol page, we already rebutted. So it's a season of politics, and we will not give you free waves so that you can say what you want to say and dance on.
Honestly, look, someone Wekesa, I'm not allied to the deputy president. For the record, I'm not allied to the deputy president. I'm not. I don't support none of those guys.
You're not.
By the way,
Festus, just for the record. Just for the record, I'm not. Yeah.
Festus, all your caliber always start with a disclaimer. They are not allied to the deputy. However, they start making their submission.
Yeah. But that's fine. That's fine.
It's like you are not confident about the person you are supporting. You don't even like his character. You don't want to be associated with him.
Bro. Look.
Wewe ni kama ule mtu unajemeleanga bibi kwa kiza.
Wekesa. Can we also contribute?
You don't want to see his face.
See, I don't want to be dragged. I don't want to be dragged into the hustler and versus the Tangatanga, hustler Tangatanga or versus the other Kieleweke team politics. I'm not part of that. I'm one person who believes in, anybody can get a chance to lead Kenya. I'm not supporting Ruto. I don't support whoever, But I'm just trying to understand something here. You are mentioning Gachagua and all these other people. Yeah. We have people who are mentioned. Okay, if you want us to play that kind of politics, we can actually go that route. Now let's
do it. Let's do it first.
Let's do it, Sam. Let's do it. Let's do it. We had
Kemsa. Thank you. Jonathan, can you make your contribution? Then I think it's Angela.
Festus.
Na jamaa amenikata hataki tuende hiyo barabara.
Nilitolewa nikiongea last time.
Festus and Wekesa, you guys.
I have to respond. You guys you are alleging all Gachagua or sijui nani. I had to respond, but then umenikata, but that's fine.
Okay, just respond in 1 minute, and then I'm just giving a lineup. Now, from you, we are going to Jonathan. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now, look, if you have to talk about the corruption like you and Sam said, it's okay. I'm free to play that kind of politics. Walishika Gachagua, walishika kina Waluke and all that. Waluke akasava katoka. Bwana, Are you forgetting the KEMSA scandal kina Junet were mentioned and the so and so and so? Mbona hawajashikwa? If this is not politics, mbona hawajashikwa?
Scandal gani? Repeat again.
Oh, bwana. Please. KEMSA scandal,
Which
the KEMSA
scandal?
the COVID billionaires, hata mmoja ameshikwa, hata mmoja tu.
No,
NYS1.
Is there an affidavit in court with his name?
Some,
Do you have
please.
it?
Ask the government.
These guys are
No,
mentioned.
not ask the government. Me, I can pull affidavit for Ruto being in court and being
Brought by the
told
government.
to do stuff.
Okay.
But can you pull affidavit?
Some wait.
Pull
The
them.
case that took Waluke to court was a case of 2004, my friend. It's a process. You guys want that wakileta mtu wa 2004 walete huyu wa 2019.
Well,
why is Anne Waiguru free? Why is Anne Waiguru free?
Thank you. Anne Waiguru ilikuwa
and these are they were the ones who are supporting Waiguru.
It is the court which
because Waiguru is not on your side.
Why is Joho free?
Right?
Joho was mentioned in 2013 as a
Exactly. Why is
you guys, you're talking about things that are not true. Actually, that is the problem.
Okay, right? we know politics and we know what is called smear campaign and we know what is concrete
can I make a statement and I leave? Because I know what's happening here. I know the admin is an ODM sympathizer. Anytime a UDA guy is making any comments, you've seen us being removed in the middle of us giving speech.
How do you know? Like, how does he know? But the way, Mugambi, are you watching Olympic over there? Where are you watching from? Because I can see you celebrating on that side. It's not on our TV here.
Yeah,
can you share the final screen when they are going to cross the line? Okay, Jonathan.
Congratulations, Kipchoge has won.
Oh, Kipchoge! I didn't even know. I didn't even know. Was it a marathon?
So what I wanted to say is, like, people are arguing with some. I don't know how to call it, but some people are arguing, like, so people want to tell me that we can bring all the investors who we don't know in Kenya, so to come and invest. Someone we don't know how their records, someone we don't know if they are Al-Shabaab, but they just come to Kenya and just come and invest here. We cannot put our country into danger because of investing or because of the diplomatic or something like that. That is very wrong, We need to interrogate people very thoroughly so that we put when we give them, like, when they come to invest in Kenya, they must be very clean and they must be very, like, straightforward. Not people will come later to put our country into danger,
But Jonathan, part of people's argument, they are saying, why did this guy come to Kenya? Now that is the problem. But now they don't understand that he's not the only person who gets in Kenya that has questionable conduct, and they're not affiliated by to Ruto. That is something that people they're not trying to bring it up. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I just keep on saying the problem with us, we just argue because we are passionate about a certain candidate. So if you're associated with that candidate, even if they do whatever they can do, the worst thing they can do, you still support them. Now that is an issue. And now you see people like Festus.
And Sam,
himself.
Sam.
Right?
Sam.
Yeah.
It can also be, if the scale is not balanced, let me use the Desmond Tutu quote. He said that when an elephant is stepping on a mice, and you argue about fairness, the mice will not feel nice to you, because one person is the oppressor and the other one is the oppressed. So you don't argue in that scenario, don't argue about fairness. So these guys want, when you bring up one issue of Tanga, you bring another issue of Kieleweke or whatever handshake. Yeah. If you leave a jiko that is not lit, inakuanga ina attract mpaka rats zinakuja zinakaa ndani. It becomes a home. The moment the deputy started defending Kina Waititu and the rest, everybody saw that if I have a scandal, if I want to survive, let me go this side. So you attract wrong people on your side. So when their cases are, their files are picked, you say it is my people being targeted when you only attracted one kind of people on your side. Kindly, we will not just look for people in handshake to prosecute because we want to do justice to the other side. Kila mtu abebe mziko wake. Hata mimi huwa nasema anybody in handshake akimenshoniwa in any scandal, you will not see me wasting my saliva defending him. Abebe mziko wake mwenyewe. I don't have time for that. Even if Raila was to be mentioned or Uhuru himself, I don't have time for that.
Yeah, but I've noticed there's a lot of passionate in defending, you know, like their own men, and that is normally the bone of contention. And I normally like, I don't even know what to say. Like now when somebody asks me the reason why like I don't support the one who is running right now, I would say because we gave him a job. He's been in a job for 9 years. And he has proven to be incompetent. So why should I give him another term to run as president? Like even forget about corruption. Just his action itself as a deputy of a country. Like he has proven not to have leadership skills. He has proven like to be very untrustworthy. Like the people that hang around him, they have unquestionable conduct that we can talk here the whole day about it. So, but now if you mention those things, now me the other side they're telling me that, oh, what about Raila with molasses? What about, I don't know, this Waiguru with what? And this Waiguru is the same person they were defending before. Right? Even this the person you're supporting, like the deputy, like he was supporting Waiguru before he turned against her. Do you remember the first thing Ruto was defending Waiguru like there's no tomorrow? And then because now things started heating up because Raila used to get a lot of intelligence of what is going on in the government, and then now suddenly he started changing his tone. Unaona huyu mama anashinda hapa kufanya catwalk, I don't know what, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, why are we supporting the people that we want them to really become president so passionately, despite of any evil they can do? You still really want to associate with them. Why? You see? And now people like Festus now, they're even giving us disclaimer. Okay,
Festus, say what you want to say because I see you are the only person here defending the other side. Wengine wametoroka. Asamu wanatutusi wanasema ni sisi tumewatoa, mimi sijatoa mtu.
Leona mtu anaitawekesa tifala hii, unatoa watu.
Hata mimi nimetoka kwa hii forum 3 times, nikirudisha ukiangalia kwa comments utaona. But that's okay. That's okay. Mimi unajua mambo ya siasa sishikangi moto.
Mimi kitu naweza sema, you know, this is not my first time on this show. I was in this show before and I was taken off. And for reasons best known to the host. I have no idea who did it. I think Mekwana for the first time. I used to be here with some guys who are really, really strong supporters of Deputy President. It's Mimi so easy. But anyway, all said and done, if you guys can have just a discussion that is, you know, objective, devoid of political affiliations, it could be a very good discussion. But then mimi nikianza kuongea hivi, someone anaanza kusema, oh, hii ni mtu wa UDA, you know, mtu wa hustler. We can just have a nice discussion.
Let me ask you, Festus. When you begin by saying this, I see nothing in this thing, it's political. You know, you have already made us to place you somewhere because I want to see logic in your argument. When you just say this thing is political, you have already made a ruling before you make your submission.
But Wekesa, with all due respect, do you need rocket science to tell that this whole drama is politics? Like seriously?
It depends on how you are. your reasoning. For me, I double click things.
I understand. And
Yeah,
with all due respect,
one thing I've noticed is that our brothers on this other side, they tell us to be objective, but they are anything but objective. They are not even anywhere close to objective. You know?
Let me tell you, Angela, in every topic, whether we go to bottom up, it is even Team Handshake who can define bottom up. For them, they always, when you talk about bottom up, they say you are criticizing Ruto.
But who is them?
We are not just here to echo. We are not echo chambers here.
Just like
we are here to discuss issues, interrogate them, criticize them, concretize them until we have something substantive for the nation. And then you say that this guy have done justice to that topic. But the moment we start, you have your own feelings and reservations. It's like this. It's a no-go zone.
Wekesa, we need to have a parliament here. Two sides then.
Yes. And mimi huwa naambia watu, whether it's on a WhatsApp page or on this forum, I say, if you come here, it's a political discussion, my friend. You have not come here so that Wekesa will babysit you. I will tell you things you don't like to hear, but I will share anyway.
And then that's something else also I've seen about our brothers on the other side, our brothers and sisters on the other side. You say anything negative, and especially the truth about Ruto. Wanakurukia. They will not even allow you to finish your sentence. And yet we are speaking the truth. Like me, what I was saying earlier, I was talking about things that the deputy president said with his own mouth. I wasn't even ongezaing anything. He said these things, but we are not supposed to discuss it. We are not supposed to talk about it because I don't know, we are supporting someone else, but he said it with his mouth.
Okay,
I think
you have something to say?
Yes, I think that the debate that we are having, if someone comes here today, you think that Ruto is the first person to be humiliated by the government. When you go to the first government, the Odinga was humiliated by the Kenyatta.
Yes.
Sorry, what I'm saying, in the first government of Kenya, Odinga was humiliated. What he did, he resigned. In that government, Raila was humiliated by Kibaki when he was in his second term. Raila did not become a crybaby. Raila always fought his fight.
In fact, before you come to Raila, talk about Saitoti in the Moi government.
Saitoti was embarrassed in the last hours in 2002. He said, this country, there's a time personal needs come second to the nation betterment or something of the sort. He did this, he left Moi, went to form another government. When it came to Raila, he was humiliated in the Grand Coalition government. He could go in Embarasa, there was no one to receive him, not a DO, not a chief, not a DC, and he was the prime minister. At least Ruto, wherever he goes now, he gets the escort of the GSU, he will get the senior police officers there to receive and protect him. So Raila has been humiliated in all the three governments, and he has never cried the way Ruto is crying. So let Ruto man up.
And when Raila was humiliated, Jonathan, Mugambi, when Raila was humiliated, what was Ruto saying? Huyu jamaa wa nusu mkeka, because alikuwa amenyimwa
carpet. Not only Ruto, if most of the Kalenjin leaders, Ruto, Isaac Ruto, and the rest, because of the Mau Summit issue, they started fighting Raila when they were in the same party, ODM, and Raila never paid attention to them. So when I see people of Ruto trying to defend him, Ruto trying to be a blogger to tweet and Facebook, that is childish. And that's why I was saying, if Ruto is a man enough with his troop, let them do what I thought he did. Let them shape out, make their own course, and then waambie Uhuru tupatane mbele. Lakini hii kulialia, watu wanalialia hapa ni utoto yenye Ruto ako nayo, hawezi shinda mahali. If he believes in UDA, let him go there and fight.
Festus.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I know
Say,
you are the remnant defending on the other side. Huh? There's a
Mugambi, they
guy
always
who was in
I stand.
detention
Listen,
for
brother. Listen,
9
brother. Listen.
solid years. There's a guy
I
who was
stand.
in detention. Listen, there was a guy who was in detention for 9 solid years, not seeing your wife and whatever, everything. These guys, these guys just being detained in the. You are sitting in a VIP lounge in an airport for only 90 minutes. You are crying like the whole world has come to an end.
With
Do you
the
know how
conditioning.
long is 9 years in prison, in jail?
Well, look here. Raila, when Raila was being humiliated, like somebody just, I think it was Mugambi was saying it, Raila was humiliated, he complained. But see, just to summarize all these complaint, crybaby issues, narrative, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Like, come on. 2 wrongs don't make a right. So just because Raila was humiliated and he tolerated it, just because Saitota was humiliated publicly and he tolerated it, it doesn't mean that this guy has to just sit there like, oh, let me just go through what the other people went through. Like, come on, we have to change this narrative. At sasa mimi niteswe tu juu wengine waliteswa. Where on earth does that happen?
Okay, another point I want to make.
What are you talking about, man?
another thing I want to make, Jonathan.
I'm just, hey, Sam, I'm responding to, I think, Mugambi. Mugambi was talking about, how waliteswa. I'm just responding to what he's saying. So should we just Ruto sit there and go through what these other guys went through because it is okay to go through that?
But
that's why
he should react, yes, but we will not take him seriously because even these security laws, even these security laws, you have a problem with. Mtu alipitisha haraka. Mtu alipitisha haraka hizi security laws.
When Raila was jailed for 9 years without seeing his wife, children, even without going for his mother burial, were you sympathetic about it?
Of course, like I said, I was sympathetic, and I'm still sympathetic to this guy. It wasn't fair.
Did you fight for him the way you're fighting for Ruto?
Bro, I don't even know how old I was. I'm sorry. I have no idea how old I was. I wish I could do that. But
you could. You could have.
I could. Oh yeah, I could. Like I told you before I started this this debate. I told you I'm not supporting Ruto like for any candidate or one presidential election. I'm just defending what is right. I'm defending what is right. I'm not
okay,
like I'm supporting Ruto.
So what is right is what? Do you know you're just in the fence and lukewarm?
No,
Okay,
bro.
Sam. He has said he was not old enough when. Wait. He has said that he was not old enough when Raila was detained. Let me ask him, when Raila was sitting on tarmac road eating tear gas, in fact, tuliambiwa alikula tear gas ya 100 million. So when he was eating his tear gas ya 100 million, how old were you? That is just 20.
Were you sympathetic back then?
Oh, Sam, that was not fair to Raila. It wasn't fair. When this guy was tear gas at the airport, it wasn't fair. When this guy was being, I'm not trying to say what Raila went through.
Can I make a point?
Yes,
most people have complained that we are talking about Ruto for so much. So let me go to Odinga, the first person who was to be the prime minister. When he was told by the governor to be the prime minister, he said, we can't have an independence without Kenyatta. Kenyatta came out of prison. He became the prime minister, courtesy of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Whatever happened, all of us know. Come to his son, Raila Odinga. When he saw it was not tenable in ODM, in DP or for the Kenya, he resigned from the party. He went to a by-election and he won. So a man and a leader should work with talk. If you see something is not tenable, don't be a crybaby in the same bed that is wet. Just go out, make your own dry bed, buy a good mattress and sleep there. If Ruto want to resign, let him resign. He has so many MPs. Let him one of the MPs to resign.
Look at what Hezron has written. Look at what Hezron has written. It was even in my mind what he has written. Raila acted for right causes, but Ruto complains for the sake of his corrupt friends and handout. For Raila, he was fighting for us to even talk the way we are talking right now. First,
I agree.
If you didn't know, if he was not jailed the way he went to jail, do you know there could be no UDA? we only had one multi-partyism. Do you know that?
That's true.
Okay,
That's
okay.
But what is Ruto fighting for that you're very sympathetic about?
Let me add another thing. I
No.
said I'm not talking about Ruto. Let me add another thing. When this country got the climate change and it was so dry, Ruto fought for the fountains in the forest. He began with more forest. He's trying to tell people move from the forest, go back to the area which are habitable for people. What did Ruto do and the Rift Valley friends? They went in Mau Forest, Mau Summit. They incited people against Raila. And that is one of the things why Raila was not voted in 2013, that he was against the people. So this man has been fighting for our own rights. And that's why most of the people from Mount Kenya, we are trying to see among all these people who has had a big heart for Kenya, not only for Mount Kenya, for Kenya. If you have fought for the cause for so long, it means when you get a chance, there is a high chance that you are going to change everything. Remember, even when Kibaki became the president, he had fought for the betterment of the common man for so long. The moment he got a chance in 2002, he grabbed it and ran with it. He made sure he had touched the life of Kenya because he had fought for the goodness of Kenya. So look at this other character. Whenever any person is mentioned for corruption or any other thing, what will he say? The government agencies are used for intimidating people. So instead of as a leader keep quiet, sit back, wait for the law to take its course. For example, today, if Ruto is arrested, for example, about the Western Hotel, what will his troops say? They will say Ruto is being intimidated by the government. When we all know on the ground, whatever he is fought for is right. So let us get the leaders who has the better interest for the entire Kenya, not one community.
Now, on that, Mugambi, on that Mount Kenya thing, he was heard on the TV, national TV. He was saying that when he becomes president, he will not allow his debut to be humiliated. I don't know how much humiliation Uhuru has suffered under his debut. Now, if you can humiliate your boss, can you promise you cannot humiliate your junior?
Good question.
By the way, let me tell you people.
If you can humiliate your boss.
By the way, let me tell you.
You told me you don't support Ruto, so don't
Mugambi,
rebuttal.
Yes.
Mugambi, with all due respect, Mugambi, I think you've had your time. I'm not saying you are, at least look, Wekesa, like Sasa, how? Please explain how has Ruto humiliated Uhuru Kenyatta? How?
Festus, Ruto has brought his people to insult Uhuru's mother, to insult him, to call them all sorts of names. Like, what do you mean?
Let me give you the
Sam,
conversation.
please. Like, are you telling me that
Do you know how Uhuru has been hated in Mount Kenya because Ruto just goes there?
Poisoned, the radicalized.
Radicalized Mount Kenya people. What are you talking about?
Now,
Sam,
don't even go far, Sam. Don't go even far. Wait, first, as you ask your question, let's answer you. Even in the presser itself, just go and take the presser and listen to the speech. Somebody comes up, is your debut, and disqualifies. He says about the Big Four, how it has failed, how they wasted time on BBI, and he proposes what is supposed to be done in terms of COVID-19. And he's standing there with a troop of so many people with no mask.
Can I respond?
You disparage everything your boss is doing, and then you come on TV and you look like you are very holy and say, "I will not humiliate my junior."
Can I respond on that?
Does it make sense?
Okay, guys, let me say something. Let me say something. Festus has asked a very good question. How has Ruto humiliated his boss? Remember, after the 2017 elections, Uhuru told Ruto, let us not play politics, let us work. When the right time comes, you are going to campaign. What did Ruto do? Every weekend, every day, he had a chance. He was going to Mount Kenya, not to launch projects, but to meet churches, to give them money. And in 2018, December, he called Moses Kuria in a group of 4 men from Kiambu. They had one resolution, that's the information I have, that they want to go and campaign against Uhuru Kenyatta. If you want to see, go to where Kuria was on the 1st, the eve of 2019. Kuria came, stood in Vika Stadium and said that Uhuru has done nothing for our people. Whereas we know there are so many projects in Mount Kenya. So Ruto used the same people in Mount Kenya to radicalize the youth. Remember, youth are unemployed, not because of Uhuru, maybe not because of Ruto, but because of the rule thing that has been there between 2013 and 2017. So if we are to blame, let us blame Uhuru, Ruto, and the government, but not blame Uhuru and sometimes Ruto.
But Mugambi, Ruto is the one who removed himself from the handshake. Uhuru
Yes.
really wanted them to be together. But now because now Ruto wanted to play politics so that now he can remove himself from the government, he decided, oh my goodness, this is actually the opportunity for me to, to say that I'm being
Okay,
bro.
Mugambi, wait first. Festus, can you comment on that?
Let me comment on that, and I'm going to start with Sam. What did Sam just say? You're telling us Deputy President removed himself from the handshake. Look, you know very well all the functions. Okay, at least 90% of the Deputy President's functions were transferred to the Minister of Interior under Fred Matiang'i, correct?
Because he removed himself. Yeah.
No, don't go there. I just wanted to go systematically. All his functions, at least majority of his functions from his office were taken to Interior Ministry, right?
Because he started early campaign. So he said he doesn't want any job. He said, let me start campaigning. Let me stop working. Let me start campaigning. That's the reason why Matiang'i decided to take Ruto's job.
Sam,
to clarify on that, let me give you history of the things that we may not know. When Uhuru was
I am Mugambi ukimaliza, we will welcome somebody called Leonard.
Yes. I'm finishing. Okay. So if you remember when Uhuru was in Mount Kenya, in Embu together with Ruto, he told people that meaning from the start, he understood this man is not going to do anything. He is going to campaign for himself. And that's why he had to delegate the functions for the deputy president so that he can campaign. To end on my conversation today, remember in 2013, there's a time that Mudavadi was told to be the president. Before Mudavadi was to be the president, there were discussions and considerations in that Uhuru was to finance the entire campaign for the presidency, and Ruto was to step down for Mudavadi, but Uhuru can be the president. But Ruto refused to step down for Mudavadi, and that's why Ruto refused to step down for the Mudavadi, and that's why Uhuru stepped down.
That's not true. That's not true.
I'm telling you from the classified information.
John, that's not true.
Maybe you don't know,
okay,
but I'm telling you.
Give us the truth. Give us the version of your truth.
Bro, Mutembei, not Mutembei, bro, John Mugambi. Look here. Do you have how do you get classified information? Do you have access to classified information? What are you telling us? You have access to classified information?
Whatever.
It's not true. So do you have the contrary classified information?
Okay, let me tell my brother.
You don't need to get serious. But okay, anyway. From what I know, I have no access to classified information. From what I know, which I'm not saying it's true or a fact, but from what I know, when Mudavadi was asked to take this position, Mugambi said, we have those power players, power brokers, power players who came in, and Kabogo was one of them. Kabogo, Jimmy Wanjigi was one of them. These guys went to Uhuru. They drove to Uhuru's place, and they told him, you are not going to leave this thing to Mudavadi. And that's when Uhuru came out and called Mudavadi. That's when Uhuru came out and called Mudavadi Madimon. Bro, listen
to me. I've said before Mudavadi was given the presidential ticket, they had negotiated with Ruto because Ruto was not financially stable to step down for Mudavadi to be a deputy president. But Ruto stubbornly refused. What did they do? Uhuru went to step down, but the Mount Kenyan people who have interest on presidency, they want to force Uhuru to be the president. But initially Ruto refused to step down for Mudavadi.
Kwa Mugambi, hebu ni interrupt kidogo na nataka kusalimia huyu Baringo MCA, Cyrus the Chimp. Ananiambia Bogas Mutembei, must you talk negatively about Ruto in all your discussion? Yes, mheshimiwa. Nitaongea about Ruto asubuhi, mchana, saa sita, asubuhi, jioni, saa 8 usiku. Thank you very much. Nimesalimika.
And Mutembei, I'm glad you are here.
Yeah,
When do you
mimi niliwaambia hivi, if you decide as we decided as Festus, go and tell your team kindly to be strong. As we decided we will defend our side. Na hatutalialia, unajua nyinyi mmezoea kulia sana. Hatutalialia, we will stand strong and defend our side. Angalia kwa comment zote, have you seen the team handshake crying? You guys have cried a lot of tears.
Alfred
If you have a problem with this channel, can you go and begin a channel and call it Tanga Tanga? We will come there. Tutakuja huko na tuwafinya tena huko. Tutakuja huko tena na tuwafinya.
Come on. We are brothers. I don't know why.
I don't know why
again has a lot of disclaimer.
I don't know why watu wanashika moto.
No, it's a disclaimer. I'm just saying how it is, bro. I'm just saying how it is.
Yes, Mugambi, you have something to say.
There is something that Ruto said when Uhuru made handshake with Raila. He said you can't draw me away from the ODM. Then you come to believe to draw me away. So what do I want to say? People support Raila. People support handshake. We will bulldoze anyone's idea that does not make sense. If you feel like your leader, you have been bulldozed, just go wherever you want. You will follow you there.
I declare this and I'm repeating. Walisema wako Mount Kenya. Mulisema mulitufukuza ODM. Mukatufukuza Jubilee. Tunawafuata Mount Kenya. Tumewafuata Mount Kenya. Tutawatoa. Kama munaendelea kulialia hivi, tunawatoa kila kona.
And that is okay.
That's the thing is that one thing I've noticed about our brothers, Akina Festus and our other brothers on the other side, is victim mentality. Kila saa ninaonewa. It's all about me. It's all about me. And you know where they get this one from? Just like the tweet you read earlier, Wekesa. They get it from their boss. He's the one who has
you see what happened. You see, Angela, it worked for them 2013. They acted victims wakienda heck wakapata vote. You cannot use one strategy all the time. Can you change strategy? This time round it will not work. Even if you cry, you become cry babies, you upate vote. It will not work this time round.
Yes.
Let me answer my sister Angela. Look, bro here. Unajua, every time somebody comes here and speaks something that looks or something that kind of resembles the hustler narrative, you guys just come up, oh, he's a hustler, he's a UDA supporter. No, like I said when I was telling Wekesa, I do not support William Ruto as a presidential candidate. I do not subscribe to William Ruto's politics. I do not subscribe to the hustler nation, political class or whatever. I'm just trying to tell you guys what is right, or trying to give my opinion on what is right and what is wrong. The way Ruto is being treated, even with this whole drama we started talking about, Aidin, Harun and all this, it is wrong. And then this guy comes here and tells us, oh, Ruto alikuwa anaongea mambo ya Big Four kwa TV, that is a failed agenda. Ruto said that because the government had a very clear agenda, the Big Four agenda. When these people from NASA, or let me just say ODM, when the ODM brigade came into government, sasa Uhuru amesahau mambo ya Big Four. Sasa inaitwa nini kitu, referendum imekuwa ni kama emergency. It's like a medical emergency. We have to address this referendum thing. So
let me ask you. Let me finish. How has the president forgotten the Big Four? And you saw the other day he got how much billions to inject in Big Four? Did you see that? The billions
in building a factory.
Can you meet to ask him about?
In building a factory,
the billions that he has received when he was in Europe to inject in Big Four?
Hatafanyia nini? That's the question. Because even the president is telling us.
Okay, for him, unajua, you guys, something lies to you that the Kenya is going to end 2022. For us, we are in Kenya beyond 2022, and Big
Correct.
Four was not to work. Big Four, Uhuru begins, and then somebody will continue with the project, and we are already aligning that. So
And
nyinyi ruka hapa na bottom up yenye hamjui kudefine what is the meaning.
and alafu historia being against unity, because BBI represents the unity of Kenyans, and then you're coming here talking about it's about positions. You guys, you're brainwashed, man. You guys are brainwashed because everything that Ruto says, I hear it in this forum almost as if Ruto is repeating it over and over and over again, because you guys have agreed to be brainwashed. Mnakuja hapa mnatupatia the same narratives. This week Ruto talks about bottoms up. All of you are here talking about bottoms up. This week Ruto has been caught up in some scandal at the airport. You guys are here talking about trying to give excuses for him. Sometimes hata mtu wenyu mkiona mtu wenyu anafanya vibaya, accept and say yenyewe there it looks suspicious. There at least it looks suspicious, but you know, but lakini kujaribu kupatiana excuses like Ndeto and Kish were telling us earlier here, trying to give excuses as if they were at the airport with Ruto, or as if they even know this Turkish guy, yet public record says that this guy is a terrorist. You go to Fox News, this guy is a terrorist. Then you're coming here to try and convince us he's not. Like, let's
To begin, Angela, my sister, look here. To begin with what we just said, Ruto is against
wait first, Festus, wait first. After you respond to that, we have new comers. We have Kevin, Bosire, and Collins. So they will make their submission on the topic. So just to respond to Angela's nini, and then we
Okay, that sounds good. Look, now Angela has raised a very crucial point here, that Ruto is against unity. Now, that BB is against unity and BBI is bringing unity. You know, who doesn't know that this BBI thing? Do we need BBI to have unity in Kenya? Do we need BBI to have peace in Kenya? No. We need people to accept that they lost an election, and then we will have peace.
A narrative.
Have you read the
narrative?
You've read it.
Now see, yani mtu anashindwa
kura. Have you read the BBI?
I'm not done. Sam, I'm not done. It's my time. 2013, Raila lost the election in 2013. William Ruto and the president Uhuru Kenyatta walimchapa hands down. Akasema tumeshinda, wameiba. 2017 wakachapwa doa siji, wakasema pia tumeibiwa, wakakataa kurudi round 2. So the point here is this, just to summarize, the only way to have peace is this guy has to accept that in an election, in a competition, there is winners and losers. It is that simple. So you can't tell us we need BBI. We need BBI.
Right?
Bro.
I like the analogy. Festus, I like the analogy.
I'm almost done. Wekesa, I'm almost done. We don't need BBI to bring peace. We just need people to respect a free and fair election. We had 2 consecutive elections, 2013 and 2017. These guys lost, and they refused to accept a defeat. And that's why we had chaos. That's why alikuwa anachapwa tear gas. So if you lose an election, go home. There will be peace. Simple. Okay. Let me just finish.
You made your point.
Get away with that. Let me talk. You tell me. So
the last example.
Let me ask you a question. You will respond. Let me ask you.
The last example.
No, Festus, you still have some time to respond. Kindly let there be conversation. Kindly let there be a conversation.
You need to match what you're saying. Wekesa just told us. Now we've started the real campaign, by the way. You know, now we are 1 year to the election. So I cannot let you get away with some things. All right? So you want to tell me that now the election, you're happy with the way every 5 years during the election, we are losing trillions of Kenya shilling in GDP, right? Because other people, they don't want to accept the election. And now the BBI want to fix it. So you have a problem with that. So what is it that you benefit when people, they are causing chaos after every 5 years? You tell me. What are you benefiting from it? And you're on mute. I can see you talking, but I can't hear what you're saying. What are you benefiting from it? You want chaos every 5 years? By the way, does Festus know that he's on mute?
Festus, you are on mute kindly. Yeah, so before you talk, you have to check whether you are talking to yourself or you are talking to us.
Yeah.
But Festus, I don't know.
Festus, how many times have you ever voted in Kenya?
Okay, can I respond?
How many times have you ever voted in Kenya? I only need a number. Twice, 3 times, 4 times, then you answer some.
Can I respond there?
Yeah,
yes.
Just need a number.
Unajua mmenikazia sana because naona tu mute and mute, mute and mute. But it's okay. Look, mimi sijapiga kura home.
Very good. So don't comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't comment on the last elections. Can you comment on the forward? Can you comment on the future elections? Don't comment on what you don't know.
No, let me answer what Sam just said because I have to respond to that. Sam ameniambia, oh, we need BBI to do this. And my answer is very simple. We do not need BBI to bring peace. We just need men and women who are able to agree I lost in a fair, free, and credible election.
Umesoma BBI ndio nakuuliza. Umesoma BBI? Do you know what BBI is all about? Ama tu unaongea tu hapo.
Sam,
the work of BBI is to bring inclusive in all the tribes. That's what it is.
Sam,
you're wasting time. Sam, you're wasting time. You're wasting time. You cannot handle an election topic with somebody who has never had any experience and does not know what election means. He doesn't know the importance of election. He doesn't know why we elect. So what are you discussing?
Na huyu msemo anaongea, okay, let me ask, umesema ni comment on the next election or future election.
Yes, comment on the next election, because there's nothing you're talking on what you have never taken part in. You don't know how it has gone through. You have never paid any attention into it. You have never had any interest and you want to comment on it.
Okay, now can I comment on
the next? He will never.
Comment on the next.
All right.
Okay, I think he has done his part. I want us to go to Kevin Bosire because he was an escapist. He was not answering the question. Can we go to Kevin Bosire?
Mutembei is a dog.
Maybe in the process, he will get support.
Sam is in Kayole. Mutembei is a dog, and Sam is in Kayole. This show is an ODM show. Remove me in the next.
Huyo mtu anaongea vibaya sana, my friend. Niko Kayole but
if you want to be removed, if you want to be removed, you will be removed.
What was that, man? We need to have argument.
Okay, it's time for Collins.
But see, watu wanaona ukweli. Nyinyi jamaa mmenikalia sana. Imekuwa ODM show. That's not fair.
Why you interfering na niko karibu kumaliza hiyo Festus? Collins, I'm not wasting my time. Naambia huyu mtu, mimi nimesoma BBI yote. I understand. Alafu naona mtu kwa comment ananiambia there's nothing like inclusivity in BBI. What BBI is trying to do,
because they were told to recite bottom up, and they don't know what it is.
Kuna BBI mbili,
but they can explain what BBI is. They can't explain what bottom up is.
Sam, kuna mbili umesema gani?
Okay, sir.
Yes, kindly.
As Collins
It's crazy.
I want us to analyze what happened between 2013 to 2017 and what has happened from 2018 to 2020. Between the 2013 and 2017, developments were mostly in Mount Kenya and Rift Valley. Name the roads, name the dams. When we have had the hardship, we have had development in Coast, in Kwale, in Nyanza, in Central, in Rift Valley, in Northeastern, and that is the Kenya that we want. We don't want a Kenya whereby when the deputy and the president get the office, they will only develop their areas. No, we can't accept that.
Yeah, we don't want a Kenya where when you want to meet people from Nyanza, you meet them in Naivasha. We want you to have courage to go in Nyanza because there is work you have done there.
Yes.
Are you kidding? So this idea of we don't want BBI and they know exactly they cannot step in Nyanza, they can only call people from Nyanza and meet them in Naivasha. You are just hiding your head under the sand. At the right time, you realize that you are doing injustice to this nation. So Collins, proceed with your submission kindly.
Okay, good afternoon, guys. Good evening, guys.
Good morning.
I don't have so much. I don't have so much to say. I want to answer Mheshimiwa from Baringo. There is a Mheshimiwa from Baringo, the MCA. Please, it's not us who make the conditions to be unfavorable for William Ruto. Everybody that is here, we are here to learn. It only happens, I don't know, it's fashion or by coincidence that the people who come to defend the Tanga side of the government, at the time when the discussion heats up, there are always only one or two courageous men. The remaining ones always move around. So we don't know. And Festus,
because they discuss with their emotions. I
need to just say,
yeah, you are a strong man.
You are a strong man, and Ndeto is also a very strong one. Because these people, Jakes is also here, a very strong one. The remaining guys always come, kutusiana, kusonga. It cannot happen.
Also here, don't assume me.
Who is you? Oh, David is also here. Good. David is also, I know. Today you are not putting on a red t-shirt, so
David, we are here. We are here and we are not going anywhere.
Whatever do happen here is
we are not going anywhere.
Some people do come, and a lot of things is some people who are in Tanga. I'm not saying even most of the people. Some people who are also in handshake. Some of us don't do their homework. When they come here, they go to some border sheds. They hear some rumors. Then they want to bring it here. It never happens like that. You can't discuss with the people when you are like operating under reported speech. Tuliambiwa nani alisema. Because once the information has passed through three people, it has been distorted with some additions or some subtraction. So you will not be getting the right information. For example, there is a part that believes Raila does not accept the election, and it is going around that he has never accepted. Mtu akipoteza akubali. Festus, in 2007, there is a constituency called Tharaka Nithi that recorded 213 votes, okay? 213 that voted for Mwai Kibaki. Up to date, Tharaka Nithi is a county. Up to date, Tharaka Nithi is a county. They are not reaching 180. Hizi 200 zitoka wapi wakati wa 2007? Can you accept that kind of election that it was free and fair? Maybe it was free. Was it fair?
Do you want me to respond to that?
I need a yes or a no. Just because I want to lead you into something that you're going to get where we are heading to. Because yeah, this is I'm not talking of 2013. I'm talking of 2007.
Now the other is the election was not fair. 2007, I can tell you for free, Raila won the election. That's why I didn't want to talk about 2007. He won the election.
Okay. Let's leave it at that. So was it Raila won the election or Raila did not win election? Was it free and fair?
It wasn't free.
In 2007, we were addressed to a swearing in of Kibaki that we recorded days before, because I can confirm that. At 23 minutes, Martha Karua was at KICC with a green dress. At the swearing in, she was in a red dress. It took her 23 minutes to move from KICC to take shower and to change her clothes, then to swear in Kibaki, to appear in the swearing of Kibaki. Was that a real thing?
No, that was not real.
So was the election free and fair?
it was not free and fair.
Correct.
It was not.
Let's leave the 2013 alone. We come to 2017, okay? I want us to leave the 2013 alone. Let us come to 2017. Election was done, and there was no clear winner. The election was to be repeated, correct? Because there were evidences that the election was not done in the correct manner. They were missing a lot of Form 34B and Form 34A, correct? In some constituencies. Until the election was not declared, they were told to open the servers. Number one, open the servers, change the electoral system, not the law, but the electoral process, because the process was bad. They were told to change the electoral process. It was never changed. And they were told to do an election in August 626, right? Raila refused to take part in that election because it was anything that was causing a problem never took part or never took place. Then they did an election where somebody went and got the numbers that were not realistic. Was that election free and fair?
Now, on the 2017 elections,
yes,
honestly, I can tell you from just on a personal view, it was free.
It was free. And why was it in court?
Are you know, we had two elections in 2017. So are you talking about the repeat or the first one?
Election of Kenya was done on 8th.
So kuna ile ilirudiwa? Because kuna ile yenye Raila alikataa kurudia.
Yes, we are talking about Raila hakukataa the second election result because take part. He could not refuse that. Yeah. He refused the first election. Because so you said, I'm not talking about the repeat election. I'm talking about the regional election. Raila refused that election. Was it free and fair?
The first election was free and fair.
And why was it in court? If it was free and fair, why was it to be repeated?
Why it was in court?
Because Raila refused. Let me help you so that we can go on. Because Raila refused, yes?
I'm going to add it. Yeah, because Raila refused it. Right.
Yes, yeah, correct. So Raila refused. Did they go to court? Because he refused. He didn't want to accept the result. Did they go to court?
They did.
Did the court find anomalies in the election?
They found some issues.
I'm not talking of some or yes. I only need a yes and no. Did they find any anomalies, even if it was 0.1?
They did.
Did the law take its course where the election was to be repeated?
I mean, between that time and the time that election is supposed to be repeated, really, that time frame, for you to do all those changes that the court
we are not talking about the result. We are not talking about the result of the court. We are still talking of the court process. Did the court find any evidence that the election was not done well?
I already said yes.
Yes. So if the court organized and said that the election was to be repeated, was there any problem with the election?
Of course, if they found some anomalies with it, there was a problem with the court. I mean, with the election.
Good. With the elections. Was it free and fair?
Of course, it wasn't free and fair.
Correct.
From what the
Let's go to the next topic.
From what the court said.
So you see, I'm leading you and you're getting into what you are saying. So already you're contradicting yourself.
By saying it was free and fair, and you're finished by saying it was not free, it was not fair. So we cannot use ignorance to judge or give a political opinion.
Oh, so will the Tanga people say that I was bullying you?
Oh no!
They will say you are targeting them.
Look here. Whatever Tanga says about how you guys are treating me or here, I mean, I have nothing to do with that. But like I said again, though some keep saying is a disclaimer, like I keep telling you guys, I'm here on a personal capacity. I'm not here as Ruto supporter. I'm not here as UDA supporter. I'm just here as a person who would want to see a better leader for our country. I'm not here as Ruto supporter.
Yeah, so that's
Okay.
where, okay, that was not my submission. I was just trying to interrogate whatever you said so that you can understand. Yes, you said it because people do say it from here says, oh, Raila doesn't want to accept, Mutu accept. So if the election was not free and fair, and you've told us,
I have a question.
yes.
I have a question to you, Colin.
Yeah.
So, okay, we talked about 2017, right? And now you already somebody just say this is like a courtroom cross-examination. That's how it looks. You are like treating me like you are cross-examining me in court. Let me cross-examine you too. Okay. Now, 2017 is what you just told me, or what you've been trying to cross-examine. Now, 2013, why did you skip 2013?
I skipped 2013 because there was no court case that showed that there was anomaly with the election.
Are you done?
And I believe that election of 2013, I still believe that if there was no anomaly, then Raila lost.
Right.
According to me. If there was no, then Raila, if there was no anomalies, then I will say Raila lost election. So if you have said,
again, Collins, your argument was tied to something. It was tied to BBI. The reason why
I'm tying my I'm only tying my question on.
Yes.
Somebody must accept the result. Must accept the result. So we are asking, should we accept what is free and fair, or should we accept what has defeated us? You know, we do exams.
I think he accepted because he said we don't agree with the court, but we respect.
I'm a student,
right,
and you're a student. You get your examinations result, and then you're like, maths. The report form is saying you got 48% maths. You have a result slip that is saying you have 54%. You have 6 marks missing. Okay, and then you have the same report. Your CRE is like you have 72%. The report the other side is saying you have 74%. Okay, wamekuongeza mbili, lakini bado kuna 4 bado. You have science showing that you have 60%, and your report is saying you have 60%. At the end of the day, you find that the pass mark should be 250 in Kenyan systems as of now. The pass mark should be 250 for you to go to the next class, and you have 247. So, did you pass or you failed?
Now, you know, your questions are all hypothesis.
Yes, but
the if is just all ifs. So this is kind of an hypothesis. But I understand where you're coming from. Now let me just go back to what I was trying to start. You know, just because I'm not saying it was fair or not fair, but since you said 2017, I agree with you. Probably it wasn't fair. That's why the court nullified it. Correct. Now, 2017, the NASA brigade chose not to, in their own wisdom. We are not going to go to court. Okay. Now, just because Raila chose not to go to court about that election, it doesn't mean it was fair or it wasn't fair. They probably just didn't have that evidence. It probably wasn't fair either. They just chose not to go. So now that brings me back to my question.
Not to go to court. They went to court.
You just told me they did. I just told you, can we talk about 2013? You said no.
2017. Or you're talking about 2017?
2013 they went to court, Collins.
2013 they went to court.
But it was dismissed because of technicality of submission. All right.
Yeah, and Willie Mutunga did it.
Correct. So just because Willie Mutunga nullified it, and remember when they interviewed Willie Mutunga, like some said, he said on technicalities or whatever, but just because Willie Mutunga nullified doesn't mean he was right.
The case went to full hearing.
There was no enough evidence. There was no enough evidence.
It was even dismissed because of their submission.
You can't say some. You can't say it was dismissed on technicalities when the case went to a full hearing. We saw it, and the ruling was given in a few minutes.
Right, and there was no evidence.
Oh my God, I think you didn't watch it.
That is why I'm saying I still believe that if you have a problem and you go to court, we are just on the problem of, is it a free and a fair system? Even now, if the election is not free and fair, I would tell Ruto to refuse the results. If the election is not free and fair, I would tell Raila to refuse the result. If the election is not free and fair, I will tell Mutembei to refuse. Okay? Yes, Professor.
Yeah, Collins. I should also remind our brother Festus, because I know he's hiding behind curtains, and he should see even from this issue, your airports, it's a memento of the things to come. It's a sign of the things to come. And let me tell you, 2007, the frontliner of Baba, who was defending the results of Baba, was your guy Ruto himself. And he was the one who faced Kivitu, and he was almost stepping on the table. He wanted the results to be announced in favor of Baba. Now, when they came up with the national accord, he was one of the members of the Serena negotiation team. According to the book released by the late Mukaba himself, he was the guy who was the hardliner on the side of ODM, and Madagarua was the hardliner on the side of PNU. So if you talk about refusing results, it is coming. Soon you will understand what we are saying.
And it will be from Tanga Tanga. I'm sorry to say that.
We can't preach. Now, honestly, this is what I was talking about. Because we cannot preach that kind of crusade here. We are hoping for the best. As a person who believes
and that's why we believe in BBI, and that's why we believe in building bridges.
Next thing.
The next person is David after Collins.
Wakesa, I'm just asking a question.
Yes.
If you can hear me. You have clearly said that in 2007, Raila Amolo Odinga won election. That one everybody knows, even a small child.
Yes.
Right. We saw the people who ganged against that and robbed him of his victory. We have also enlisted a few examples where Raila has been robbed the victory because of unfair elections. Now, what is the miracle? The same guys who didn't want to see Raila anywhere next to power, they are now turning to be the proponents that are now selling Raila. Don't you think there is something to do with some hidden cards? That's why I don't trust these guys. Do you think that they are genuine?
Let me answer.
Okay,
Let me answer that.
You are becoming unfair to me.
Shortly. The two guys, Ruto and Uhuru, were fiercely had supported and defended their side. But after that, they came together and there was a handshake at Afra Stadium, and the two guys, by the way, let me tell you, 2008, I worked as a support teacher to one of the IDP camps, and I had one of the children from Molo whose parents had died in that commotion, and I can understand where they are suffering. In fact, we took a lot of time doing counseling, and anytime you could put a television on and they see the face of Ruto, they turn away, because in their mind they had been told that this is the guy who had caused the death of your kinsman. So it was that fierce that the one tribe had been told that this is the cause of your challenges, like that. But when the two guys met at Afra and shook hands and accepted to reconcile the two communities, believe me or not, 2013, they voted together, and they voted, and after that they have embraced him. So you can't tell me that Raila Odinga, who was impressed 2002 and be called Jamba when he was campaigning Kibaki even on foot in Central, and had never, if you look historically, has never done anything wrong to Central, cannot be accepted. And when they impress him, you say they are playing him, and the other side, you think that it was okay. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
I agree with you, Wekesa. I agree with you. But then
you just reminded me something about what Mugambi said. You know, Mugambi said before,
don't overshadow my question. Don't overshadow my question.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that.
Wait to see whether he is satisfied.
Don't make it different. Don't make it different.
No, it's not gonna be different. Mugambi, it's not different. It's just the same thing. I'm trying to stay on the same trajectory that Wekesa just brought. We're talking about they embraced embraced Raila as Jaba, whatever they're calling it, in Sendo when he was campaigning for Kibaki. And now, you know, like they're gonna play him and stuff. But see, you guys, you know, somebody just said here, when Ruto goes to Central with his troops, they are trying to make Central turn against Uhuru because of blah blah blah. But it is Uhuru, the president, who told Central people, Kimundu, I don't know what it means, but Kimundu, whatever it means, I think when there was something. And then the Central people still have the same narrative.
It will be fair for me to give my thought on what they are saying, eh? Because
I'm gonna let you.
Yes, because I come from.
Finish before.
Do you hear my question?
And then you respond.
Yes, I heard your question.
Collins can answer that. Collins, did you hear my question?
Okay.
Which question?
Collins, okay.
I was saying the same people who barred Raila from accessing power are the same now trying to sell him. What has changed?
And what is the problem with it?
If I doubt them, can I be wrong that they are not genuine? That's the question I'm asking.
But what's the problem with that?
Let me answer them.
Politics is about interest.
Politics is a game of interest.
So therefore, we agree these people are playing politics. Even the branding of Ruto, that is a thief, is everything, is all about the politics. And that's what we are telling people, that this is politics, this is propaganda, this is trying to turn the Arsenal to a wrong person. You know, it is the same Ruto who campaigned for Uhuru to a man. Now, after taking power, Sam, you can't shut me up like a baby like that.
That's your problem.
Mugambi, Sam, let's give him 1 minute. Let's hear what he's saying. Let's hear what he's saying.
He's asking me a question, and I don't know if I answered it right, but
David, are you through?
But you see, Sam does not allow me to say what I want to say.
Okay,
continue.
We have given you 1 minute.
My question was, many times we have seen the election was not fair as per the interrogation of Collins. We have seen the election was not fair and free for one Raila Odinga. Everything was put in place. Even when he was won, everything was put in place to deny him that chance. What has changed? If I doubt these people now, can I be wrong? Because the same way they treated Raila Odinga is what they are doing to William Samoei Ruto.
Okay. You want me to answer you?
If Raila was Kimundu, so what makes you think that it's not Kimundu this time around?
Kindly, Festus, kindly let's hear one response first.
I wanted to respond to David. Like now, is he telling me that now Ruto is the only person who can be sold? Because now you just tell me this, right? Raila has gone through a lot of drama in Mount Kenya. He's been called all sort of names, right? Did you complain back then about it? Or is it because you support your person so emotionally that you just don't like what they're doing to him, but you like when they do it to another person? It is the same thing. Politics is politics. Even here in the United States, if you see like Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, the way they bash each other, the insults that they told each other, but they just do that because of politics. If you don't like that, you should never even be so much interested with politics at all, because that's exactly what politics is all about. And Wekesa is saying, right, it's all about interest. So if their interest is with Raila, then of course they will make sure that whatever they have to do, they just have to do to make him not to become president. That is a part of politics. There's no
Yeah, and the answer to that lies in Central itself. How comes the same person wa kumirira saizi wanasema maliza aende? What has changed?
Yeah,
It is interest.
In
The same
2013,
person you woke up and said
in 2013 or 2012, we were fighting. The interest was the ICC, and the main challenger was Raila Odinga. What are you supposed to do? Look for something that when you tell the other people, then they will hate the person, not to like your person, but to increase the turnout so that you can vote in protest. So the vote in Central Province in 2013 was a vote in protest against Raila. And if it is against Raila, the next best candidate was their son, and they were trying to save their son from the ICC. So when it came to 2017, they were working on peleka Raila wapi? Bondo. And that was the thing. Turudishe mzee wapi? Nyumbani. And the churches were confused because they were told Raila ni maganga. Pictures went round where the pictures were wanakata kichwa ya mtu ingine and then they put. You remember there was a part they walitoa hata movie ya Nigeria ingine wakaweka kichwa na ni Raila, that Raila is now going to the forest.
Anakunywa damu.
Hii ya kukunywa damu was governor ya wapi? There was a governor somewhere.
Ilikuwa huko nini Mombasa huko pwani.
Yeah, and it was not Raila thing. The stage where kina Raila walikuwa naongea ilianguka. Wakasema ni shetani zake ndio ilikuwa imekuja kuangusha stage. In the real sense, you know something, that these guys were more than the number that the stage could carry. And then Ruto spinned it round. So as at now, we are talking of, yes, whatever dhulma zinazofanywa dhidi ya Ruto zingine hazifai kuwa kama kuzuiliwa kwa uwanja wa ndege. Lakini kuna vitu zingine pia zinafanyika ambao pia zina mwelekeo fulani. For example, when this guy is being said that is associating with ID somebody, all factors are pointing towards this man as somebody with questionable character. It is not William Ruto that gave him that character to be questionable. So it is not the Kenyan government that published his name in Fox News. It's not the Kenyan government that published this man's name in the case ya Germany. This Turkish person has a problem with the law. Then when you want to know there is a problem with him as a person in the country, yes, he came to the country. And remember, this person worked with their two Margarian brothers. He was among the team. So if you don't know that he is associated with that same group, you remember how those people came to Kenya. They were investors and what they became drug dealers and they were any other thing. So this Aydin is a suspicious person. He only came to Kenya to do his own things. If you want to know, the people who are supposed to meet him don't understand him and they don't know him. Is it Uhuru Kenyatta or Raila Odinga or Kibisho that made the people who work with him not to understand him? Because one person is saying this is an investor that is working on biotechnology with production of vaccines. We are not told if it is COVID or any other vaccine, but he's producing vaccines.
Actually, he said COVID and other vaccines.
And
Deputy
other
President.
vaccines. Yes. So we are not sure if that is what is making. That is what the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya said. Then a person who met him, Sudi met this guy and sat with him. Ndindi Nyoro met this guy and sat with him, are coming to tell us that this is mtu mwenye anafanya production ya avocado na juices. Are these same things? No. Is it the government of Kenya that placed the words in mouths of Sudi so that he could say what the man is doing? Is it the government of Kenya and Kibisho that told Ruto to say that this man is producing vaccines? And where in Africa, apart from South Africa, that is working with Johnson & Johnson to produce the AstraZeneca, to produce the Johnson vaccine, and also this AstraZeneca is also going to to South Africa. Why didn't they talk of this company that is also doing anything about the vaccines? Is there a country that is now practicing trying to produce a vaccine without the World Health Organization knowing? So no government told Ruto to say all this.
Anyway,
cases za Ruto are always taken to the government, and cases za Ruto zilianza 2013. David,
the question was mine. The question was mine because you are dwelling a lot into the person Ruto than answering my question. But I want to say that as Sam has rightfully put it, it's not about the politics. I want to state it here and very clearly that sometimes when we mention some of these things, people take us that we are madmen.
Okay, David.
You cannot say that someone who denied you the position several times, including in snatching it from your hands, can now turn to be an angel and give it to you. That is one. Okay. Two, history is very clear. Atwoli said way back in 2018 that Uhuru Kenyatta is very young to leave office. That statement, you are intellectuals, you have gone out of the country, for example, Collins and Sam, I can tell you, where that statement clearly, you come to tell us. Some of us who are in Tanga, tuliambiwa na tukajifanya kwamba some people are very friendly. Tukaambiwa watu wanawadanganya. Wanawaita wazuri saizi mkishawapea. As the second term, you will cry.
David, this
and
is not the
indeed,
same thing.
Give me time. And indeed we are crying. The reason we are crying is, once ukishavusha mtu, anarudi na kuwekea mambo mingi. Hata hii ya Raila, believe me, you will cry. You will come back to this forum and say, someone somewhere mentioned this statement. There is hidden cards, and these guys are not genuine at all. I can tell you for free.
Okay.
When this is the same,
let me say
this is the same Ruto. This is the same Ruto and Uhuru that works together. So if they were so genuine that you are saying, why are they now not? If they liked Uhuru during that time that much, why are they now changing that they want to Uhuru ende nyumbani? Anaenda wapi kama walimpenda?
Can I say something?
The change of heart is ukishavusha ivushayo ni mbovu. Waswahili husema. Umeshamvusha, umempea tamu zake mbili, sasa wewe ni umbwa, enda huko. Wewe mwizi, umefanya nini? Kila kosa ni wewe. It's okay, but believe me, there is a hidden cards, and you can even listen from the way Angela talks. That's a typical card hidden. Thank you.
Okay. Can I say something? Let me say something because I've been mentioned.
Okay, Angela, yes.
I've been mentioned. This thing of people doing politics, like people do advertisements and people send a lot of messages on WhatsApp on both sides. There's nobody here who is innocent. Ruto has taken part in defaming Raila. He has taken part in defaming Uhuru. Uhuru has taken part in defaming Raila. He's taken part in defaming Ruto. All of them, they're all guilty. So when we come here and say almost like there's no card, David. This is just like Sam said earlier. It's politics. There is no hidden card.
Angela.
These people do these things.
Nikubali kuna card. Angela, wacha mimi nikubali kuna card. You think Raila doesn't have cards? It's the same Raila who went in Kanu and destroyed it. So you think yeye amelala tu hapo hananga cards, watu wanampangia na yeye amenyamaza. So let's look at politics. Listen,
atakuwa president 2022 because he has a card just like everybody else.
Friend, this card, in fact, Raila understands more politics than you do. And he knows it's not a choir, it's not a church function. He knows that, and that. Let me just finish and then you talk. So he knows that the politics is not a church choir. He knows there are so many intrigues, backstabbing, but he's a veteran in that. So you don't threaten him with he will be damned what. Those are the things he knows, and he knows how to play his cards also.
No, he doesn't know how to play his card. Miguna said Raila doesn't know how to play his card. That one I don't agree with.
Because Miguna has never been a president anyway, has he?
Now, Miguna has never even been an MCA. So what are you saying? And this guy, let me ask you.
Miguna was Raila's age.
Let me ask you.
Do you even live in the US? You know
so
the
does
politics that
does your secretary in your office know everything about you? Does your secretary in your office know everything about you?
Okay. Collins, I feel it. Collins, I feel it. I feel you, bro. I feel it.
Festus, kindly listen to this. There are some things I want to correct from Festus and David. I come from Kenya, and there are some things I want to unveil to him. Number one, Festus said that because Uhuru insulted Ruto, Raila, we can't support Raila. Remember, in Central, in 2007, it was Aluo against a Kikuyu. But the person who killed Kikuyus is a Kalenjin. Aluo never killed a Kikuyu. Number two, the reason as to why Ruto seems to be popular in the Mount Kenya, it is because Uhuru took his hands, Ruto's hand in Afra Stadium, and said, we are going to work together, right? Now, for Uhuru, he just insulted Raila for us. Ruto and his people, it is perceived that he facilitated the killing of people from Mount Kenya. So if we could forgive Ruto who killed our people, why can't we forgive someone who has been insulted for many times? Number two, the reason as to why Raila is more favorable in Mount Kenya over Ruto. We know in the next 30 years, there's a way we can go and we'll be out of power for the next 30 years. Why? For example, if today Mount Kenya votes in Ruto, we know Ruto is young, he's energetic, he has been tormented by Mount Kenya. Yes, he could have a running mate from our area, but in the next like 20 years, his running mate to get to president, it will be so hard. Come to Raila's side. Raila, even age itself, is making him so favorable. Our only aim is to get, for example, Raila, to get a running mate from Mount Kenya. Let him go just for 10 years, he finishes. But we'll have watched the narrative that Mount Kenya can never support someone else. Meaning, after 10 years of Raila, people of Mount Kenya can have someone else in power. So matters age, it is knocking out Ruto to be favorable in Mount Kenya. Number three, Ruto on several occasions, he has tried to blackmail the president. Remember, president comes from Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya have their people. So if a deputy can outshine your leader, what can he do to you when he gets power? So those are some of the cardy discussions that are held by the people, the businessmen, and the serious politicians around Mount Kenya. That's why first, as you'll see, initially, Ruto could call people from Mount Kenya to Karen, everyone will go there. But after he started making some kind of allegations and talks, people like Kujuri, people like Kuria, they have taken a step behind. Why? Because they're asking themselves, if this man whom we are supporting as our fellow hustler can go to a national television and say, me as BBA, I'm not ready to get into agreement with any other party. So what happens if we get with his party? He is going to kill us. So in one or the other, Raila would be more favorable in Mount Kenya over the Ruto that you are talking about. Thank you.
Can I respond to that, Wekesa or Collins? Can I respond?
Okay, quickly.
Now, I'm not going to be partisan or bipartisan. I'm just going to be neutral. Mugambi, you know, first of all, I just want to I want to plead with you. You know, you are live. This show, after we are done, is going to be published on YouTube. We are trying to have a peace. That's why you guys keep talking about BBI. I'm in support of BBI. That's okay. We are trying to have a peaceful country, a country that is going to be there after, before, during, and after the election, 2022. So for you to come on live and tell people it is a Kalenjin who killed Kikuyus, please. It's just distasteful. It's just distasteful. We are trying to walk away from that narrative. Oh, it is Festus who killed so and so. It is this.
Okay, let me help you. Let me help you rephrase without using the same word. If you trace the hotspots of 2007 elections and where people lost lives, you know the hotspots and you know the communities which are involved. I don't want to mention names, but I think that gives you the answer.
I think if we bury
Angela,
history,
I'm not even done.
Festus, if we bury history and act like things didn't happen, we are not going to get the healing we need as Kenyans. We need healing. And there are people who up till today, even they lost everything because of what happened in 2007. So you can't just say we don't talk about it. It needs to be talked about. We get healing because apparently we didn't get healing in 2013. So let us talk about it. It happened. Why are we hiding it now? Why are we hiding?
I'm not saying, my sister, I'm not saying don't talk about it. You know, can you imagine? I'm still alive in that country, and then Collins or Wekesa or Sam or even yourself or Mugambi comes out and says, it is this one right here who killed your people. Of course,
I don't always want us to go to this post-election violence because some of us suffered. I'm one person who saw hell in this post-election violence.
Right.
But I mean, so when you want, when somebody is touching on it or refusing it or accepting it, sometimes it makes me feel like I should go and take myself into the blanket. But
yeah, so you know,
the thing is, people died, people lost things, and we know what happened. So we can just maybe brush and say Kikuyus had a problem. Kikuyus had a problem with the Kalenjins in Rift Valley, and Praise Kolirurigi and Kiamba. There were problems. People were banned. People lost their lives. So if it is true that we want to move on, and again, this BBI, which these people are, how do you call them? These Tanga guys. This BBI that they're refusing every time. Ruto said to Hussein Mohammed that Raila called him for the first time.
Four times.
And he did not pick. Then Raila called him for the second time. Then he did not pick. Then he only came to realize these people were together. Remember, Uhuru Kenyatta said this thing at Bomas. Hii team yenye iko, the BBI team, tulitengeneza na huyu makamu wangu. They made the team. So this guy was aware of the BBI, everything, and he was aware. So when we are talking of things like,
you're not saying though, Colin, there is something you're not telling us. I agree with you. I'm not denying what you're saying. It's true, whatever he told you said, but there's something you're not telling us.
Told Helen in the forum saying people are chicken-headed. I don't know. At you don't speak, you have no content. Helen, will you please leave this forum? If you're here to insult people.
Yeah, if you don't like it, why are you here? Why are you here, Helen, if you don't like it? You're insulting people.
We don't want insults. We're just trying to engage. We are all Kenyans. We're trying to engage.
You know, we are not here to compete anything, Helen. We are not here to compete you. We are not competing. Even Festus is being that somebody supports me, myself. My candidate is not even being talked about. And I don't even have a candidate in the top two people you are talking about. My candidate is known. I'm a Mahendeleo Chap life member. So I don't.
Because we've really been insulted over here.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it?
Let me read it. Let me read
it.
Sam, don't beat somebody.
Sam. The private chat over here. Like, do you want to tell me we are coming here like to just have a candid conversation about politics with no emotion? Like we are just talking about issues. Now, are people allowed to just come here and start insulting other people?
Oh, this is not this. I didn't see it. I have not looked at the private chats. Somebody called Helen.
Sam,
she's very mature. Is that a lady? She's so much immature.
Sam, you don't respond to insults with insults, Sam.
Every person follows their leader. As we normally see Raila insulted, but the only thing he can respond is in Proverbs. He doesn't insult people.
Hata Junet Mohammed alisema hao ni ng'ombe wa Raila wanafuata tu. So it's okay. So
yeah, and we accept mi huambia mtu akiniambia mimi ni ng'ombe ya Raila, this is how I answer them. Asubuhi kujia maziwa, Lunch time kujia matumbo, jioni kujia maini, na weekend kujia cow dung. Uende utengeneze nyumba yako.
Anaweza chukua hata hiyo nini?
Yes.
Anaweza chukua hata hiyo mkojo ya ng'ombe atengeneze nayo seeds zake. The seeds ndio zisiumwe na nini.
I don't understand how people reason though. It's so.
Yeah, we were discussing something important. Like we were discussing something. Sorry, I didn't know somebody's insulting us. I didn't know this bad.
Don't get personal.
This is too bad. We are not personal. This thing tomorrow, if Festus is here, I don't know which state you are. If you are in the US, we can meet for coffee. We can meet Mugambi. If we meet in Nairobi, if we can meet Wekesa, I'm planning to meet you because we'll to promise Nyama. So we don't hold any grudge with anybody.
But Wekesa need to be neutral too.
Wekesa doesn't need to be neutral because he has taken his time. He has taken his side. So he doesn't need to, even you, Festus, we don't need you to be neutral. If you become neutral, then this discussion has nothing.
Let me rephrase it.
I don't sugarcoat things, and I don't.
You only need to be fair. You only need to be fair to your customers.
You guys need to be.
I don't need disclaimers. I don't have disclaimers in my statements.
We still have 60 people watching us, so we can.
It's not disclaimer. Disclaimer. I'm just trying to protect myself.
Okay.
No disclaimer.
No.
Yeah, it's only that they should not hit you down on the bell, so sana. But kuna ka ukweli lazima tuseme.
I wanted and Collins. Collins.
Yeah.
Collins.
Yeah.
I wanted us to digress kidogo tukimaliza. In terms of morality, we talk about morality. This issue we have had in the media. There's this moral police, Ezekiel Mutua, who was sacked. And then there's this guy, Eric Omondi, was celebrating his sacking. And then, there are so many reactions. This thing has been trending. I just want us to talk about the morality. Who determines our morality as a nation? Maybe we cool down the politics. People are just so hyper.
We first take the opportunity to congratulate Eliud Kipchoge. He has just won some 20 minutes ago.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
Yeah, he has won the marathon. We were almost getting number 1, 2, 3, but unfortunately.
Where were you watching? Because it was not showing here on what station?
Okay, I do watch DSTV. I have DSTV over here.
Which part on YouTube? Okay, I looked for it again. So.
You can use NBC. You can use NBC.
YouTube.
I was listening
to YouTube.
Yeah, so we can. We have to congratulate Eliud Kipchoge. At least he has won the game, and the other one has given us another medal. So at least we are going. We are number 1 in Africa. Still. We are still holding it right up there. Our morality is being eroded so much with whatever we are doing. Our people are worshiping social media. And we can't hide on it because we have only 3 institutions to control the morality of Kenyans. The only 3 institutions. The first institution is the constitution of the country. The next institution is religion. So if I'm not talking of whether Christianity, I'm talking of religion. There are people who don't belong to Christianity. There are people who are Muslims. There are people who are Buddhists. But religion, one of the fundamental basics of a religion is to modify the morality of a community, of a society. So our people have got, I said 3. 1 is constitution. Number 2 is our religion. Number 3 is the culture. We all belong to different cultures. But here is a case where you are an adult. Irrespective of your education level, a child that is born when you are seeing him should respect you. Even if you don't respect them, they first should respect you. If you show the disrespect, is when they should now show, okay, we are respecting this guy and he's not worth my respect, so I can lose the respect on him. But they should not expect you to respect them first. So our people are going out of their way, doing things. Whatever Eric Omondi was doing was wrong, both spiritually, religiously, culturally, and maybe constitutionally. He was using these girls and he was doing another different thing, kissing them in public. That's very indecent act. And then we are told, because they're copying whatever happens in the West. Out the West, we have very different cultures. For example, here, when you are married to a girl, you can go and sleep with a girl in her mother's house. It's possible. Does that one happen with the African culture? No, we can't do it. Here in America, people walk with they're called biker shorts, because it's summer. It's summer, booty shorts and biker shorts. It's summer. It's 31, 32 degrees centigrade all through in the summer. Then our people who are in Nairobi are walking with the same biker shorts because they think it's now like a fashion. So whatever we are seeing in social media, and I'm not sorry to say that even our government is picking things from these Western countries, and they are not photocopied. They just copy, paste. They don't even edit them. That's why you find them. Some of our laws are not even they're not functional, because an MP comes here, he sees the law being done here, he goes with it, he proposes in the parliament, and then it's like, we want to put it as a law. Practicality of that law is not there. So that's where we talk of the spirit of the law and the letter of the law, because yes, physically it's there, but whatever it's proposing, it cannot function. For example, I saw something on a CBC. Put the money, the notes here. I don't know if you saw. If you people saw this.
What's the money?
Some pictures of the notes, the Kenyan currency notes, are put in one part of the book.
It was in CBS.
Yeah. So, and then the student is told to stick the real money on one side. Where is this money going to?
Are you talking about the assignments that were?
Yeah, the assignment. Some of the assignments they're being given are horrific. They cannot.
I didn't watch that.
Yeah,
the documentary.
It's not a documentary. It was something that was on Facebook. As a child went home, and the book is saying, one side of the book, on this side is like wameweka picha za hizo noti, alafu wameweka space. Then they say stick the note on this side. So alafu imewekwa 50 bob, 100, 200, 500. Mama ambaye anajikakamua, tunaita mama mboga, which Tangatanga have labeled them to be mama mbogas.
Just say
Atapata wapi? No, not Ruto. I don't want to speak of me. I'm not. If you want to know somebody who can support Ruto and can be allowed to work with Ruto, it's me, because mimi nimekula pesa ya Ruto one on one. Yes. Mimi ni mtu mwenye nimekula pesa ya Ruto, and I can say it. When I was campaigning for a school student leader, he gave us some money. So I know that I had used his money. I've interacted with him on the table. So with that, yeah. So that one, I can tell you, I'm one person who doesn't go for this personal attacks. I don't go for personal attacks. So whatever our culture is going through is funny. If you go home today, there is a trend that is going on in Kenya. I don't know, maybe you don't know it. The green cards are coming up. There are people who are telling you on this side, Collins, are you free? Can you register for me a number, a US number, and a PayPal? I want to use it in Kenya. If you get into that trap, these guys are using those things to defraud Kenyans.
I've been asked that many times, actually.
Part of the work that is going on, apart from that, how we are doing online work, that number yenye unapeana, wanaenda kuiregister with a number. And then people will be like, they will be sending messages that you are supposed to get what for the green card. After all that, wataambia watu lipa 2,000, 3,000. They will be collecting money from Kenyans. Because Kenyans watu wengi wamesoma na hawana kazi. Because people also believe that when you go abroad, there is some easy money. I came here 5 years ago. I've never seen any money, free money. So people will tell you that our morality, as Wekesa asked, who is supposed to control? We should start from our culture, and we should start from home. That's my input.
Yeah, I was even expecting Collins, like you say, it's not even the moral issues of our leader. It's actually us as citizen. If you understand yourself, you'll be able to elect a leader who actually suit your own moral objective. You see what I'm saying? So in Kenya, for example, we do have like what Collins just said, like we've been getting phone call from Kenya, like you're being told you need to register for me this Sendwave account so that I can use to do something. And you wonder what are they using it for? You know what I'm saying? Now like even even the reason why people they are listening to the most famous narrative that is going on in Kenya right now, it's not because they are really worried about the moral issue. It's because even themselves, they normally say that if I get into that office, I will actually do the same thing that this politician is actually doing. You see, like I will steal. We've had people saying that. People saying, "Oh, by the way, if I was in Waitito's situation, I would actually do the same thing that he did." So
Sam,
now with those kind of
we are doing Eric Omondi and Ezekiel Mutua. I mean, I'm sorry I had to interject you, but you are going into politics. Wekesa said it's
I think
moral issues in Kenya.
I think Ezekiel and Eric were giving us an idea of what to discuss. It doesn't have to boil down between Ezekiel
I don't even know.
I wanted us to look at that and discuss morality.
Yeah, it's morality.
No, I'm sorry because I thought you like
it's affecting everyone. I don't even know what Eric Omondi and that other guy Ezekiel Mutua what you mean. I don't follow them. So
you're not a Kenyan, Sam. You're not a Kenyan.
What I'm saying is, like, the problem that we have in Kenya is actually like the things we are even blaming the politicians about being even corrupt and being whatever they are. Believe it or not, actually the biggest one with the biggest problems are even people like us. Can you imagine, for example, like in Kenya, right? If you want a favor of anything in a government office, I remember there's a time my passport was kind of destroyed or something like that. And then I went to Kenya with an emergency document so that I can get a new passport. Do you know how I was taken round? Because they were like, "You're not getting a memo, my friend. Unafaa kutoa kitu kidogo, you did something criminal." Because you know the passport was washed in a washing machine when it was in the pocket, right? So now, like those kind of things, like it's so easy to just find like people in Kenya who they just have a problem with their character. And even I see what Festus is trying to take me to, but I have seen also Eric Omondi, for example. He was doing this program for, what are the name of this? I don't know, whatever it was called, right?
Wife material.
Wife material. I saw it going viral. Look at our girls in Kenya. The kind of things they are doing it for money. They don't even want to they don't want to like have principles that that are kind of attractive to the public. They just want to be used because they are so desperate. I do understand there's an issue in Kenya with inflation, lack of jobs, and all those kind of things. I think people, they're really suffering, and that's why, of course, like you'd find many of our women, they're also being forced to engage into some like that wife material. Because let me assure you, if those girls, they were making money, they would not even show up in that show to do those things. But it's just because of the desperation that they're going there. But does that mean that it's the right thing to do? It's not the right thing to do. Like you can be creative and come up with other business ideas that you can do in a very moral way than having to engage into some shameful behavior where you're going to get, if you get a job, right? Like you go for a job interview, my friend, they will pull your profile from internet, all those videos that they're uploading until you'll be shocked. You're saying that you want to come here and apply accountancy in our church. We saw you like doing this in the bar and all this kind of stuff. So that's what I'm saying. Like even the way we are still even blaming even our politicians and all those kind of stuff. We really need to do a lot of soul searching on a serious note, because us, like, we are so corrupt. We are more corrupt even than the people we are talking about. That if you want, even if I want a direction to somewhere, but there's a time we got stuck like in a mud. You know the way like you don't want people to come and push the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
After they push the car, they tell you cannot leave until you talk kitu kidogo, and they actually stand in front of your car until you have to give all of them money. And this is like 20 people that have come to help you to push the car. Even we can't even help each other like brother and sisters. Everything is all about money, my friend, right? So that's why like I am saying, I do understand over here we come, we start bashing politicians, they're this, they're that. But if you actually look into yourself and you actually see also the things that you're engaging with. By the way, Collins, let me just tell you the truth. When these guys, they normally contact me, that they want, I don't know, PayPal account, they want, I don't know, this and that. I normally tell them point blank, stop scamming people. That's it. The only response they give, wanakutusi. They just...
Something I want to ask David, because maybe I'm the only person. Have you realized that even the sweetest, the ladies, they are asking you, come on, as our connect na sponsor mzungu, unitafutie mzungu. I told somebody, you are asking me to am I not a man? Am I not a man? I'm a man also, and you're telling me kutafutia mwanaume mzungu. Kwani mimi niko na shida gani? What problem do I have?
Collins, hawakwambii utafute, wanataka wewe lakini hawataki kuambia.
No, they tell you wanataka wa connect. No, even wa home, even the people around, nakwambia nataka uni connect na mzungu. Like,
but again, Collins,
yeah,
as Sam is saying, some
read
of
the
our
signs.
people back at our country are actually desperate. We should not deny that.
Mm-hmm.
And they think that maybe by talking with you, you may have any other way of having them here. Some may not want to say like, I want you, but they want to pass through hidden means, but in the real sense, they want to talk to you directly.
Yeah, those people who tell you they want a connection I deal with them, because I do advise on green card applications. I do advise them. I always have that because I've had like, I've helped around 3-4 people to apply. I did 2017, I did 34, and I had 3 people come over. So at least I know how it goes through, how I know what is required, what you need to do. So for the people who are trying to tell you on how, like, to advise, it's okay. But here are people who are coming, na unajua mpaka bwana yake. I know the people who I know even their husband. And they're telling you, ukimtafutia mwanaume mzungu, atakuwa even if he's coming over to Kenya,
Collins,
even the man is coming to Kenya.
Let me tell you, Collins, wacha niongee Kiswahili. Unajua yenye tunaongea hapa, kuna watu wako na YouTube channels zao na wanaongea na watu wengi, maybe they have a lot of following. Wanawaambia kuna njia za kukuja huku na njia ingine yenye unazungumzia ni hiyo ya kupatanishwa na mwanaume, mfanye ama mwanamke mfanye kuoana ya uongo, if I can say that. Mkishafika hapa alafu mtaachana. In fact, I've seen nimeona wengi wamefanya haya maneno na wako hapa tu wanakubaliana, wanasema tu wewe enda pata mama mzungu, pata mbaba mzungu, alafu baada ya siku chache mwachane.
Hiyo tujakata, hiyo si mbaya according to us.
They are picking on that. Naona ni sababu ya shida zile ambazo watu wetu wako nazo
wanapitia.
Lakini mimi huwa nawaambia ukweli, nawaambia hiyo I don't support it because on one way I'm Christian, so I don't want to cheat a lot or kind of do shoddy things. Nawaambia enda mshike passport, ikifika mwezi wa 10 to apply hizi vitu kujeni. Actually
ikipatikana.
Yeah, ikipatikana. Pia usimwambie eti lazima.
Yeah, ikipatikana. Because I know people are scamming others.
Kama venye umesema, actually mimi wanasaidia watu wengi sababu wanasema Mara network. Kuna wengine wanaamini eti ukiapply kutoka huku hawajui is the same. But I just offer, I don't charge them anything. Lakini kuna watu nyumbani wanafanya hao maneno wanawacharge too much.
Yeah, so that's where we are talking of where is our morality. Another thing with the morality that Wekesa asked, you look at our YouTube, the types of our music, the type of music that we are having. That is why hakuna muziki inatoka Kenya uitalia for a long time. Wamlambezi iliisha, ilitolewa, ilimaliza, it has not taken even 2 years, ndio? Na imeenda, uwezi sikia haina ladha tena. Because we don't tell our people that the music is content. With us, we tell our people, whenever you speak these dirty words and what, then I don't know if they're dirty, but whenever you speak words that are obscene, then you make the music sell for a short time. Then the next day you want to listen to the same music, it's not going anywhere. So morality should start with us as families. Now, kitambo, I'm not so much old, but I'm old enough in my thoughts. Where I grew, and I've not reached a point that I can become a president of Kenya. So, you know the age.
You are still a youth.
I'm 33 years old. I think I'm proud of my age because I did not work for it.
33. I thought you were maybe 29, 28.
No, I'm 33. I didn't work for my age, so that's my age. So
Collins,
one thing.
Yeah. Collins, unasikiza Zilizopendwa?
Sana.
Yeah, this one song inaambia wacha tamaa vijana. Kwa nini unataka kupata wanawake 7 kwa mwaka mmoja? Kwa nini unataka kupata ile mali baba yako alitumia miaka 10 kutafuta, unataka kupata siku moja? And that is what is affecting our morality. You know, right now, you want to do something that hits. You want to do something that, like, you do it today and tomorrow it hits. Not forgetting that some of these things are gradual. Some of these things we hit like today, tomorrow it has gained wings and it flies. Like right now on the social media, what we are competing with is to have views. How can I make a video that will have the highest views? And you realize you have to lower some moral standards, adjust them so that everybody will want to know. Wewe umeona hiyo video? Umeona hiyo clip? Yeah, that is what is driving us.
And you say we don't talk politics. Babu Owino is bringing it in politics. Mwanasiasa mwenye anaongea chafu, huyo ndiye anafuatwa.
Yes. So, in politics, whoever talks dirty things.
Again, Collins. I don't know how old you are. Maybe, of course, you have mentioned it. But during our time in campus in 90s, those guys who could be elected into student leadership are actually those
bad guys.
The bad guys.
Lakini
kama wewe ni mtu wa kanisa wanasema achana hiyo jamaa wa Biblia, achana na yeye.
Utakuwa mtiaji. They know you are very straightforward.
Can I say something?
Yes, Angela.
After being a few years here in the US, I decided to go back to Kenya. And so, because everyone was saying, oh, during that Kibaki time, oh, people are doing well, come back to Kenya. I was a bit worried about the corruption issue and the bribery issue and just that issue of just, corruption. And so I really struggled with, is this the right decision for me? Anyway, I decided, let me just go. So I went to Kenya and I worked several jobs. Every job that I worked in private companies, this is not even the government, I'm talking about private companies, there was fraud. There was all manner of shenanigans going on in those companies. And these are private companies. To the extent that there was a place where I had been made the general manager, and I started discovering shenanigans going on within the company. And when I did my investigation and came up with a conclusion that there is thievery and we had all the evidence, would you imagine I'm the one who lost my job? I lost the job. So the corruption in Kenya is so the corruption in Kenya is so entrenched and so deep, to the extent that even me myself, just by virtue of being a Kenyan, I am guilty by association. You know?
Angela,
yes?
Have you heard of this thing called this something that was, I think it's one of the counties that the governors and whatever, the MPs, they are exchanging sex for bursaries. And then there's this thing in campus called sex for degrees.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Every company I worked with, I am telling you the truth. They all had serious shenanigans. Serious. Every employee in the company is stealing. And me, who comes here to point fingers at people, I ended up being the guilty party. You can't even be good. You can't even be nice in Kenya. And even for that reason, just the fact that I'm a Kenyan makes me corrupt. I even wonder why people point at Nigeria.
Let me tell you something about our Kenyan as at now. Our students, not even the students, our girls that are applying for internship and the girls who are coming from the school, these people are suffering. I'm born with them and I've worked with a few of them. If a lady comes from the university or a lady is out and is requesting for a job, there's I saw one, I facilitated one. They have advertised a position. The lady has applied. There were 3 ladies and 2 men. But these people wanted 1 man, 1 lady. Then the person who gave the name, this lady that I was facilitating was number 2. The other lady was number 1. Then the other lady disagreed with the payment because they thought people are paid 25,000 per month. Then they came to realize that they were being paid 20,000 Kenya shillings per month. The lady that became number 1 refused to take the job and said where she is working, she was earning 20 already. What is the need of moving from where I am? Si mwingine achukue tu. So the lady that I facilitated was number 2. The man was number 3. And the other man was number 4. These people ended up writing the letter and they told this girl to meet in a hotel and book. And then the lady asked me, Collins, this guy wants me to book for him a hotel. Anakuja kufanya nini? Kulala. And that's the payment that I should give to him, like nimbukie. So nikamuuliza, anakuja kwa hoteli that anaenda kulala, that is coming from somewhere, is late. So unamlipia bill ama ni nini? Akamwambia, yes, that's what she thought. Or later, the guy tells her also to be available in the same hotel. Nikamwambia, don't. Mwambie hayuko in town, but you can book the hotel online. Then the guy said, okay, ni kama utaki barua, utakujia next week. Come for the letter next week. So we came to realize this guy started developing the interest. Most of our girls who are 25, 24, below 20, below 30, a lot of our bosses are exchanging sex for position. So if you are here and you know your sister somewhere is looking for a job, just make sure you know what is going on. there are a lot of jobs that are being, and what are to qualify? If you don't provide this thing called sex, you are not given a job. So this is something that's going on. I know Angela may not be ready to point it out. I know when she was being given those jobs, there are some parts jobs that she missed because she was not able to give it.
Okay, Collins.
Yeah.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
The discussion of moral that has been brought by Wekesa, I think we started losing course at the family level. And talking of a family, I mean the man and the woman in the house, who are referred by their children as mom and dad. What do I want to mean? If you see the generation of today who are called parents, they are people who are living like teenagers of our time. So tell me, if you are a father or a mother and your lifestyle is that of a teenager, how will your child behave? Of course, worse than you. You have pointed one of the things that has been crippling the job market in Kenya about favors, that is from the ladies or men, even men who are looking for jobs. So if the CEO or the HR has the family morals that our parents had, that there's no way I'll be convinced to sleep with my child. And in those times, a child was not the person that you give birth to, but anyone who was younger than you. So we lost the track as parents. So if we as parents can instill the morals that is expected of us by our culture, although most of us claim we are civilized, but our civilization as Africans should not be misconstrued with what is happening in the West. Those people, they are people who know what they do. But give an African a chance, he or she will overdo everything. As you gave the example of what the ladies there that are putting on, it is our ladies don't know that those people are doing that because of the climate change. But you'll see our lady here in July when the temperatures are less than 10, they are slaying. They normally say, I don't know, just slay, but live a good life. So if our parents or we as parents, we instill what we were taught by our parents, I think our morality shall come back. Number two, on corruption. I think in Kenya, most of Kenyans, when you go on the road, are you on the wrong side? And the cop approaches you. In fact, it is not the cop who asked for the money. It is either the driver, the co-driver, or the owner of the vehicle who tells the soldier to malizania hapa tu sahi, meaning, let me give you something small. So if again we go back to the family, beginning with the parents, if we have those good morals, why should you give a cop 50 shillings for him to give you way? Tell him, book me for a court, let me go there, defend myself. If I'm guilty, let me pay the fine. If I'm not guilty, I'll go scot-free. So we are the people who have brought all these things. And I'll blame men. And the men in the family.
Will you give the money to the police?
What I've said is, if today you go admit maybe with the cop, he tells you, stand up, you have this problem, this problem. As a Kenyan, what most Kenyans do, they'll tell the cop, let us finish the deal here, which is so wrong.
But will you give the money yourself? I'm asking you. Like
I have never given money.
So
I can't give money. And sometimes these cops, they are so wise. If you tell them, let's go to the station, to the OCS, they will refuse. They will tell you, just go, but another day we shall meet. So if we can be that tough, if you know you are clean, why do you want to corrupt? Don't corrupt.
Will you go to the station?
I have gone there several times.
Because you refuse to pay.
Actually, it's not a station. And you normally tell them, book me for a court appearance. You'll go to the court.
Yeah. Sam,
let
me ask him Gambi this way. For example, this is in the COVID rules. You are told that the vehicle is supposed to have 8 people. Then you go in a vehicle, they are carrying 13. You are light, and you go in another one, and then they filled up to 13. How are you supposed to do? Because at the end of the day, you realize that you cannot run your life outside this corrupted culture.
Sometimes you have to cope up with you want to maintain your moral standards, yes, but you live in a country where moral standards are not an issue. In fact, when you stand your ground, everybody else looks at you and wonder, what is wrong with you? You are delaying.
Hold on.
You are delaying.
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold on.
Wekesa.
Yes,
there is somebody called the Glow. There is somebody called the Glow here.
yes, I want to give her a chance to respond. I was just making a case, and then you guys respond, because these are the realities that are going on. In line with also that bribing, me, I had an issue, and I want to isolate one issue. I was driving from Machakos to Emali. I reached somewhere Salama, and then I get the traffic police. They stopped me. I told them hii gari ya kampuni, so if it has issues, let me call my bosses and whatever. Nimekaa hapo, wamenizungusha karibu 2-3 hours. Jamaa ananiuliza uko na nini, namwambia ndio naenda job, sina kitu yoyote, so in case kama unataka chukua hii gari ya kampuni. Muhindi mwenyewe atakujia hii gari yake. Akanizungusha hapo, akaniacha. The next day akatumana mtu mwingine, go and pin that guy, and the vehicle had a very small crack on the windscreen. Hiyo siku akanipeleka ndani, tukaandikisha statement, akasema ananipeleka kotini, and I was going for a meeting. Meeting was supposed to happen at 10. The guy amenikalisha hapo mpaka saa 5. So nikamwambia si unipeleke court basi tuandikishane hii kitu, mimi nilipe fine niende. The guy refused, ananizungusha tu hapo hivyo. What he wanted is money.
Okay.
Yes.
Wekesa,
yes.
I have been in your station on several accounts. What I normally do, if you tell me I have a problem with my vehicle, one, I'll show you my driving license, and then I'll seek for your service number. If you give me your service number, there's no way that you are going to waste time for me, because if you waste time for me, I know where I'll catch you at. Number one, why should you waste time for a Kenyan whom you say is guilty? Wait for him as transition. Let him or her present himself at the nearest court at your described time. So most of the time I have been so radical on the road. I have got so much pollution with the cops. But they have been used to them, they have been used to me. Anytime they see me, they never check my vehicle. I pass through because they realize this man cannot give me anything. And in the event I try to play hide and seek with him, maybe my job will be in the seesaw. So what I was saying is, as men, if men want, the morality can come back to reality. That is you and your wife and your children. Plus another thing that has misled our generation is the churches that have been coming up. You realize a church has a deacon, a reverend, or a pastor, but her dressing code itself is so much questionable for the young person who is in the church.
Oh my God, Mugambi, you're literally going off tangent. You've stated a point, and just before I lose my track of thought, because you're introducing new topics now. From when I joined, I just wanted to contribute to 1-2 things, and then we can discuss about the dressing and the churches and all that you're bringing in. If you'd allow me, I'm sorry, Mugambi. Just a quick one. I just wanted to, because when I came in, it's when Angela was speaking about her experience when she came to Kenya and her work experience when she came back from the States. I would like to say that that's the case, and Angela brought a mentality where, that's how like in first world countries, they work by things called key performance indicators, KPIs. And you have to follow that. Every employer, whether you're a manager, whether you're a CEO, doesn't matter if you're a cleaner, there are KPIs that you have to work towards and certain performance levels that they need you to abide by if you want to still keep your job. That's what it is. That's what makes these Kenyans in Middle East. That's why they work like dogs. These Kenyans in US, that's why they work like that. Or these Kenyans in UK, Kenyans in Australia, Kenyans in everywhere. It's just that these Kenyans who are sasa, you guys, like people who are on ground, you guys don't have that. There's no key performance indicators. There's nowhere to document how is this thing being structured, different levels. Because in a building, in a whole building, let's just take an example. Let's say KICC. KICC is a whole freaking tall building. There are so many workers on those different levels, and I'm sure there's an elevator going to different levels. And there's HR, there's finance, there's admin, there's all these different levels of work. So how can you tell me that all these different levels, there are no HR people to cater to each of those levels? There are no HR people to cater. There are so many different levels, and that's why I'm just like, why isn't Kenya performing? Like, that's what I think about Kenya, is that if we have all these qualified people, it's either one, we are lazy, because there should be an administration body to be able to govern. There should be auditors. These people who call themselves auditors, why aren't they there in these kinds of bodies to monitor? Okay, this one is meeting their KPIs for their month. This one is meeting. That's the job of a freaking manager. Why aren't they doing that? Kazi Tune, they're just telling us here about how they're sleeping with young, small university girls. Those are not even people you should even be sleeping with. Let's start there. They're trying to build their life. They've come out of university too the other day. And then you want to sleep with them for what? That is being predatory. That is predatory behavior, and it needs to be condemned to the highest level. Because I'm just thinking, women that you should be sleeping with are in the office. In the office you work in, that's where their women are. Women you should be sleeping with are where you work. Women who are 25 and above. Not in 19, 18, 17-year-old. Are you serious? So that's why I'm just thinking, in our level of governance and our level of democracy that we have, I'm even shocked that these kinds of things still happen. Like, we're educated, we claim to be educated, we have all these universities. Why are these stupid behaviors still happening? Like in my work, like where I live currently, in my place of residence, the country I'm in, like you literally cannot even sneeze before your boss knows. Your boss knows that you've sneezed today 2 times. They know. You go to the toilet 2 times and they'll know you've gone to the toilet 2 times. You have to log in to the computer system, everything is system based. That is what Kenya needs. A system of accountability, because some of these things that we see are just sliding through are just useless and stupid for a place that we call democratic. It's not. How do you call yourself a democracy and people go missing day by day? People like literally go under the radar. There's no system of investigation. There's no like proper. Look at what Angela said. She came from a system in America, got to Kenya, and she was fired, not because of her own fault, but because of the discrepancies in the system itself in Kenya. What is that? Can someone please explain to me what that is? No. So that's why I'm just telling you, like, we can sit here and talk about how, oh, the system is at fault, like you cannot. Let's bring the war to the system itself. It's like, that's why I keep saying every time I come to this platform, when you people argue about BBI, you will never see me in those discussions. When you keep arguing about Ruto and your stupid Railas and your stupid Uhuru, I will never be there. Because at the end of the day, I do not want either of them. They have not proved nothing that will ever change our situation as a country. I want someone new. I just said I will never vote. If you guys don't give us new people to vote for, then I don't think I want to vote, because what the fuck? Sorry, my language. I'm sorry. Raila, all these 3 people, we've seen them in action. We've seen them in the governance. What have they done now? Look, we're in a pandemic. It's a dire situation for the whole world. Look what they're doing. Look at what they're doing. And you're the same people who are saying at your BBI, we have to vote next year. I am not voting for any of them. I'm sorry, I'm not. and I will never ever vote for anyone who puts my family, my own stature as a person, as a citizen in jeopardy just for their own will. As of now, they land in choppers. Where will you land in Anduthi? What is that? Like, you people, do you just literally sit back and look at the things you guys argue on this platform and think that you guys are sane? Do you literally sit back and like think, oh, is this a sane topic to even be talking about? Sitting here for hours and hours and hours. You guys start when Australia is at about 8 p.m. and when I sleep the whole night, I wake up, it's like 9 a.m. here, like about 9 a.m. I still find you guys arguing on the same topic about Ruto. I feel so disgusted. I'm like, you people have lost the plot. Do you think they care about you? Oh, they're landing in choppers. You are there, you working shift work for $1,000 a week. They're there earning billions, siphoning things. Like, be better, do better, Kenyans, please. You're in abroad, and we are better. We are better than the ones who are even there in the country dealing with this.
Are you telling people that they're not utilizing their time better? Or what are you saying?
Oh,
are you saying
Nah.
that you want to tell people how they utilize their time?
No, I'm not telling how to. No, I'm not telling how to utilize your time. I'm just saying utilize it in a way, because if I can give you a website to one of the topics I've been talking about Kenyan economy, you can
Glo,
see like
before
these
you
people
go
they are
there,
playing us.
Glo, before you go there,
I totally agree with
yeah,
that.
I'm giving you time. Huh? Glo, before we go there, do you think we have wasted? Do you think we have wasted time listening to you and then unatutusi?
Come on.
Let's begin
Okay.
from close. Let's begin from
Okay.
here. Huh? We have
Okay.
just given you time to talk to us, and then you abuse us.
No, listen.
She don't abuse us. She's
No,
speaking her own opinion.
I've not used apart from that where I pardoned
Very
myself.
strong language.
I
Yeah.
have not.
I don't think she has
Definitely abused
insulted
you.
anybody.
No.
Somebody says that Glow is too westernized. You sure? Glow, are you
Yeah.
so westernized?
I don't think I think what I am is that
Do you live in the west or you live in the east?
She lives.
I live
She's in the
I live
east.
in the west,
Australia is in the east, right?
in the east, and
I'm pretty
yeah.
sure she's in Melbourne, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're in Melbourne?
Yes, I'm in Melbourne.
I lived in Melbourne for like 12 years before I came.
Yeah, can you respond, David?
Let me respond so quick.
Okay.
What Glow is saying was brought to Kenya by the then Prime Minister Raila Odinga. We used to call it performance contracting, where we set targets and the people follow them. They evaluate at the end of a season. But that performance contracting, it was hijacked by cartels. I participated in that, which I'm now seeing happening here. We set procedures of everything, then things are followed. But
we're talking about morals. Now we've gone back to that. That's what
I'm
Glow is
trying to
talking
respond to what
about.
she's saying. I'm trying to respond to what she's saying. Why don't you give me a minute anyway?
Yeah.
So it's not very new in Kenya, only that it is not working. Secondly, for these guys to
Oh,
see
it works. She talked about KPIs. Me, I do my KPIs every day. And she talked about automation. Me, I do my work automated. In fact, there's a region I cannot go. Yeah, it's monitored. Somebody's in the office, but monitors my moves, my everything I'm doing in the evening. When I close the application, it sends the email.
Are you in Kenya? Are you in Kenya, Kesa?
I'm in Kenya, Machakos.
Ah, yeah, you're in Kenya.
Yes, I'm not outside.
I thought that you're not even, but I wanted to laud what Glow was talking about, because it's true.
So
like in Kenya, there's no system. There's no even credit system. There's no even credit system for drivers, right? There's no credit system for the employees. Like you can't even know. You can't
How do
even.
you know who is where is what, who is doing what,
Exactly.
and what is happening where? You can be scammed.
No,
Like
me
they're asking
all
for
my
money
team, I can see all my team. Me, when I log in my laptop, I can see all my team, where they're working, what they have done.
But maybe that's an isolated situation.
Let me tell
anybody working with the
Generally, that
CDC,
does not happen in Kenya.
anybody working with the CDC.
KPI, right?
I worked under Kemri, so anybody working with CDC, anybody working with Afia Plus, anything that is supported by USAID and Japan, JICA, they are always under that KPI which you are talking about.
Yeah,
Okay.
and me, I've done it in 3 companies,
what
not
I was
just
saying.
one. I did it in Kenya Airways, I did it in Coca-Cola, I've done it in Bitco, I've done it in Bitcoin.
Can you
So
see the
it's not
company
something
mentioning,
new to me.
Wekesa? Those are big companies, but there are also some small, medium enterprises, even some large-scale organization that you can go in Kenya. They can't even, they don't have anything. They don't have a system even to judge you by, right? If you just do one mistake, you're fired.
You're judged by your tribe. That's the best.
Yeah,
but at least, okay, at
right?
least what I wanted to demystify is that it's good also to know what's happening back home, so that you don't just disqualify that nothing is happening. There are places, actually, there are improvement, and we appreciate the development that has happened in this information age and digital world. There's a lot of transformation. And especially in this corona age, there's a lot of technology that is happening, and transformation from the normal work setting to even home-based working. So there's a lot of transformation that is happening in many companies.
Even if there's
Like for me, I
transformation
normally
of
do
technology,
meetings. Like for me, I normally do meetings in my house with my team in the morning and evening. And sometimes people tell me that, Eric, you are not working, but I am online.
We know all those things that they happen, Wekesa. We know they happen, but the problem is the people who are managing those information systems
So
are
let
they
me say this.
credible people?
I know, but
you cut me short.
I think
but I wanted to finish.
My battery
I
is going
think.
down.
Can I talk for a minute?
So okay, bye guys. My battery is 2%, so I don't want to go without saying bye. So I have to go and check my charger.
I think
okay, good
Glow
morning
came
or good
in.
evening. Okay.
Glow came in. Glow came in to correct Angela about the KPI systems and all that. So I'm not sure if she was either supporting her or now criticizing her. I'm not sure now, because Angela says those KPIs were there, but because of the word of corruption she used in her company systems, where she corrected.
No, she
but
was
she lost. Then she lost her job at the same time when she was following the laws of KPI and the rest, if I was listening correctly.
No, that's not the case. What happened was there were no KPIs, there were no systems or structures. However,
what were you investigating?
When you come here and you find things the way they are, in one of the companies, I was the general manager. So I came and I was trying to now create those systems and structures. But as a result of trying to bring changes, I ended up and I had also discovered fraud. Because if there's fraud, if every employee in the company is stealing, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? So I ended up losing the job when I brought this information forward to the owner of the company. So that's the situation. In the companies I worked, there were no KPIs, there were no systems.
Oh, okay. I thought they were already there, but nobody was following them for some reason. But also, I think also she cut off Mugabe, was continuing with his statements anyway. We might as well continue with Mugabe anyway then.
And also David was trying to say something. David was also trying to.
Yeah, but Mugabe was already cut off by this lady. He was already continuing.
Okay, I think let me finish what I was saying. plus commending what Glo has said. But I normally say, if there are systems and you don't have good morals, you are not made of good materials, there is no system that will ever condition you to work well. For example, if you tell me that in Kenya we have so much immorality because of lack of good systems, you are lying to yourself and to myself. First of all, change what you do, perceive how you see things. For example, now, in the case of Angela, in the case of Glo and other ladies that feel my boss is trying to force me to give him the favors, ask yourself, if you give the favors to get a job, you'll need to always be giving those favors for you to sustain your job. Therefore, I think in Kenya, most Kenyans, what is killing us is the material that we are made of. Remember, we have a whole chapter in the Constitution talking about integrity. But with that Constitution, there is nothing that is changing. Until you change what you are made of, your wife is made of, and your children, you will always cry of immorality, you will always cry of misconduct, and so many things. So until you change your mind, how you do your things, nothing is going to change. So that is what I was to urge and recommend what Glo is saying. But tell her that irrespective of whatever is put as systems, if yourself you are not a civil, you are not changed in your mind, everything will creep on.
Yeah, there'll be no difference. You're right. Like, it doesn't matter what systems are in Kenya, they will still bypass them. They
yes,
will.
Of course.
Yeah, but me sometimes I don't know why, but most people have a problem with people who talk about politics, and you see, politics shapes the nation. You may find that there are people who don't talk about politics, but when you go in their circles, they talk about fashions, eating, dressing. So you realize that they also waste time on the things that even maybe are not of societal value. But when you talk about politics,
people
it's
don't know
about
about political stability. That's the problem.
Okay, there's a saying that I've forgotten, but you've reminded me. I wanted to talk Glo one thing. The world is so evil, the world is so immoral, not because of the bad people who are in the world, but because of the good people who keep silent. So if we don't discuss the things that affect us here, we go and educate our people and implement them. How do you expect a change? So no matter how you hate politics, if you don't stand up and get the right people or get yourself as the right person in the office, everything will always be there. The three people that she was talking about will always be there. But if I take David today, he wants to be my MP. I tell him, come, campaign without giving money. We elect you. Even if you go to that office when you have not corrupted the people to vote for you, it will be psychologically disturbing for you to steal their money. That boils down to what material you made of.
I had an example I was going to give you before that.
Okay, so
there's something that happened in Eldoret in that commotion 2007. One of the priests lost life, and for people who analyzed the situation, said that okay, he is one of the guys who never interested. He's apolitical. He's not interested in political issues. So even didn't know what had happened. So he just woke up normally going to his chores. Then he didn't know that there was a riot in the town. So he entered into the riot unknowingly. Unfortunately, he ended up being a victim of that and lost the life. So they normally say that whatever goes around comes around. So you may not say that I will not. You may say that I will not participate, maybe in the politics of a nation. But let me tell you, today, if there is unrest in this country, it will affect you. You will even wonder why people running. So you will be even late to catch up with what is happening. So you rather put your ear on the ground, know what is happening. If you can contribute positively, contribute kindly. But just saying that this is waste of time, I tell you, if politics goes wrong, the whole nation goes wrong. And you will not be spared by the consequences of what is happening around.
Okay, sir. But then let me ask you, what was that Muslim was deported from Kenya like some years back? Do you remember something like that? It caused chaos everywhere.
Yeah.
Anyone, I forgot what was his name. Does anyone remember his name? Like I remember that time I flew to Kenya and I was with also another friend from Australia. So we were like just walking in the street because we had an appointment in the CBD in Nairobi. Like I was clueless about what was going on. But as soon as we were in that city and we were walking normally, we were like, oh my God, like the country is suddenly at peace. Do you know we started running out of nowhere because everyone was running.
Yeah, you will run and ask later what was going on.
Again, Sam.
You know?
Sam, even without violence and political instability, we know that the politicians take part in policy governing the country. So if we are to be empowered, people should participate in the policies that govern their resources. So politics is not bad per se. And that's why some of us were saying, let's have women sitting in the politics so that they can make decisions affecting them.
Yeah.
And those women who have joined politics have realized now they have given the gender some facelift and they are able to participate in these issues.
And then there's a problem. We do have businesses in Kenya, of which we are affected by the taxation that is going on. Even if we're not out of the country, we still run other businesses in Kenya, right? And we normally get so pissed off when the parliament, they come with minimum tax, you know, they come with this because we're affected with politics, even if you don't want to talk about it. Like you will just get affected by it. If even here in the US, let's say if Donald Trump decide to say, oh, by the way, a corona came from Kenya, my friend, and then somebody hears me with the Kenyan accent, what do you think will happen? Maybe that time I'm not even discussing about the politics of the United States or something like that, right? Of course, we're going to be murdered. Do you know how the Asian community here in the US, they are being killed every single day? Until now, we are getting even advertisements about like we should protect the Asian people because Donald Trump had said something called Kung Flu, right? Kung Flu. Does anyone remember that? So by just saying that, you now see somebody is being an Asian guy is being attacked while he's going to church. You see an Asian guy is being attacked while he's going to the mall. And maybe these guys, they don't even discuss about politics. And that is the same thing that happened in 2007. There were people who they were not interested with politics. But what happened? Like children were killed. They did not even know about politics, but they were killed. They were burnt in church and all those kind of stuff. That's why I always say that there's something called politics stability. Anything that the legislature they do or the executive in a country they do, it actually affects your life directly. If they add the taxation, for example, if they add the price of the fuel, see, people will say, by the way, the government is hurting us because now we have to pay more, right? It is because you have to really like try to advocate for good governance for the country in order for you to have a better lifestyle, you know.
Okay, and Sam, to add on what you are saying, I would like to tell people like Glow one thing. Politics is the biggest business in the world, and if you play with politics, everything and everyone is going to cripple. Look at this. Look at what is happening now in South Sudan. This evening, there are fights all over because of political disagreement. Look at what has been happening in South Sudan. Most people may think it is because of terrorism, but no. That is all about political disagreement and for the good people fearing to speak out. So in Kenya, for example, if we sit pretty, not discuss the politics, the time for campaign comes in. People go and get elected, whoever and whichever go and get elected. What Kenya do you expect our children to meet? We must stand up, speak, and support the right morality in our leadership.
I agree with both Mugambi and Sam in terms of, and also Wekesa, in terms of let's not, bury our heads in the sand. Let's be involved in politics, even just to open people's eyes. Even just like, for example, the example I gave about the week that I was able to see so many red jeeps just because somebody mentioned it, to realize that we can actually just have a perspective that is totally wrong, because that's the direction we are being led by our leaders. And sometimes when we have a forum like this one, you're able to see both sides. We might not admit it. Me, sometimes I try to admit it, but I kind of hold myself because I don't want to look like I'm supporting the other side. But it kind of gives you the other perspective. You're able to see, hey, yeah, this is how these guys see this thing. And yeah, this is how. So that's why even as we come to a forum like this, let's be open-minded. Let's not be so stuck to this leader who we are supporting. Because if you're open-minded, you start to realize we all want the same thing. We all want the best for Kenya. And at the end of the day, even some of us who live abroad, we still suffer. Even whether we are doing business or what, even if we have no business in Kenya, we have relatives in Kenya. We have friends in Kenya. So whatever happens in Kenya, if it's good or bad, it will affect us. So let's not also keep away completely from politics, because if we do, it's going to be our undoing. If we keep away and we let these guys, Akina Ruto, Akina Raila, Akina Uhuru, just do what they want, let us hold them accountable. Let us show people that there is another side. Let us show people that Kikuyus are not as bad as you have been told. Let us show people Let us show Kikuyus Raila is not as bad as you have been told. So we have open minds and we're able to see all perspectives. So that will bring a better Kenya. Who knows? One day we might even unite. I'm actually in as much as the Hustler Nation has led to for me, is not a good thing. That hustler narrative is not a good narrative. But one thing it has done, it has brought young people together. So you find that being part of this hustler nation means that even if you're Luo and I'm Kikuyu, we are still part of this hustler nation. That's the only positive thing about this hustler nation. So you see, had I not come to this forum, I would not have known that there's even anything good about it. I'd just have been bitter and negative, and I so against Ruto until I want to burst. But there are good things that are coming from that. It might not be the best for Kenya and for 2022, and even I don't even think 2030 or 2032. But at least I'm seeing other perspectives, and I'm open to them, to listening to what these guys have to say about it.
Yeah, and it also has connected me to Sam, Mugambi, Angela, and these are Kenyans from different parts of the world, and we are busy discussing one thing, shaping the future of our nation, and we are, it also even teaches you your own debating skills. There are people who came here, they were so emotional, but with the time they have learned how to cope up with criticism. So it builds you yourself. In the long run, it's you who is even gaining. Maybe you may not even have changed the matrix, because if I do a simple arithmetic and ask you, all the people who have come on this platform, Kina Mugambi, they have maintained their stand. He has remained in handshake, and the other guy has remained in UDA. So we haven't even shifted the matrix, yes, but we have grown ourselves in terms of ideas, in terms of how we see, how we reason. So it's actually doing more justice to us than anybody else. So I always pity for people who are on a comment section and kazi yao ni kutusi tu watu. This is an opportunity you've been given. Can you mingle with other Kenyans and build a relationship that can help you
Even Ruto and Uhuru met just maybe in a small forum like this, and they became friends, and you never know what the future holds. So grab opportunities and build a relationship that helps you, and stop being small-minded. You are just thinking, unless you put Ruto in office 2022, nothing will happen. It's
Okay, so even I should loud what Boniface has said, because like I was thinking about it in the beginning. In fact, even I was supposed to talk about it. He's saying, by the way, investors are supposed to invest their money, not to borrow from us. Nani mjinga. That's true. Like you
yeah,
bring
how
this
do you call
foreign
him an investor and he's coming to pick money from here?
from us. Like if he's an investor, he's supposed to come with the money, right? So why are we giving the money to invest? And that's the reason I was asking, why are we not giving the ones who are in Kenya that money to invest? Why
He
do
came and
we have
picked
to send foreign?
our deputy president and took our money, and they went to Uganda. That is not an investor.
He's not an investor.
And to add on that, I think Wekesa Angela Alisam, there is something I need to part with. For example, if I'm a good leader, I come to where you are, Wekesa, it will be so immoral and so bad to radicalize youth against yourself, the person whom they have known from when they were born. That is one of the dangerous approach to politics, and that is something that we have been fighting in Mount Kenya, because there are some politicians who have been radicalized, who have been perceived as if they are evil, and they are the people who have been leading us from time immemorial. So what has just changed?
Thank you. That's a very good point. Thank you. And that is where we need to move. We need to move to politics of character. When you see somebody like in US or any Europe or any other country resigning over a small matter, it's an issue of a character. That's today you cannot tell me that Jubilee is dead, that Jubilee is not doing what it was elected to do, and yet you say I will stay there and I will decide when I will move out. What kind of politics is that? They have no morals. You need to have moral standards and say that I don't agree with Jubilee and we are parting ways. It may cost me my seat, but it's okay. I maintain my moral standards.
Talking about investors and money ending up, money being taken from Kenya to Uganda, do you know Deto actually said, and that's why this brainwashing in mbaya sana. You know Deto in this conversation, he actually said that the guy also brought money.
Actually,
do you guys remember? Ama it's just me who had that.
Actually, not only Deto.
Niliona mkichemshana hapo.
Sio Deto peke yake, even Sudi himself said this man is an investor. How do you invest when you are taking money from your country? If anything, you are reducing the liquidity in your country. And the man of weight like Sudi, surely, who should Sudi lecture? It matters politics and good leadership. The person who is saying, if you are going to jail the terrorist, jail me with him. Meaning it is just a shell in the hands, not a head with memory or mind or good mind.
And that's what I was saying, like the problem that maybe some of us as a panel here sometimes, we just lack critical thinking. Like you cannot question things in like even using formula. You can even say, oh, by the way, let me do A plus B equals C, right? And I try to solve that equation of why we are talking about the bottom-up economy while we are bringing a foreigner outside our country. We give them the money that you could have given to these people who you claim to be at the bottom. So do you know guys, like how many things it has proven? It has proven, number one, that Ruto is actually a dynasty because he can make one phone call and secure 15 billion shilling.
Yes.
Right? Do you think a hustler can secure 15 billion shilling loan from a bank? You have to be a dynasty to do that.
And some remember, 15 billion, it is a whole budget for Nairobi County for 1 year. A whole Nairobi County government for 1 year. And then it's just a phone call. You take it to Uganda. So you
That's what I'm saying. Is actually a dynasty. It's not a hustler. There's no Mama Mboga can call Equity Bank and they'll be like, "Oh, you want 15 billion? Even 1 million shilling, they will not give up." By the way, let alone talking about 15 billion, right? And then, do you know number two? What it has also proven. It has also proven that. The desperation that is now within that I hate calling them that name, Tanga Tanga, because today you saw the way they're defending their man, the way they're defending this Hezron with at the Hezron. It's because Hezron was there until I got so confused. It's called what is the name of that investor again? Aiden. Ayadin, right? The way they are defending him, it means that there's something they wanted from him so bad that they feel bad that the government is mistreating him like there's no tomorrow.
Let me put it point blank. Let me put it point blank. That the same way we took the 1,000 notes, took them to Uganda, and then we converted, then we got a college, whatever. Yeah. This money was going to be converted, then come back as a campaign money for 2022. So we are just using that investor, and already those things, Museveni already had planned to have a plan for something to do with COVID. So we can use that one as a shield. But the idea and the art here was to get money and then bring it back for campaigns, or manage it from outside.
What is it called? What is it called? Like that thing of taking like illegal money and then
money laundering.
Not even money laundering. There's also another term they normally use to actually clean that money, right? They know that is not clean money. So they want to do it in an investing way so that it can come out. And then when you ask where this money is coming from, you're like, we're doing genuine business. We have a vaccine farm in Uganda, or we have an agricultural farm in Uganda.
Have you ever met Have you ever met somebody selling maybe? Ukiangalia, the stock of his njuku is not worth even 500 shillings. By the way he's dressed, and you wonder, is this person getting money from the dressing? Is he getting money from this njuku? Kumbe, it's just there to confuse people, but there is a different agenda.
Yeah, and you're right. I have seen even some pastors who they open churches, right? They're doing some other illegal stuff like selling drugs and all those kind of things. And now, and you find this pastor who actually runs a very small church. He's driving a Range Rover. He's like having some serious houses. You're like, man, how are you able to afford that? And they and maybe even I know the amount of
and musicians. Somebody just sang one song, and is driving a Range Rover. He has become a celebrity, and you can't tell me that your song has sold internationally. No, yes. They just used that
with all the piracy in Kenya, right?
Yes. Yeah, you can look at people like they have sung thousands of songs, but they will never even got rich from them. But somebody just sings one song and he starts driving a Range Rover. You realize? No, I think there's something beyond what we see.
It's true.
It's used as a cover.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The desperation that is
before you bring that, even this thing called the chicken seller, this thing is a cover-up. We are told that he sold chicken until he became a billionaire. You cannot.
By the way, like I've been questioning people about that because I have also tried poultry farming before, and believe it or not, do you know how much you spend on chicken feed alone? You will give up, my friend. Like it's so costly to the point even when you sell those 3,000 chicken, you come and realize that the margin is too small. So I was wondering how is Ruto being able to to make such huge margin in the billions. It's a cover up. Follow his history, the time when he stopped going to uni, the time he graduated, and to the time he started having money. Like that does not make any sense, right?
Sam, to add on that, a man like Orengo, he got into politics in 80s when Ruto was a student. Ruto began selling his chicken in 90s, but now Ruto is richer than Orengo. So what mathematics did he use to get that amount of money? It means he must have been having some kind of questionable businesses.
Or maybe like he does. But then, do you guys know this guy called Webert Angel? Does anyone know him? Webert Angel. You need to go on YouTube and then you search something called Miracle Money, right? That prophet, right, is actually friends with Ruto. So I came with a conclusion because he has ever landed in Kenya to say Ruto. Even when you Google Webert Angel with Ruto, you go to Google Images, you will see them together, right? So that guy, he is the one who does something called miracle money. He prays for you until the money appears in your bank account. So I was like, is that what he did? Maybe he did miracle money because the environment, the economic environment in Kenya cannot allow anybody in Kenya to become a billionaire. That's why when you come and tell me you're a billionaire, the first thing I tell you, you're a thief. I'm sorry. There is no way you could make money with the condition we have in Kenya, the income per capita in Kenya. Who are these people that are going to give you money until you become a billionaire? You see what I'm saying?
Ask yourself, Safaricom is selling airtime to each and every person. See the profits they are making yearly. And then ask yourself, if this person is selling X, is he the person selling X to each and every home state, or what is this mathematics you're telling us? He's a chicken seller making billion. It doesn't make sense.
And then also there's this thing that people are imagining that because Uhuru is not saying anything, people are seeing like he's a fool. He's not. There's something that Uhuru and Raila know. And there's something that they know that the rest of us don't know. And the only person who is shouting like a madman in the market is Ruto. Because the madman.
Even Ruto knows. Even Ruto knows those people are dangerous. He's just confusing these hustlers. He knows. Let me tell you, Angela. When there was violence in Rift Valley 2007, Uhuru literally left Central and went there. In 1 week, everything calmed down. And that's how he found even himself in the quagmire of the Hague. So this guy, he looks quiet, but when he responds, he's no joker. And I normally tell people, a handshake had 9 points. Had 10 points. They shared to us 9 points. The 10th one is what they are implementing now. The 10th one they never shared with us. It remained between them, and they know where they are taking it.
As the madman in the market continues to shout from the highest mountaintop.
Lakini saa hizi unajua wameshindwa, they want to confuse us. Sasa wameanza kusema kuna strategy, they want to make Raila a president for maybe 5 years and then wamnyang'anye. Sisi tunawaambia let them even make him 1 day, wachana na even 4 years, let them make him 1 day, because the issue is we don't want the chicken seller to be the president. We'll stop.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. They are desperate in Tanga because they desperately need money for their campaign, and that's why in the last forum, what I was saying, politics has not started, man. You guys, you've got no idea what politics is. This bottom up thing is hot air. it will disappear within no time. Like, I can guarantee that. Because what normally happens is that when the money pours in, when the resources pour in, and then people, they're messing with Uhuru. If Uhuru messed up Raila in Mount Kenya with you know, like with posting things, and I even remember like the way they used to, like, oh my goodness, like you used to see Raila like a devil, the way it's been presented. Okay, so did you ever see those things? Right?
Yes, I saw those leaflets. I saw them.
Yeah, do you really think somebody who has ever done that before, that right now he's an angel, that he will not do it again to somebody like Ruto? He will. That is the problem. Now it will be useful. Sorry?
I think sijui ni Mugambi ama nani, kuna echo.
Yeah, Mugambi, like he has a yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like the tactics, the dirty politics that that Uhuru knows, you guys will be shocked. Politics hasn't started. It hasn't. That's why even I always tell you guys, let's even talk in March about actually who is going to win the election. Because right now I can't tell you who is going to win. Right? Like everything that they are doing right now, believe it or not, it's actually not going to be there by March next year. Me, that's what I know. It will disappear. Look at the ICC case, the way it's going. Have you seen Gishiru case? What happened? The latest. Did you see?
Yeah, I think it's proceeding to the next stage, I think.
And that next stage, do you think that next stage is going to be pretty? And
it will not be nice, because if it's confirmed for Kisherun, then everything else is affected under the same umbrella.
And you know that umbrella, what it is, right?
Yes, and that's why I'm just making it a blanket statement.
Yeah, we know what that is. We know that umbrella, what it is. So things are quite unpredictable right now. We don't know what is going to happen in the next 3 months. So that's why the guys who are coming here are telling us they're very sure that their person is going to be this, they're going to be that. My friend, let's wait and see. Let's actually wait and see whether it's going to hold. Because in my opinion, I don't think it
will. Me, I told them Raila has seen all these things. If it's crowd, Raila for now is not interested in crowd. He has pulled so many crowds.
He could be president by now with the crowd.
Yes, the crowds he has pulled until he's not interested anymore. For now, he just wants to be in line with the system, so that they don't fight his forts, because for him, he's the best mobilizer. You know that meeting that happened in Central? They pretended that Central is hostile. When Raila stepped just in the home of Macharia once, the whole internet, they were crying. And that was just a private event. What if he starts to do now open meetings? That is when they know. And me, I am one person who believes Raila will turn tables on Mount Kenya. He's doing that as a referendum. Do you know why he has focused there? He's the same guy when Moi chose Uhuru as his candidate. He said Kibaki Tosha. Why? It became now, Mount Kenya became a battlefield, and that's what he's making. When Ruto has focused that all his Sundays is in Mount Kenya, Raila now is making Mount Kenya a battlefield. And the strategies he's employing, you create different small crowds. I know what is going on is still underground, but already the message is felt. They know there's something that is going on, and it's affecting the demographics. They are making noise for it to look like Raila is not sellable, but they are terrified because he's finally focused there.
Yeah,
and he's going there.
Yeah, I know he's going to make inroads. It might not be the same percentage as Ruto was able to achieve after spending 5 years in Central in churches giving money, but but I know he's going to make inroads. Personally, I will have to confess is that I've never supported Raila, but I see why Raila needs to be president. My eyes have been opened, and it's my hope that other eyes will also be opened, because we've been so lied to. We've been lied to. Like me, to convince me that Raila was not a mganga, it took a lot. It took a lot. But when I started seeing the real him, I started listening to him. I started listening to the things that he's saying. I was like, why did I have these such negative feelings towards this guy? You know?
Do you know what, Angela? Raila does not speak from the mouth and the brain. You know, that is what Ruto does, from the intelligence.
Yeah.
Raila speaks from the heart.
Yeah.
What he says, he means it.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that my people, we were really blinded for very many years. We've been, and then he supports us, and we are like, okay, you know, he's supporting us, but we never quite warmed up. But me, I'm seeing a change in Central. I'm seeing people are now opening up their hearts to him, so he'll make good inroads. And I know him and Uhuru, they have something. They have a plan. There's no way they can be this quiet for no reason.
Let me tell you for free, Ruto's Central, if he's banging on Central, he's gone. Let me tell you, Uhuru will not leave that backyard. He is quiet, but he's not a fool. And even the MPs knows, these MPs who are running up and down know that they will contend with Jubilee on Mount Kenya. And Uhuru has all the money he can employ to turn the tables.
That's what they don't understand.
Yeah, and that's why there are. Do you know, even when they came up with the One Kenya Alliance, who was sponsoring it? It was Gideon.
Yeah.
So you cannot put Uhuru, Gideon, and Raila on one side and think that you are.
It's game over, man. like those guys together, do you know they mobilize resources like crazy? Like,
my friend.
This thing now, the Ruto is struggling with this Aiden guy, this Harun.
Me, I attended literally the event that was at SK Macharia's home.
Yeah.
The businessmen that were there, my friend, all this Mount Kenya businessmen were there, and those are the
before.
Yeah.
You're saying you've attended?
I attended this event that happened. It was last month. I was there.
Yeah, like I know
so
that.
I speak from the things I know, because the PA of Raila is my friend, and we normally talk. I understand the deeper things of what is going on. It's only that some of the things I don't share here, because those are strategy issues.
Yeah.
But most of these people who just make noise, they make noise, but they don't understand what is going on.
And do you think, what do you think about that One Kenya Alliance? Do you think they will merge later, or because
let me tell you this: it is one team, but it will unite later.
Oh, okay, so they are playing.
It's one team. It's one team. In fact, hiyo ya kutawanyisha, and even Ruto knows these people are not for him. That's why he never even he hates all of them, because he knows they are one team, but playing his mind. Raila aliwaambia sisi na Uhuru tuko kwa different league. Ile league wanacheza iko ya juu. Wanakaa ni kama, unajua, wanakaa ni kama couples wenye hawapendani, kumbe wanajuana kisiri.
Even they talk.
Yes. So, and you see, it's a strategy to confuse the enemy, because for him, he wants to analyze and know that Raila is going to move and be with this as running mate, ndiye aanze kwa konga. But for them, they have decided they will do it. Actually, politics proper is going to begin January.
Yeah,
right now is just mobilization, and they will not tie all it's not together. They will leave
some knots untied, and somebody will think that now maybe I can use this. When he runs to Kalonzo, he realizes this is one team.
You know, Kesa, like that Kiamba election, did you see the crowd they used to poll, like the UDA? You would think they were going to win by 90%. Me, that's what I thought. Until
even that 50, they struggled. Even that 50, they struggled to get it.
Yeah, they even struggled. Like it was so close, the margin, right?
I tell you, in my own constituency, Kapchai huko Bungoma.
Yeah.
Well, they were there for like 2-3 weeks, just mtu amekotesha hoteli anaishi huko. But when the results came, it's 6,000 against 19. Now, how can you be defeated by a small party called Fort Kenya? So they realized they
crowds in Kebuchai.
Yeah, Kapchai. You know, he defeated by a small. They say it's a village party, but he defeated them. And that it shows that you cannot change the demographic or the voting pattern just overnight by just shouting hustler, hustler.
Yeah.
Now let me tell you this, and after 2022, you'll ask me. Voting will happen by long-term memory, not short-term.
You've already confirmed to me something. There are only like 6,000 hustler per constituencies.
Yeah, they're not much. You look at Bonjari, they got 7,000. Was it 7,000 or what? Yeah, so there are a few who are excited. But let me tell you also, that is inclusive of where they had brought all the briquettes of Hassala Nation. You have taken all the MPs from Western, but when 2022 comes, kila mtu anaenda kwa constituency yake. Singine watakuwa wanapata 3,000 hapo.
Yeah, me that's why, like, after I saw this, what is it called, the Kiamba, I was like, this guy is in so much trouble. And then when you ask them, okay, they're saying a win is a win, right? But deep down inside, Ruto is very worried, man. The way
he's worried. He knows the mountain is not ripe. And let me tell you another thing. People like the moment he has gone close to this guy, Rigathi Gachagua.
Yeah.
And then he has said, you know, for him, he doesn't want other parties. He knows the danger of working together with PEP, Moses Kuria, and TSP, Mwangi Kiunjuri. Because he knows most people in the central who don't want to disappoint Uhuru will opt for the small parties than the big party UDA.
Yeah.
So he doesn't want to associate with them. And that's where he will go wrong, because now central, most people who don't want to disappoint both sides will go with those small parties. Now, whoever wins the presidency will collect all these small parties and put them on his side.
Yeah, I know. But me, I'm just waiting for something to explode. They will have some serious fight. What
is happening? They don't want to give it. It will be a 6-month marathon. So this thing, it's going to happen somewhere February. Somewhere January, February there.
Yeah.
They want to create a momentum that will carry into the election.
Although you need to have an open mind, there might not actually be an election next year.
Yeah, even that is okay. It's something on the card also.
Yeah,
they can push it. Okay, because there's a bill Kina Jeremiah Kioni are preparing. They want for them something that needs to that is pertinent to Mount Kenya is the constituencies. If they can adjust so that somebody from Central gets the same funds as somebody from Eastern. That is what is bothering them, and they say they will bring a bill so it can adjust, even if it's not maybe 1 year or months. Yeah, until and because that is the last card also they want to do with BBI. They said whether it doesn't go through Parliament, whether it doesn't go through referendum, they can do it in.
But they can approve some section of the BBI.
Yeah.
And then they leave the ones that they have to go through a referendum. So,
Yeah.
but now the real politics will start after the Court of Appeal. They make a decision whether they've approved or.
Yes, on 28th now it's going to redefine the politics.
Yeah, now then is when we'll know the because
Yeah.
the guys who don't support Tanga, they're very emotional about the whatever this hustler whatever thing has taken a center stage and it's all over, but they don't understand. There's also like these guys are just waiting for the Court of Appeal to to make a decision. Once they make a decision, my friend. Oh my! Like you are joking. You're going to see the things that are going to happen.
Okay, yes. Now you can finish. I think these 2 minutes.
Yeah. Actually, I need to go get dinner. Like it's even late here. And,
Yeah, just say something as I call Mutembei to wind up.
yeah.
Yes, closing remark. Just as a closing remark.
Is Mutembei even awake? Mutembei,
Yeah, I'm calling him.
Okay, you're calling him. Yeah. So my final remark is this: like we just need to get serious with the way we think. I think that is the message that I've been passing since the time I came in here. Like many people, they don't question like the kind of things they listen from this politician. You just take it and then you regurgitate it, and then you just you just keep on like saying, oh yeah, Ruto said this, and because you said it, it is the truth, even without you interrogating that issue of what you were saying. And that's even what I was saying, even about the bottom up thing, right? Like even during my economic degree in the uni, like even I need to go and tell my professor, how come you didn't tell me about this bottom up? But if maybe people they want us to debate about the bottom up, I will tell you the only people who can be able to do that are people like in Saudi Arabia, the government in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Dubai, because they make money as a country because of the resources they're able to export to other countries, and therefore they don't have any problem with cash flow. So that's how people, even the ones who they cannot afford to open big businesses, they can still be employed and make money in those places, unlike Kenya. Because in Kenya we are too far. The only thing that we need to do, we just need to improve a lot of infrastructures in Kenya. That is the only thing. There's no other way out. Because if you're farming, like how will farmers export? How will farmers export their product to another country if we do not even have a proper railway to rush those produce to the airport so that they can be transported quickly? We don't have cooling system for the farmers to put their produce. We don't even we need to build a lot of airstrip. We need to invest in a lot of energy in Kenya, so that big boys, even from here in Wall Street, they can talk to their guys who they have the industries in China to actually go to Kenya because the energy is quite cheap for them to invest over there. But if we don't invest in all those things, believe it or not, like we are still going to come here like 10 years from now and we still talk about the same issues every time. You tell me that you don't have money because the economy is bad. Why? Because we've neglected investing in energy, we've neglected investing in transportation system, we've neglected to do multilateral talks to other countries to lower the carbon emission tax on planes. When you leave the country, like when you fly over Congo, can you imagine just going to Congo is more expensive than going to the US? That is something quite ridiculous. There's a time I was flying to Khartoum in an economy class with $2,000, and that $2,000 you can pay less to come here to the US. And I was like, what is going on in Africa? The interconnection of transportation system is complete disaster because our leaders have refused to talk to each other. You see what I'm saying? They've refused to reduce the carbon emission. They've refused to invest in energy. They've refused to put even more roads and airstrip to transport those farmers' produce. That's why now when you talk about giving money to the people at the bottom, you will give them money, but they will not be able to do anything. Their businesses are going to fail. We normally even say like 95% of the businesses, they never make
Thank you.
3 years, right?
Conclude in
Yeah, so
a few
that's what I'm
seconds. It's
saying.
going off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We just need to get serious. That's it. When we are told something, we just need to have a critical thinking about the things we're being told. I think now I can just go have my dinner now, okay, sir.
Thank
I
you.
can see there's somebody. Did this guy just enter now, Oyaro? Okay.
He's just ended. Mutembei, kindly take over. Thank you.
All right, man. Okay. Anyway, because I'll see you another time, okay?
Yeah, we just
they will end it another time, I think. Yeah.
yeah. Are you on WhatsApp?